the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Streaming at sportscates.com and on your radio and around the world at 620CKRM.com. Here's Teagan Witko and Wes Cates.
Welcome back inside the Sports Cage Lounge here at Mosaic Stadium. Of course, you heard the big voice guy. I'm Teagan Witko, joined by Wes Cates, legendary Saskatchewan Roughrider, and you can come join us here as we get you set for this 5 o'clock kickoff. Your Saskatchewan Roughriders taking on the Toronto Argonauts. And yes, the Argos are back at Mosaic Stadium to wrap up this season series for the Riders. Unfinished business after Toronto came into this building, put up 40 points back in June, which was technically a home game for the Toronto Argonauts.
Oh, yeah.
But tonight, that crowd is going to be strong, Wes. We're pretty close to a sellout here. That's got to mean a lot, especially for a Rider team that's coming off of 2 straight losses.
Oh, yeah, that's big time. I mean, for sure, I think, well, it was early in the week when they were already buzzing about over 30,000 and everything. So I think the Rider fans are, they're rowdy, they're ready to go, they're excited. It's been a couple of weeks away from home, so that's always nice, especially for the season ticket holders and then those fans that are, maybe jumping on the bandwagon a little late. Mm-hmm. They're like, okay, the Riders got a decent record. Now it's looking a little shaky. Let's see what they do. Let's see how they bounce back. So this is one of those games, if you're a true fan, you're really excited about because you want to see how your team does after some adversity.
And the tailgate is bumping already. We got the Riderland party in the park happening here at Confederation Park, and you're more than welcome to come join us. Or, of course, you can always watch the stream at sportscage.com, our YouTube channel. Text us anytime at 306-936-62662. Let's dive into it, though. Today in the CFL, brought to you by Karst Holdings and Teagan Witko, Assiniboia, serving Southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. Darren, Tracy, Dylan, and staff welcome you. Karst Holdings and Teagan Witko, Assiniboia, truly local. Let's start with last night was. So Montreal had the opportunity, if everything went their way this weekend, to potentially clinch that first playoff spot. But Winnipeg played spoiler. So what did you see in that game last night?
Man, it really got off to a great start. I was really excited about the way that things started off. I mean, back and forth, just definitely thought it was going to be a high-scoring, close game, maybe come down to whoever had it last type of situation. And then Winnipeg just kept rolling. And it was interesting because I noticed that they were sending a lot of pressure. They were sending like an extra man, or at least, filling up the blitz and making the running back have to stay in and protect, as far as Montreal trying to protect Davis Alexander. But Winnipeg was really getting to him, frustrating him. He was still making some great plays, using his legs, running for some first downs. But I just noticed as the game went on, he got a little more irritated, and I kind of was with him a couple times because he got some hands to the face, some late shots that really kind of just disrupted their offense. So Winnipeg came in with a great defensive game plan, and then offensively just couldn't stop those receivers and Brady Oliveira. They just kept churning the sticks and getting down there and getting touchdowns and some field goals. And next thing you know, second half was kind of like a cakewalk. So,
I feel like a lot of people won some good money on that game too. I mean, if you were sprinkling on that a little bit, because I think they were 5 to 7 point underdogs heading into that game, depending on where you looked. So there are some happy Bomber fans out there today, to say the least.
For sure.
Right now, Hamilton Tiger Cats taking on the Calgary Stampeders. Hamilton is up 10-9. So we'll keep you posted on that game as things roll on. But let's focus a little bit more now on what's happening here at Mosaic Stadium tonight with a 5 o'clock kickoff. I mean, you look at the Saskatchewan Roughriders depth chart. The roster, 5 in, 5 out. Saskatchewan enters tonight looking to snap a 2-game losing skid after a couple of losses to Hamilton and BC. And then, of course, you have the opponent who is coming off of, a big win, and they're trying to make a name for themselves. Both teams here are looking to make a bit of a statement. So what do you see in this matchup tonight, Wes?
This is going to be an interesting one. I mean, obviously the Riders have been struggling a little bit on offense. They've been giving up some big plays on defense, throughout the season. But then, some things kind of reared its ugly head as far as some penalties, a couple of turnovers, a turnover or two more than we're expecting from the offense, more penalties on defense and on special teams than we're used to out of the Riders, especially kind of based on, kind of the reputation the Riders had for a couple of years. They kind of seem to clean all that up, and then in a 2-game losing skid, that stuff kind of resurfaces. So I think it's important to see how they bounce back from that, how they've kind of challenged each other this week, and how they're going to come out and play really just mistake-free ball, not necessarily how big of plays they're going to come out and make, but just coming out and, staying within themselves, not making any mistakes to really shoot themselves in the foot. And Toronto, I mean, I was really impressed with how they looked last week against Hamilton in that rain. I mean, it seemed like Chad Kelly and those receivers were making – every time you thought they were going to get off the field, they made some big play and made a catch in the weather to just keep putting points up on the board. So Mattel and all those receivers are short-handed, and every team seems to be getting better in the league, and the Riders are kind of in a little bit of a stagnant state. So I got to see. They need to make a jump this week.
It is a statement game for the Saskatchewan Roughriders and a message clearly sent to the team by head coach Corey Mace earlier this week. We're going to get to that a little bit later on. But in the meantime, Dave Thomas, the voice of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, did have an opportunity to catch up with the one James Burgess Jr. to talk about what they're up against tonight here at Mosaic Stadium.
James Burgess Jr., we've seen you rotate a bit around in the secondary thus far this week. Tell me about the move from half to corner and how that changes things.
The move from half to corner, it's football at the end of the day. You got different perspectives from different field positions, but at the end of the day, it's football in my eyes.
Talking with some of your teammates and other secondary members, they talk about how they started at corner and then moved to half. You're doing it the opposite way. What things do you need to keep in mind in doing that?
Really slow down a little bit. Playing at half, you play a tad bit faster than at corner. At corner, you really have to see more. So really just slowing down, really seeing what's coming.
It's been a minute since you had an opportunity to get into the lineup. What have you seen from the defense and in particular the secondary of this team?
We're ready to get some picks. We haven't really got the ball, but this week we emphasizing on getting the ball. We're trying to get about 4 picks this game.
So you've got Chad Kelly, a guy that likes to throw the football up. What have you seen from him in the Toronto Argonauts that gives you the impression that you can get that much success?
He's a very confident quarterback. He's confident in his guys. I believe, oh man, yeah, a little fly got on me. But I can say he's confident in his receivers, but we're confident in us, and we got good ball skills and 50-50. In my eyes, ain't no 50-50 with me. It's 90-10 my way.
Tell me, I guess, a little bit about the mindset then of this team. It seemed extreme disappointment, frustration, all kinds of emotions after the last game in BC. How do you reset that and get ready for this week?
You get 24 hours to think about that game, then we just put it behind us and correct our mistakes. So after that, to this week, we just gonna know not to make those mistakes and make more plays.
And the last question from me, your teammates talk a lot about communication, in-game, pre-snap, post-snap. How important is that, and how does that affect when you draw into the lineup and get yourselves acclimatized with perhaps teammates you haven't played a lot with?
Communication is everything, because if everyone on the same page, you're never wrong. So I always communicate throughout the play, before the play, whenever actually. So yeah, communication is big. And yeah, you need it in order for everyone, definitely in the back end, if everyone not on the same page, it's going to be a bust somewhere. So yeah, communication is big.
Burgess Jr. with our own Dave Thomas, your voice of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Now, Wes, we hear this term a lot, communicate, communicate, communicate. Now, from a fan's perspective, that just means, okay, we're talking to each other on the field. But what does that actually mean?
I mean, it basically comes down to communicating, understanding first what the responsibility and what the defense is trying to get done on a play, right? If the corner has a high third and the half is supposed to take everything low, or vice versa, you want to make sure that you understand that. You want to talk about it. I mean, it should be something that you don't necessarily have to communicate when you're getting a call like that in, but then there might be some nuances to it, like, okay.
And new guys coming into the roster, right?
Yeah, exactly. So you got new guys coming in, and then there might be little games and stuff that you play just to throw QBs off. So maybe the halfback has low, corner has high, but maybe the wide receiver's out where the corner is. So the corner might say, hey, I might just take low if nothing's threatened. If no motion comes over and threatens your area, maybe you buzz high. There's little games you can play, little tricks you can do to kind of confuse the quarterback so that they don't understand the coverage they're seeing, and maybe they throw the ball into harm's way. But you have to have that experience. You have to have that communication, and you have to know like kind of what rules might break that to where you just play it normal, or what you can see that might make you play it a little differently. And if you're not communicating that, then both of you guys play the same guy. That's where you see the bus on the back end. Tried to simplify that as much as I could, but there's a lot of talking you can do. The coach sends in the call, and you can just play it how it's drawn up. But if you really want to make some plays, cause some confusion, get some turnovers, you want to kind of maybe make it look a little different and or play it a little different so that you can jump some routes, or maybe have your buddies back while you're out there trying to play the game.
Defending against Chad Kelly has certainly been a large topic of conversation heading into this contest tonight. Another topic of conversation, though, Wes, has been the penalties coming off of last week's loss, right? So for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, Trevor Harris was asked just about the discipline that this team needs heading into tonight.
It's really difficult to tell whose fault it was to the untrained eye. And so penalties are a team thing, and that's something that we've tried to emphasize, but just to try and do the next right thing. No matter if you make a mistake, if you do something great, if you make the play you're supposed to, just do the next right thing. And, sometimes that's, giving a 5-yard halo. Sometimes it's, hey, staying through your block, and when the whistle sounds, stop. It's just little things like that. But championship caliber teams learn from the things, and I'm excited to see us learn from our mistakes.
So we will see how the Saskatchewan Roughriders capitalize on what they have talked about in practice earlier this week once we get to kickoff at 5 o'clock tonight here at Mosaic Stadium. Just an update, the Hamilton Tiger Cats up 13-9 over the Calgary Stampeders right now as we keep you up to date with that contest in the CFL this afternoon as well. That was today in the CFL, brought to you by Karst Holdings and Tegra Tire Assiniboia on the countdown to kickoff live here from the Sports Cage Lounge inside Mosaic Stadium. Feel free to come join us. Countdown to kickoff is brought to you by Croft Electric. Almost 29 years of trusted, reliable home, farm, and commercial service for all electrical needs. CroftElectric.com and all socials. The Obsidian jerseys are back tonight. So are the Argos. Saskatchewan is at home, sitting at 6-4 with a chance to get back in the win column and remind the West why this is still one of the toughest places to play in the CFL, with nearly a sellout crowd here in the building. So hang tight. We have so much more to come your way, including our deep dive with Justin Dunk of 3downnation.com. So he's going to be joining us next. Hang tight. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Harvest doesn't stop, and neither should your equipment. When your combine or tractor needs new tires, trust Karst Holdings and Tegra Tire in Assiniboia. They stock a wide selection of quality agricultural tires for combines, tractors, and much more. And if you can't make it to them, their fully equipped mobile service trucks come to your field, farm, or roadside to get you back up and running fast. This harvest, count on Karst Holdings and Tegra Tire, keeping Saskatchewan rolling when it matters most.
Dan at Croft Electric explains the 3 levels of electric service they typically supply to customers.
Number 1, you need to do it now. There's something really bad that we need to fix. Number 2, this should get fixed soon, but it doesn't, it's not an immediate emergency. And number 3 is the nice to have, should be done eventually kind of stuff.
For reliable, professional electrical work for your farm, see Croft Electric.
Do it right, do it once.
CroftElectric.com.
This football season, Positively Perfect Pets is offering a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Dan from Positively Perfect is your quarterback for your pet's food decisions and everything else for your furry friends. The customer service will always go long for anything you need, setting their team apart from the big box stores. Get everything for your pet with Positively Perfect Pets. 4637 Ray Street. Visit their Facebook page and onestopdogshop.com.
Another busy week at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head. Monday, August 31st, is an estate auction for one collector of antique Japanese tin toys, collector toys, oil and gas memorabilia, and much more. On Tuesday, September the 1st, large sale of shop tools and yard items, hardware, tractor seats. We've got some cabinets and a whole lot of other great items. Our next equipment sale is going to be on September the 14th. We got lawnmowers, Kubota diesel tractor, and more in that one already. Check it out, 2sauctioneers.ca, online auction house in Indian Head.
For 10 years, JK Junior Containment has been helping Saskatchewan oil fields save a lot of green, on the ground and in the bank. The little blue box that's built to last. JK Junior is a Saskatchewan-made, patented wellhead containment system, trusted for reliable protection in tough conditions. And while the product may be blue, this time of year, we're all about the green. Celebrate 10 years of reliable, innovative wellhead containment with a product trusted by champions. Learn more today at jkjunior.com.
Did you know you can get endless streaming and live entertainment anywhere in Canada?
Now wait just a moose a minute.
You can, thanks to Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer. So cross that border to Flin Flon, Manitoba, and your shows come with you. Why stop there? Head to Vulcan, Alberta, or heck, even St. Louis du Ha-Ha, Quebec, the town with exclamation marks in its name. See Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer, for details on Max TV Stream, internet, and cellular service.
Want to get your young adult kids out of your house and onto a new adventure where they can earn money and work while they travel? With Away to Work, Canadians between 18 to 35 can work and travel abroad in countries like Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and France. From independent travel through Go Solo to supported working holiday placements in agriculture and hospitality, their team helps with jobs, work permits, and accommodation. Work, travel, and experience with awaytowork.ca.
You can travel now. Get away to work.
Remember Y2K Panic? Rewinding VHS tapes? And burning the perfect mix CD? Play 92 brings it all back with throwbacks like this.
You spin my head right around. Here's my number, so call me maybe. This is what it feels like. Backstreet's back, alright.
Play 92, number one for throwbacks. Streaming at play92.ca.
Keeping you company wherever you are in Rider Nation. It's Teagan Witko and Wes Cates. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The Saskatchewan Roughriders coming off back-to-back losses while Toronto rolls into Mosaic after a convincing win last week. So these two teams arrive with very different momentum and both looking to make a statement at Mosaic Stadium tonight. Let's get into it with the 3downnation.com deep dive, which is brought to you by Fraser Tolmie, Member of Parliament for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan, fighting for Saskatchewan in Ottawa. Joining us now, of course, Justin Dunk from 3 Down Nation. So, Justin, the Riders making some changes heading into this game. When we saw that depth chart released yesterday, we saw Jackson Ford losing that starting gig, Nelson Lacombo moving back to safety. What do you make about all of these changes in that zone?
Apparently Jackson Ford is hurt, Teagan, but I think that it's just a way to alleviate some of the pressure that built up in Rider Nation after his recent performances. Let's call it what it is. Okay, Ford's not performed well enough at the safety position, so he's been benched. Nelson Lacombo comes back in there at the safety position. And Teagan, I dug into the numbers through Pro Football Focus, and they're not as bad as you would think for Ford, but they're also not great, especially when you compare them to Lacombo in the few snaps that he's played at safety in 2026, and even going back to 2025 and 2024. So Ford overall this season has played 437 snaps at safety. He's seen 17 targets in primary coverage and allowed 13 receptions. That's deceptive, though, because a safety, as you know, Teagan, usually has to be helping out over the top. So when we're talking about those targets in primary coverage, that's when PFF has determined that he's playing man coverage or is the main zone defender for a receiver that was targeted. So that's why I want to use these stats to help us get an inside view on Ford, but also you need to understand the context too. So he's allowed 7 first downs, 6 receptions over 15 yards, which I actually think is more, and 2 touchdowns. Now, to me, he allowed 2 touchdowns in that home game against Edmonton himself, giving up those big plays and blowing coverage. So I think he's actually allowed more than 2 touchdowns. And you look at Nelson Locombo, he's only had 33 snaps at safety in 2026. So I don't necessarily think his numbers this season relate that much to what Ford has done at safety. I think for Locombo to get a better picture of who he is at safety, you need to look at 2025 and 2024. And in 2025, he was really good at safety, even though, Teagan, you know, at times on the post-game call-in show, he did take some heat. So in 2025, he had a 76.4 overall grade, which is out of 100. So that's really good. He had 446 snaps at safety, 13 targets in primary coverage, 7 receptions allowed, 7 first downs, 4 receptions over 15 yards, and 2 touchdowns. The key for me, 1 missed tackle by Locombo in 2025. That has been an issue for Ford in 2026. He has the 4th most missed tackles in the CFL with 16. So I think you combine the missed tackles, the blown coverages, and that leads you back to Locombo playing safety. To me, at the moment, it's a smart decision by the Riders coaching staff to shuffle the deck in the secondary with Locombo going to safety and James Burgess Jr., the American, taking over at cornerback.
And we're going to talk a little bit more about that ratio shuffle here in just a moment. But we see on the depth chart here, 5 in, 5 out for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Quite a bit of movement here. And one of those names that we're seeing on the depth chart for the first time this season for the Riders in Shamar Bridges, who was just signed by the Riders after being released by Hamilton, and now only days later stepping into that starting lineup. So we know what he can do based on his history, but how significant do you think this could be for the Riders receiving core?
I think it could be a big addition considering Johnny Johnson III is out with a head injury, and Bridges has proven talent in this league. The key, though, for this game against the Argonauts is going to be how much of the playbook has Bridges been able to digest, and can he play fluidly in Mark Mueller's offense? Trevor Harris talked about it leading into the game that he spent a lot of extra time with Bridges to try to get him as comfortable with the playbook as possible. And you would imagine that's also going to happen on the field. Trevor Harris said post-game after the loss in BC that miscommunication was an issue. I think he's going to make sure that Bridges knows what routes he's running before the huddle is broken at Mosaic Stadium against Toronto. And it's early in his tenure, so I don't know how much he'll be moved around. But the reason that Bridges really fits what the Riders do is that he can play multiple positions on your offense. He's listed as the X receiver into the boundary, which is really the closest receiver spot in the CFL to what you typically see players doing in the NFL, you know, like a Jamar Chase. Teagan, I'll use that name because I know you're a Bengals fan. But Bridges can move all over the place. He can play in the slot. He can play that wideout spot on the strong side or the field side as well. So I look for him to be moved around a little bit, and that will really be based on how much of the playbook he's been able to grasp in just a handful of days in Riderville.
Well, and then you do look at this depth chart here, Justin, and there are a lot of moving pieces here, and especially with Bridges coming in, you know, as that American receiver, we do see a lot of shuffling on the ratio here. So how did they piece together this puzzle in Week 13?
Indeed, Teagan. You have 3 Canadian receivers all starting on the field side of the field, or the strong side of the field. And the one that stands out to me is Dylan Jette, going from starting at that X spot on the boundary side. We talked about it. That's where Bridges is, to, at least on the depth chart, backing up Daniel Weeb at the wideout spot. And people will remember, I'm sure, the interception that happened in BC where Jette appeared to gear down his route. Trevor Harris threw it late. That led to an interception. And Trevor Harris was quite frustrated after throwing that INT. So I think that's one of the miscommunication elements that happened during the loss in BC. But I like this move because I think there's some upside to be realized in Daniel Weeb. And I think there's actually a lot of it. So I understand from a coaching standpoint, you perhaps don't want to just throw some of these guys to the fire. But the fact now that you have Samuel Emilus back on the 6-game injured list, Keane Schaefer-Baker is there as well, I think it's smart to go to Daniel Weeb. And he's shown that whatever situation you've put him in, returner, spot receiver on offense, even this starting role, that he can handle it. So really intrigued to see that. And then the other change that was made in terms of the ratio that needs to be talked about is Zach Fry going back in at left guard and Eric Anderson going to a backup role. Anderson started against BC. I thought was decent overall. Fry is the veteran there, so it looks like they're trying to stabilize that unit up front in front of Trevor Harris.
So then what do you make of Antoine Brooks Jr. being out of the lineup in tonight's contest here at Mosaic Stadium?
You know, he showed so much upside down the stretch last year, Teagan. That's why the Riders felt comfortable moving CJ Rivas to safety. And ultimately, that was the secondary look that allowed the Riders to win the Grey Cup. And it was the reason why Saskatchewan was comfortable letting CJ Rivas go in free agency to the Ottawa Red Blacks, because they felt that Brooks still had some upside to realize, but he has struggled at times. I think he has also been good at times. It's worth saying that. But against BC in particular last week, he was trying to chase down Javon Gatoy from behind on the Lions' first touchdown in the game. I also thought Jackson Ford was partly at fault for that one. But when you delve into the advanced statistics, courtesy Pro Football Focus, Antoine Brooks Jr. has 21 missed tackles in 2026. That's the most in the Canadian Football League. I understand that strong side linebacker position is a difficult one to play, but Brooks Jr. has not tackled as well in 2026, especially as of late, compared to what he looked like down the stretch. So I think this will be a harsh dose of reality for Brooks, but also an opportunity for him to realize that he needs to level up his game and can't be making mistakes and letting guys run free down the seam and missing tackles, and your job could be at stake. So I think with Ford and Brooks Jr., it's important to note, to me, these are just learning lessons, right? These are opportunities where it's a bit of a bump in the road and it's about how they respond. So let's see how they respond, at practice after the Argos game and the rest of the season. And I think the Riders are hoping it's the same case.
Well, we know there were some messages sent in practice earlier this week following their performance in BC last week. But let's shift gears here really quick while we have a couple of minutes, Justin. NFL preseason is now starting to wind down. And for Saskatchewan Roughrider fans, a few names that we're watching closely here. And Curtis Rourke, who is back after, suffering some broken ribs from the sounds of things with the 49ers. And that club has some decisions to make in the QB room. Then we also have former rider Dante Myers, who's making some noise in Cincy. So what are you hearing? What are you seeing when it comes to these Canadians as the NFL roster decisions are right around the corner?
One Canadian, one former CFL.
Oh, yes.
CFL,
Yeah,
important distinction. But yes, it's important to note, I think the final NFL roster cut down deadline is Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern teams. All 32 teams must trim their active roster down to 53 players. Then there's a waiver claim period that ends Monday at 1 p.m. And then practice squads can be formed after those waivers are processed. So let's get into Rourke. He looked really good in about quarter and a half of action, I should say, with San Francisco in their first preseason game, but sustained, according to head coach Kyle Shanahan, not one, not two, but 3 broken ribs in that football game, and did not play in the rest of the preseason schedule. So the Niners are going to have to make a decision. Do they go with Curtis Rourke on the 53-man active roster, or do they risk putting him on waivers to try to get him down to the practice squad? Based on the intel that I've heard, I think that would be difficult. It seems like there would be some other NFL teams that would put in a waiver claim for him. And you couple that with the fact that Adrian Martinez, the veteran quarterback there that he was competing for the number 3 job with, didn't look really great in the preseason. So I would think that there's a better chance than not that Rourke ends up on the 53-man active roster, but you never know in the NFL, and you got to be healthy ultimately. So Adrian Martinez at this point, by all accounts, is healthy, and Rourke has to work through this issue with his ribs. Now to Dante Myers, who looked great in the preseason, drew rave reviews from Joe Burrow and almost all the rest of the Bengals. And if you're having throwing side sessions for over half an hour with Joe Burrow, to me, that says that you have a really good chance to make the practice squad, if not the 53-man active roster. And what a story for Dante Myers, who has given it his all. It seems like his chances are really good. But again, I would stress to people, you never know what can happen in the NFL. Case in point, last year with Taylor Elgersma, it looked like he had won the number 3 quarterback job in Green Bay. But what they did was ending up releasing him and went out and grabbed Clayton Tune off waivers from Arizona, who didn't even have 1 minute of experience in that offense in Green Bay, even though the head coach, Matt LaFleur, said he wanted a quarterback with experience in the offense. So sometimes these NFL head coaches and general managers say one thing and do another. That's why it's important to know when the cut-down deadline is and pay attention to it, especially in these 2 cases with Rourke and Myers, who have ties to the Riders.
We'll definitely be keeping an eye on that next week. Justin, we do need to take a break here, but we're going to bring you back in because we still have to talk about Chad Kelly, Trevor Harris, this matchup tonight here at Mosaic Stadium. So we'll get you back here shortly before kickoff. Appreciate the time.
Let's do it.
It's the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hi, I'm Fraser Tolmie, your Member of Parliament for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan. Saskatchewan is my home, and representing our province in Ottawa is my top priority. That's why I'm working hard to deliver lower prices for you and your family, stand up for our farmers, speak out for our veterans, and so much more. Canadian football is such an important part of the over 60 communities I serve in Ottawa and brings so many different people together in a positive way. Let's go, Saskatchewan. Thank you.
104.9 The Wolf is Regina's rock station and home of Chad and Evan in the morning.
Well, I've had a few doses of mini donuts this year already. And Cannon, those mini donuts, the best mini donuts going. And I always say, I'm going to share. You don't share. And then my hands are covered in sugar and I just sit there and lick my fingers. And then you're like, who's this weirdo? Did you touch all the donuts after? Of course. You wear them as a ring. Well, now I'm going to.
Streaming at thewolfrocks.com.
To get the job done right, you need the right machine for the job. For better hay, the right machine is the 1316S Heston Disc Mower Conditioner by Massey Ferguson. The 1316S Heston is the rugged, high-capacity mower designed for reliable performance with a 16-foot working width. The 1316S Heston also has the quick change tool, making changing blades easier, getting you back to cutting hay quickly. See the Heston by Massey Ferguson at Nick's Service in Emerald Park, nickservice.com.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. Milligan Bio has a need for seed, and they want your heated and damaged canola today. Milligan Bio, a locally owned Canadian company based in Foam Lake, has space available for your canola and is accepting immediate delivery. Get that damaged canola out of your bins and put the cash in your pocket. Call Milligan Bio now at 272-6284. That's 272-6284 to arrange your delivery or on-farm pickup. MilliganBio.com.
Imagine designing water treatment equipment that takes very little maintenance and input costs. Well, I'm Brian Tennant with Farm Fresh Water. We live on a farm. When we designed our reverse osmosis systems, we took into consideration everything we could to have the least amount of input costs after we install a unit. We like it like that on our farm, and our customers appreciate that on their farm. See us at farmfreshwater.ca.
SEIU West members are
phlebotomist, food service worker, security officer, plumber,
continuing care assistant,
porter, licensed practical nurse, medical device reprocessing worker, purchasing agent,
environmental services worker,
social services worker, cook, health information management practitioner, switchboard operator,
distribution worker.
The backbone of your public health care system. Learn more at seius.ca.
At Bourgault Tillage Tools, they build products to fit your farm, to fit your equipment. Increase your field speed with Vantage Edge seeding. or applying fertilizer. Vantage Edge paired with their proprietary focus clips give you precision placement and low soil disturbance. BTT's series of ultra-narrow openers engineered for producers who demand precision, efficiency, and uncompromised performance in every pass. We're here to help you succeed. Forgo Tillage Tools.
It's an all-access pass to everything you need to know about your Saskatchewan Roughriders. This is the Croft Electric Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
You got Teagan Witko and Wes Cates with you live from the Sports Cage Lounge inside Mosaic Stadium, getting you set for this 5 o'clock kickoff. Second in the West versus second in the East. Riders and Argos right here tonight. Saturday Night Lights, and we're ready to get you set for this one. But in the meantime, let's dive into it, Wes. It is your homegrown segment brought to you by 2S Auctioneers Online Auction House. Start bidding today at 2sauctioneers.ca. And we are pleased to be joined by our next guest for this segment, Anton Amendrud, U of S Huskies quarterback. He is joining us live on the line. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us, Anton.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
So for those who maybe don't know your story, Anton, you were diagnosed with cancer last year and you spent months away from football while going through treatment. How important was it for you, your family, and your teammates to get you through all of that, to ultimately get you back onto the field as early as this past week?
Yeah, it was quite the journey this last year, but having all the support in Saskatchewan and all the support from my coaches and staff and my family was phenomenal, and they were able to get me back to where I am right now, and I couldn't be more grateful.
How good did it feel to get back onto the field Thursday night?
It felt amazing. I felt like a little kid. I was so excited to get playing again, and being able to play Thursday night was remarkable.
What was your process like as you were kind of gearing up to get back onto the field? Did it feel odd, kind of, going through the motions of like a typical practice day, or was that something surreal? Did it hit you emotionally? Like how did just getting back with your fellow teammates feel?
Yeah, at the start of training camp, just those first couple double days of training camp, it was just like a crazy feeling, being back out there with my best friends playing ball. And I just couldn't wait for Thursday to come to get some live action. And it still doesn't feel real, to be honest. It was a little emotional for me, but I tried to hold it all together, but it was awesome.
And with that live action, how did you feel? How many quarters did you get in out of the game? Did you play the whole thing, or?
I got like a quarter and a bit, but it felt great. It came back pretty quick to me. The first drive, I think I was a little antsy, but I think that's normal. And once I kind of shook that off, it was pretty smooth and it felt great.
Anton, 35-1 preseason win. I mean, that's got to feel good heading into this season. And I mean, coming off of last year, I know that you were certainly speaking with, Jake Farrell as someone who was stepping into that quarterback role. How much has that relationship developed since last season?
Yeah, me and Jake are really good buddies. I've been on the team with him for 4 years now, and I can't say enough good things about the guy. I mean, the position he had to step into last year and the job he did was really good. And he's a super humble guy. He's a leader on his team, and it's just awesome to see how good he did last year.
It seems like you guys pretty much dominated that preseason game in all phases. What was the message after the game? How's the team feeling after a win like that?
Yeah, we were feeling good. We understand at the end of the day it's a preseason game, and we got to take it week by week and just go 1-0 every week. But we felt good. A lot of young guys got to get in there, and they played some good, meaningful football. So it was awesome to see those young guys go in there and play great, and it was just good. All three phases of the game were dominating, and that's fun to watch.
Anton, you say go 1-0 every week. That is a familiar comment that we hear here in Rider Nation. And speaking of which, I mean, you spent a lot of time throwing to a guy in Daniel Wiebe, at the University of Saskatchewan. He's getting some reps with the Roughriders. What's it been like seeing a guy that you had so much success with in your U Sports career now getting the opportunity at a CFL level?
Yeah, it's awesome to see. Dan Wiebe's a great guy on and off the field. That's another guy you can't say enough things about. He's one of the best football players I've ever got to witness, and I'm just very happy for him that he's out there playing in the CFL and doing his thing. And when he gets his shots, he makes them count. So he's a beast.
Do you have, Anton, any personal goals as far as stats or maybe what you wanted to accomplish this season? What were you looking forward to going into the season this year?
I'm just hoping we have a really good year with the team. Not really anything too personal. Like I don't, at the end of the day, stats are just stats. I care about the team wins, and we can get back to that Vanier this year and get the job done this year. So that's really all I'm looking forward to.
Anton, it's been so much fun seeing you get back onto the field this season with the University of Saskatchewan Huskies. What does it feel like to finally get back on that field and have that hunger? What is the message that you're sending to the rest of your team as being one of the leaders on the squad?
Yeah, we just got to be hungry. I mean, we've come up short of the Vanier 3 times in the last 5 years. It's something that we all understand that's our end goal, and we just got to be hungry for it. I mean, you never know when it's going to be your last down of football. Me personally, I didn't know if I was going to be able to play this year again, but I was blessed with the opportunity that I'm going to be able to play again. So I'm going to try and make the most of it, and I'm going to try to let everyone know you got to take the advantage or all the opportunities you can get. So I'm really hoping we can do that this year.
Anton, your perseverance on and off the field is so admirable, and we cannot wait to see what you can do with the University of Saskatchewan Huskies this year. Thank you so much for taking the time to do this today, and we can't wait to see you back on the field next week.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Well, thank you very much, Anton, joining us on the line here. Anton Amendrud, watch for his number 11 on the University of Saskatchewan Huskies squad this upcoming Canada West season. Again, we appreciate his time. We are going to take a quick break, Wes, and we're going to come back on the other side with Today in Rough Rider History with Dave Thomas and Rob Vanstone. Also, your Green and White Great segment with Quinn Magnuson. So hang tight. We're going to be back here in just a second. It is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Another busy week at Twist Auctioneers in Indian Head. Monday, August 31st, is an estate auction for one collector of antique Japanese tin toys, collector toys, oil and gas memorabilia, and much more. On Tuesday, September the 1st, large sale of shop tools and yard items, hardware, tractor seats. We've got some cabinets and a whole lot of other great items. Our next equipment sale is going to be on September the 14th. We got lawnmowers, Kubota diesel tractor, and more in that one already. Check it out, 2sauctioneers.ca, online auction house in Indian Head.
Dan from Croft Electric explains how important farms are to his business.
Yeah, we would consider it a privilege to come out to your farm and do work for you, give you a quote, give you a free safety check of whether it be your barn, your shop, your grain operation, your home, and then follow up with a quote. We would consider it a privilege to be able to come out to your farm.
Croft Electric.
We believe we'd be the right choice for you.
CroftElectric.com.
Howdy, y'all. It's Wood Country Woody again. Well, looks like new home prices are still higher than a giraffe on an extension ladder. But a custom and RTM home from Wood Country gives you what you're looking for at a price that's down to earth. They draft your home for your right in store. Then they custom build your home right on your site. Literally thousands less for a home you actually want. See Wood Country today.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Wood-country.com.
Need tires that tackle every terrain? Trust Integra Tire Grenfell. But they're more than just tires. Trust them for all your towing, mechanical repairs, and farm service needs as well. From your family car to your combine, they keep you rolling with expert service and small town care. Farm tough, road ready, always reliable. Integra Tire Grenfell, where rubber meets the road and service meets the standard. Locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell, at the intersection of Highways 1 and 47. Truly local.
The Green and White knows there's nothing better than a good road trip, but some trips are bigger than others. If you're between 18 and 35, you can work and travel abroad in over 35 countries through the Away to Work program. Travel independently with Go Solo or explore working holiday placements in agriculture, horticulture, viticulture, and hospitality. They help with the resources, guidance, and support to make the big leap feel a little less scary. Kick off a new adventure at awaytowork.ca.
You can travel now. Get away to work.
Did you know you can get endless streaming and live entertainment anywhere in Canada?
Now wait just a moose a minute.
You can, thanks to Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer. So cross that border to Flin Flon, Manitoba, and your shows come with you. Why stop there? Head to Vulcan, Alberta, or heck, even St. Louis du Ha-Ha, Quebec, the town with exclamation marks in its name. See Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer, for details on Max TV Stream, internet, and cellular service.
For 10 years, JK Junior Containment has been helping Saskatchewan oil fields save a lot of green on the ground and in the bank. The little blue box that's built to last. JK Junior is a Saskatchewan-made, patented wellhead containment system, trusted for reliable protection in tough conditions. And while the product may be blue, this time of year, we're all about the green. Celebrate 10 years of reliable, innovative wellhead containment with a product trusted by champions. Learn more today at jkjunior.com.
Play 92, number one for throwbacks. And home of Mark and Jess in the morning.
I do the in-game hosting for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, and I love hanging with the fans at games. It's so much fun. If you're not at the stadium for games, what are you doing?
Mark and Jess wake you up 6 to 10 weekday mornings. Number one for throwbacks all day. Stream at play92.ca.
It's an all-access pass to everything you need to know about your Saskatchewan Roughriders. This is the Croft Electric Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
And we're starting to see all the fans flood into the tailgating area, the beer garden, the party in the park here, brought to you by Security Building Supplies. Yeah, we're starting to really light up here at Mosaic Stadium on a wonderful afternoon for some football here. 5 o'clock kickoff between the Saskatchewan Roughriders, who are 6-4, taking on the Toronto Argonauts at 5-5, with that playoff race tightening up just a little bit here as we're past the midway point of the season. Every game carries a little more weight. Saskatchewan back at home tonight, looking to protect its position in the West. But first, let's take a little bit of a trip back in time before we get too far ahead of ourselves here with Dave Thomas, voice of your Saskatchewan Roughriders, with Rob Vanstone.
All right, August the 29th, Rob Vanstone, today in Riders history.
Yesterday in Rider history, go back to 1992. The last time before today, the Roughriders actually played on August 29th. Beat BC 47-36. Ken Austin threw 4 touchdown passes, 2 of them to Jeff Fairholm, who had 160 yards worth of receptions on 4 catches. Ray Elgard, on his 33rd birthday, caught 8 passes for 207 yards. And quite the offensive display 34 years ago today. Can't believe it's been that long since an August 29th game, not just here, anywhere. And so we're overdue for this one.
So if you had an opportunity to watch on the stream, you can see that we were having some fun with some album covers there as we took a trip back in history with Rob Vanstone, Rider historian and senior journalist. And happy birthday, happy 30th birthday to our sister station 104.9 The Wolf. I was actually running that event last night at the Exchange, and man, we had a great time. So
good birthday party?
A little birthday party, yeah.
Nice celebration. Yeah,
it was a good celebration. So yes, happy 30th birthday to 104.9 The Wolf. It cleared out of there by about midnight because, yeah, we're all a little bit older than 30. So it was still a good time, though. Thank you to Rob Vanstone for taking a little bit of a trip back in time. And, of course, shouting out our little friend over there, our Jeff Fairholm. That was
Farrell,
kind of cool
4 for 160. That was like Fairholm was catching some bombs when he played.
Fairholm was a baller.
His yards.
I'm sure he's still a baller.
His yards per catch that was ridiculous.
Oh, heck yeah. We love Mr. Fairholm, but now we do need to turn things over to another green and white great. Not Mr. Fairholm today, unfortunately, but in his stead, we're actually going to be talking with a different Rider legend, Quinn Magnuson. He's going to be talking to us about his journey from playing football to leading people and what the CFL taught him about resilience and why those lessons still apply today. Here is Dave Thomas.
It's time for another round of Green and White Greats. We are so pleased to be welcomed by former CFL offensive lineman. He's a podcaster and author, but as my kids know him, he's Leafs' dad. We're pleased to be joined by Quinn Magnuson. Quinn, thanks so much for doing this.
Oh, Dave, it's awesome to talk to Saskatchewan people again. Being out here in BC, I missed chatting with people, especially anybody associated with the Riders.
Well, let's talk a little bit of football, shall we? And I really want to start with your path to professional football. Again, a lot of people with your dad, your Uncle Keith, would have expected you to go down the road of playing hockey, but football took you on a journey that really led you to a lot of great places.
You know, it's funny you mentioned the hockey thing because my son Leif, who we'll talk about in a second here, and I had the exact same journey in hockey, is that we were both really big kids on skates. and we weren't allowed to obviously use our body. They wouldn't allow body checking until when I was young, it was 12. And then as soon as he got to 12, they switched it to 13 on him. And so we both just said, well, we're getting, circle skated around us by these younger, smaller kids. Let's go to some place where we can hit people and use our size. So we both ended up in football, and that's really why we kind of moved away from hockey. And sorry, Uncle Keith, and God rest his soul. But yeah, we both ended up in football about at the age of 13. For me, it was 9th grade at Holy Cross in Saskatoon, and for him, it was 7th grade, and I got to coach him back then. But both of us had a little bit of athletic ability, even though we were big kids, and we played multiple sports, but we were both also late bloomers too. And that's what, Leaf wasn't the best football player in the city, by far until probably grade 11 or 12. So yeah, it was an interesting journey. And for me, it was, standard high school at Holy Cross in Saskatoon, 1 year Hilltops, just to kind of season myself a little bit, because I was only 17 when I graduated high school. So I was like, I need to play against bigger, better competition. So that 1 year of the Hilltops really did that for me in '88, back in the 1900s, as I like to say. And then it was, scholarship offers down to the United States, which both Leif and I were blessed with.
At what point did that opportunity to go south start to enter your mind and maybe something that you wanted to pursue? Was it high school? Was it when you were with the Hilltops?
The one thing that really did it for me, Dave, was I came from a poverty situation. My single mom raised 3 of us. And it was like, if I'm going to university, it has to be on scholarship, but we have to find money somewhere. And so I just, took it upon myself to literally sit in the library at Holy Cross and make VHS tapes to send down to, I think me and Coach Hardy sent them down to about 10 or 15 schools. And grade 12 season, there were scholarship offers from Hawaii, Cincinnati, in the Dakota schools, a couple others. And then I was like, well, no, I'm too young and I want to get bigger. So that's when I did the year of the Hilltops. And then the next year after the Hilltops was like, so these coaches were like, so you tell me you played another year of, what is it, junior football, but you didn't lose eligibility. And they loved that because they got bigger and stronger. And then it was like, 10 or 12 D1 offers down to the States. Leif had a different path because obviously with technology and with Twitter and exposing yourself through U18 camps and playing on Team Canada and all that stuff really is what got him noticed. Because if you take a look at the past, well, let's just say past 60 years, there's only a handful of kids from Saskatchewan who've gone down to the United States on full D1 football scholarships. Ruben Mays obviously would have been the biggest name. There's a few guys from the Riders that I played with, great alumni, names that went down for a couple of years back in the 60s and 70s. But, Leif and I take a lot of pride in being from Saskatchewan, representing, I guess you could say the green and white in general, and then being able to go down and have your education paid for, and then, playing at the highest level. And we both did.
When you went to school, Washington State was where you eventually ended up. What did you take away from that experience? Because then obviously there's a lot of people that are thinking right away, okay, maybe there's a pro opportunity from here.
I was like, as long as I go in the draft, I'm going to a team and I have an opportunity to prove myself. And that's what happened with Winnipeg in, in 93 in the 6th round. Leaf was, much different in that, he had 14 Division I offers, played at the highest level again in Arizona, same conference, ironically, which was kind of cool. Played in a massive bowl game in 2023 against Oklahoma Sooners. And now, he's at Cal Poly. But I said to him, I go, look, you're an offensive lineman. You're from Canada. The CFL draft just loves Canadian offensive linemen. But if you're playing at the highest level in the States, you're going to be a 1st or 2nd round pick as long as you play down in the States and you show athletic ability and you're not injury prone and things like that. So that's the opportunity he's going to have next year.
Quinn Magnuson, before we literally flip a page on this conversation, I do always ask a welcome to the CFL moment, whether it was training camp, whether it was that first signing, whether it was the game. What was your moment?
The real moment was getting into a game. It was like 3rd or 4th game of the season in Winnipeg, and I think we were playing Hamilton in Winnipeg. And Dave Black, once again, another legend, went down. He was the right guard, offensive line, and he went down. And I'm like, oh, I'm up. So, because I was the 6th offensive lineman that night. So I get thrown in the game. We get in the huddle, and Matt Dunnigan looks at me, and he grabs me by the face mask, and he goes, you ready, kid? I'm like, I was just shaking, like I was vibrating. And I think they called like it was an inside zone. And I was so hyper and just fired up that I missed my block. and I was like, oh, I'm never, that's it. Never getting my chance again. I'm going to get fired here. And we got back to the huddle. My head's kind of down. And Matty Dunnigan grabs me by the face mask again. He goes, forget about it. Next play. Let's go. And that moment just gave me chills because Matt was such an incredible leader. Like we would have ran through brick walls for him.
All right, Quinn Magnuson, I know that you do a lot of leadership work. And again, if you do a Google of Quinn Magnuson and the work that you do, it is absolutely phenomenal, the number of people that you have reached. One of the things that you talk about in your book, in your podcast, is effort over results. Can you explain what that methodology means?
Yeah, it's the philosophy of, and this is nothing new, and I don't want people to think that I just came up with this. It's about process over outcome, in that whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish, whether it is you want to earn a scholarship, or you want to get a particular job, or you want to at some point get a really nice car, be able to earn that vehicle. No matter what it is that you're trying to accomplish in life, the result you're going for, the outcome you're going for, you can't control the outcome. You can't control the scoreboard. And this is what I tell teams that I coach, athletes that I coach, is like, you can't control the scoreboard or the referees or even, what the coaches think or say about you. You can only control your own attitude and effort being the number one thing. Because you could have a great attitude, but if you don't put in the effort, right? And you got to have both. So I came up with the philosophy and the saying effort over results. And I used it with my kids, when they were in high school. So this would have been back in, 2019, 2020 is really where it started. And as I started to say that more to my son, and Leif's actually used it in interviews down in Arizona when he was there, but we started to realize that, when we put a results obsessed world on our kids, on our athletes, on our employees, it forces them into a brain, a mode of, well, unless I succeed, I'm a failure. And that is certainly not what we need to be putting on our students, our athletes, our own children, or our employees, or each other for really that matter. It's like, if we're completely obsessed with results, it means you're disregarding the effort, you're disregarding all the blood, sweat, and tears that went into, trying to get that result. And then people become defeatist upon themselves. They become very negative. And it's like, why would I even try when, my boss says you didn't hit your targets, or my mom and dad said, well, you didn't make the tier 1 hockey team. I think it's called something else now. Or your teacher goes, well, there's another 50. It's like, well, now you've just killed that person's spirit, even though they put effort in. And so I keep trying to coach leaders. And when I say leaders, I'm not talking about corporate leaders only. I'm talking about parents. I'm talking about coaches of, athletes, teachers in a classroom of students, is that preach effort. Talk to the kids about effort. Because if I said to you, Dave, if I said, great job, you're like, okay, well, that's great. But if I said, I really appreciated the effort you put into studying for that test last night, even though you didn't do very well, I love the effort you put in. Your brain is going to say, oh, I can repeat that. I can duplicate the effort regardless of the result, because my mom or dad or coach or teacher or whatever is more focused on me putting the effort in. I can control that. And now I feel better about myself. And now I feel better about being able to accomplish something. And then you don't quit.
Quinn Magnuson, we are running out of time, but before I let you go, we got to do the dad brag, because it is so awesome what Leif has accomplished again. And he's not your only child, but boy, I tell you, getting ranked number 10 by the CFL must make you proud, not only of him, but your entire family must be just thrilled.
It blew me away when they came out last, I think it was like a week and a half ago, because a good friend of mine actually texted me. He goes, well, you probably already saw this, but Leafs ranked number 10 by TSN in the CFL draft. I'm like, what? Where did you see this? And he sent me the link, and I was like, holy crap. And there's some great names on the list. I remember David Benefield, right? I mean, I believe he played in the same time I did, roughly, but Ty Benefield's an incredible player from Canada down in the United States. And then there's a few, you notice that all those kids, and I know people balk at this, but it's like all those kids in the top 10 went to American schools. The level of competition down in the United States is just a little bit better. The coaching, is obviously there's just 1,000 more coaches, right? But the fact that Leif got onto the top 10, when he was at Arizona, it was something that we're like, okay, we figured he'll go first, second round, third round, and the top 3 rounds in the draft. Because once again, offensive lineman, Canadian, that's what they need in the CFL. But then when the number 10 came out, it was like almost a bit surreal, because he's on that same list, and now he's got an opportunity to go first round, second round next year.
Only he would have taken it a little easier on my kids in this. Never mind. We'll get into that. Quinn, if we want to find out more with your podcast, your book, your leadership, how do we do that?
Yeah, so my website is Effort Over Results, results with an S, effortoverresults.com or recognitionarchitecture.com. Both of them lead to the same spot, but it talks about all the leadership coaching that I do and really what it stands for and how it can. This isn't a corporate thing. This can help you and your kids. It can help you and your athletes, you and your students in the classroom, employers with their employees. And I love the philosophy. I love the framework, and I think it can help, lots of people. So I'm really happy to be able to bring that to people. So effortoverresults.com, and you can reach me at quinn@effortoverresults.com if you want to reach out to me.
Quinn, it's amazing catching up with you. Thank you so much for sharing some of your time. We look forward to seeing you in Saskatchewan at some point, and we wish you and the family all the best.
Thanks, Dave. What an honor to be on the show today. Thank you.
That was our Green and White Great segment with our very own Dave Thomas, voice of your Saskatchewan Roughriders, who will be joining us here in just a little over an hour. He was catching up with Quinn Magnuson as part of our Green and White Great segment and talking about potentially the next upcoming Green and White Great. The Obsidian jerseys are on. The boys are going to be heading onto the field here shortly. A packed Mosaic Stadium, near a sellout here tonight for a matchup with a little extra juice this evening as the Riders look to break a 2-game losing skid, and the Argos looking to get back in the win column for a second week in a row. We have so much more to get into, including behind the face mask with our very own Barney Shinkruk, as we catch up with running backs coach Andrew Harris. That's going to be coming up next year. In the meantime, we'll take a quick break. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
104.9 The Wolf is Regina's rock station and home of Chad and Evan in the morning.
Hey, are you still waiting on your Grey Cup ring?
I am.
I'm a multi-sport athlete.
Yeah. I'm not even an athlete, but I should get one.
Yeah.
So where's my ring?
Well, I think fans can buy them.
Yeah, I know you can, but I want one like the players have.
I don't think we're important enough to get one of those.
We definitely are not, but maybe if they win one this year. Just throwing it out there. Huh?
Streaming at thewolfrocks.com.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
This football season, Positively Perfect Pets is offering a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Dan from Positively Perfect is your quarterback for your pet's food decisions and everything else for your furry friends. The customer service will always go long for anything you need, setting their team apart from the big box stores. Get everything for your pet with Positively Perfect Pets, 4637 Ray Street. Visit their Facebook page and onestopdogshop.com.
Unlike the country song Kick the Dust Up, Milligan Bio knows for those of you that are construction site managers, farmers, golf course and park managers, or rural homeowners, it's all about keeping the dust down, inspiring their environmentally friendly road dust suppressant. Safe and easy to use, Milligan Bio's road dust suppressant controls the dust, coats the surface, and reduces grading and maintenance needs. To book application, call 306-272-6284.
At Bourgault Tillage Tools, we build products to fit your farm, to fit your equipment, like our complete line of seeding openers. Strategic carbide application ensures longer wear and precise seed and fertilizer placement. Openers to fit Bourgault, John Deere, Vatterstad Seedhawk, Case New Holland, Morris, and others. Try before you buy with BTT's demo program. No pressure, no obligation to buy. We're here to help you succeed. Bourgault Tillage Tools.
SEIU West members are
Medical Equipment Coordinator,
Combined Laboratory and X-ray Technologist,
Orderly, Biomedical Engineering Technologist,
File Clerk,
MRI Technologist,
Carpenter,
Pharmacy Technician, Cardiology Technologist,
Staff Scheduler,
Information Technology Analyst.
the backbone of your public health care system. Learn more at seius.ca.
Summer is here, and it's the best time to get out on the road. So why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry's service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service air conditioning systems. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
He's a Saskatchewan Roughrider legend, a Grey Cup champion, and part of the Sports Cage. Catch Double Talk with Darian Durand every Monday on the Sports Cage. Doubles is talking all things CFL and riders like only he can. Double Talk is brought to you by Dutch Agriculture, quality for generations. Catch it live Mondays, just after 5, or check out the podcast at sportscage.com. Getting you set for Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the Croft Electric Countdown to Kickoff. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
And you're live inside the Sports Cage Lounge with Teagan Witko and Wes Cates here at Mosaic Stadium. As the doors are open now, people are starting to filter in. Tailgating is rocking. Thank you to everybody out there in the tailgate section and the beer gardens for tuning in. Of course, you can always watch us on the stream at YouTube and sportscage.com as well. 620 CKRM has also got you covered. And of all the festivities happening at the park as well. This is week 13. Welcome. Riders are 6-4. The Argos 5-5 with the playoff race tightening up ever so slightly. We are at that point of the season where every game carries just a little more weight. Saskatchewan back at home tonight looking to make a name for themselves here against the Argos as they return to Regina for their first quote-unquote away game in Saskatchewan this season. So we're going to see if they can even up this season series on the turf tonight. But in the meantime, let's take a slight little detour here with our very own Barney Shinkrook as he takes us behind the face mask to catch up with running backs coach, Mr. Andrew Harris.
All right, here with Coach Andrew Harris. Can we start with the ladder? Like, could you rip through there if really need be?
Absolutely. I got at least 100-yard game in me, but I'm not going to show you because then you're going to want to put me in there, and then I don't want any misconstrued notions, or I don't want to make anyone feel threatened either.
I gotcha. Okay, you've now lived on both sides of this rivalry. I know Labor Day is a week away, but Winnipeg and Regina. What do you say to people, of a guy that's lived in both places? Can we all just get along, kind of thing, or is the rivalry a good thing?
Rivalry is beautiful. It's amazing. I think some people take it a little too far, but there's a substantial. Everyone thinks, oh yeah, at the end of the day they hate each other because we're so the same. But there's a big difference between a Regina and a Winnipegger. Regina Knight, or what do you got? Regina? I don't know. Regina and a Winnipegger.
Yeah.
Or just even the culture within living in the two different places. Yeah. Both are enjoyable. Both places I love being in both. But the game itself is electric and great to be a part of.
When you go back to Winnipeg, what's one thing you have to eat? You have to go to your your spot.
Hands down, Nicolino's Italian restaurant, the south of Winnipeg. Good friend of mine owns it, and yeah, they treat me good there. It's a. I'm there within the first 4 hours that I'm home, no matter when or what time or when time of the season or what time of the day I'm at. I'm there within the first 4 hours.
I'm gonna check it out because I know Silver Heights is really good, but when I've gone there for
not even close.
Not even close.
Okay. I love Silver Heights is good. Sorry to the guys at Silver Heights, but Nicolino's is hands down.
Okay.
Yeah.
But as a hockey parent, I'm there so much, and it's like, hey, Chicken Chef, Salisbury House, those are two kind of prominent Winnipeg things. If you had to pick one, which one would you go to?
I'm going with the Nip for sure. Salisbury House. Nips, yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah.
But Chicken Chef, I mean the pizza and chicken combo. Man, it's tough actually. But I'm going with the burger all day.
What do you think of Regina style pizza?
I love it. It gets a lot of wrath from people that are traditionalists, but for me, if I can eat a full box of pizza, I feel like a fat ass. But in Regina style, I can only have 2 or 3, so I feel like I'm being more conservative, and I'm a little bit healthier, even though it's 2 inches thick. Yeah.
When's the last time you actually played in a real hockey game?
Competitive?
No, even just a good pickup one.
Oh, a couple weeks, actually about a month ago. I played with JC LaPon and a couple of the guys in the summer league here. Yeah. That was fun. Had a good time.
What kind of player were you? If you had to say back in the day, what kind of player were you?
I was a guy that was, I was scrappy. I was in the corners, speed guy down the middle. But one guy that could set guys up. Never the greatest shot, but if I got you in tight, I had nice hands. So, but yeah, I lead the league in points and penalty minutes every year, and still doing some rights in some leagues. So
I heard power forward.
Okay, power forward. Yeah, okay, I'll take that. Take that.
Now, growing up in Winnipeg, I think you're only a year separated from Jonathan Taves. Growing up, did you play against him, with him at all?
Yeah, no, we're the same age. We played against each other like way back in minor hockey, and then he kind of moved on to the States, as he kind of got into the AAA midget realm and our Bantam AAA. So, but yeah, we crossed paths a few times, and yeah, honestly, before he came back to Winnipeg, we were kind of chatting, and I just talking about the pressures. Like, I know it's a little different realm just with the Jets and Bombers, but after him coming off his stint and what he was going through, I was proud to see him get back out there. I wish we had a better season for him, but it's tough to do at our age, to come back and to do something you love, and with all the pressure on it too, it's a tough situation.
I heard a guy that you skated with quite a bit, who's actually a pretty good hockey player, Nick Dembski.
Okay, yeah, Demrick and Wheel.
What kind of player is he?
We're very similar. Very similar. He's not as good though.
Okay, bigger day in your life, when the Jets left way back when, or when the Jets came back?
Jets came back for sure. When they left, I was too young, but I actually grew up a Red Wings fan because I was so young, right, and didn't really understand the Jets and just becoming a new hockey fan and getting into it. So I remember them being there, but them coming back was definitely a bigger day for me.
Who's your favorite hockey player then of all time? Is it a Red Wing?
It's Steve Yzerman. Yeah, Steve Yzerman is an all-time favorite for sure.
Okay, so who are your line mates? Your ultimate line of all time? Is it Yzerman and maybe someone with white skates?
Yeah, I don't know. Vedorov would be good too. Yzerman would be a dream to play with, but honestly, like a guy that can play with McDavid would be unreal. McDavid, Yzerman, myself, that'd be a pretty filthy line, I think.
Did you play some senior men's hockey?
I did, yeah. After I retired, I played. So it would have been 2024. I would have played a full season. Yeah, so it was fun. I was out in Ontario, the OSHL. They call it a semi-pro league. I'm a semi-professional hockey player, but no, it was fun, man. We had a bunch of guys that we had draft picks and NHL draft picks. We had guys that played in the show for a while. Lots of guys that played Europe. It was good hockey.
It's like similar to senior in Saskatchewan, which is probably the biggest. Guess how many senior hockey teams last year there was in Saskatchewan?
I mean, I heard there's 3 or 4 divisions, so I'm assuming there's probably 30 teams or something like that.
113.
Holy! They got women's too, right?
There is now.
Yeah, that's
see,
awesome. That's awesome.
You're in the know. Yeah. Okay, ultimate hockey warm-up tune. What would it be?
Honestly, when I come on the ice and I hear the Thunderstruck, it just gets me going. Yeah. That's a banger for me for sure. Or Sandstorm.
Yeah.
Sandstorm.
Okay, so I've asked a number of guys on the team this question. What's your go-to if you had to do karaoke? If you do karaoke?
Usher, You Remind Me, or You Remind Me by Usher for sure. That's number one.
And I heard you were a pretty good ping pong player. Assess your ping pong game.
I'm horrible at ping pong. Whoever told you that's an absolute liar. Horrible.
Okay, so in all the locker rooms you've been in, who would you say is the GOAT when it comes to ping pong CFL player wise?
Nick Dembski. Nick Dembski or Justin Medlock. Justin Medlock's pretty good at ping pong, but overall, man, Dembski's pretty good at everything he does. So yeah.
Hockey, football, what's one skill that people don't know that you possess?
One skill, out of those two.
Can you cook?
I
can instrument? Can you?
I can cook. I love cooking, actually.
What's your go-to?
Man, I make everything, man, honestly. I love being on the grill. I love making pastas, like homemade pasta, the noodle and the sauce. So I'd say some sort of pasta. My son loves chicken Alfredo. It's his birthday today, so I'm making that tonight.
All right, there you go. Andrew Harris, rec hockey team, senior hockey teams, maybe reach out this year. Thanks so much for doing this.
Here, so if you need a guy, call me. All right.
Well, happy birthday to Andrew Harris's son, by the way, as we had our very own Barney Shinkruk joining him on the field here at Mosaic Stadium. That was behind the face mask with Barney. We are going to take a quick break. And you know what, Wes? All these weeks, We've been trying to get Glenn Suter on Cates' corner, and that's
Right.
finally going to happen.
He's giving me a hard time.
I know.
Then when we offered it up, he was acting like he was too good.
He's like, oh, maybe I can make it work. This week, we're making it happen. Glenn Suter joins us next. Hang tight. Cates' corner is coming up. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Milligan Bio has a need for seed, and they want your heated and damaged canola today. Milligan Bio, a locally owned Canadian company based in Foam Lake, has space available for your canola and is accepting immediate delivery. Get that damaged canola out of your bins and put the cash in your pocket. Call Milligan Bio now at 272-6284. That's 272-6284 to arrange your delivery or on-farm pickup. MilliganBio.com.
For 10 years, JK Junior Containment has been helping Saskatchewan oil fields save a lot of green, on the ground and in the bank. The little blue box that's built to last. JK Junior is a Saskatchewan-made, patented wellhead containment system, trusted for reliable protection in tough conditions. And while the product may be blue, this time of year, we're all about the green. Celebrate 10 years of reliable, innovative wellhead containment with a product trusted by champions. Learn more today at jkjunior.com.
It's late, the day is done, but you still need that part for your AGCO equipment. Good news, Nick Service now brings the parts department to your fingertips with their new e-commerce site online parts platform, Genuine AGCO Parts on Demand. You can search fast, check in stock items anytime, and see accurate pricing in seconds. No waiting, no guessing, just genuine AGCO parts available when you need it. Easy, fast, stress-free. Nick Service puts the parts counter in your pocket. Order anytime at nickservice.com.
The Green and White knows there's nothing better than a good road trip, but some trips are bigger than others. If you're between 18 and 35, you can work and travel abroad in over 35 countries through the Away to Work program. Travel independently with Go Solo or explore working holiday placements in agriculture, horticulture, viticulture, and hospitality. They help with the resources, guidance, and support to make the big leap feel a little less scary. Kick off a new adventure at awaytowork.ca.
You can travel now. Get away to work.
Did you know you can get endless streaming and live entertainment anywhere in Canada?
Now wait just a moose a minute.
You can, thanks to Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer. So cross that border to Flin Flon, Manitoba, and your shows come with you. Why stop there? Head to Vulcan, Alberta, or heck, even St. Louis du Ha-Ha, Quebec, the town with exclamation marks in its name. See Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer, for details on Max TV Stream, internet, and cellular service.
Another busy week at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head. Monday, August 31st, is an estate auction for one collector of antique Japanese tin toys, collector toys, oil and gas memorabilia, and much more. On Tuesday, September the 1st, large sale of shop tools and yard items, hardware, tractor seats. We've got some cabinets and a whole lot of other great items. Our next equipment sale is going to be on September the 14th. We got lawnmowers, Kubota diesel tractor, and more in that one already. Check it out, 2sauctioneers.ca, online auction house in Indian Head.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody here. Did you know some folks sell complete garage packages that are missing things like nails? Wood Country, though, does things right. They sell you complete garage packages. Their packages include premium grade lumber and everything you need, even walk-in doors with cladded jambs and overhead door jamb flashing. It's not a deal unless you get the whole deal at Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Wood-country.com.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the Voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. Proud to tailgate with all of Rider Nation. This is the Croft Electric Countdown to Kickoff. Text 306-936-6262 with the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko and Wes Cates with you live from the Sports Cage Lounge here at Mosaic Stadium as we get you set for tonight's matchup. That's right. Saskatchewan Roughriders taking on the Pardon me. Yes, they are taking on their opponent tonight here in the contest here tonight. And it's a big one for the Saskatchewan Roughriders to get back into the win column here as Toronto came out of Mosaic Stadium with a win last week. We're going to be diving into Cates' Corner here in just a moment, but we also do have our next guest that we want to get into in just a moment. Glenn Suter is going to be joining us a little bit early. I understand that he's going to be hanging out here with us for Cates' Corner for the first time in a while. Glenn Suter is brought to you by North Home Windows, designing, building, and installing window systems in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan conditions. northhomewindows.ca. Glenn, I know that you've been asking for this all season. You're finally getting on Cates' Corner. Congratulations, buddy.
Well, here's how it went down, Teagan. And I'll just full disclosure here. So my son comes to me, months ago, and he says, "Hey, Dad, I want to get married. We're going to have the reception on the 29th of August." So I look at the schedule, and I think to myself, okay, what time are you going to need me? Because then I could say to Teagan that if I could get on at this exact time, which would be the same time as Cates' Corner. You see how I worked that? I worked it. This has been months in the making, and it included my son's wedding reception stuff.
Playing this like a fiddle. Playing this like a banjo.
So your son planned his wedding around Cates' Corner. Understood.
Yeah. Right.
Yes, basically that's how it went down. Yeah, that's the bottom line.
Well, congratulations. I know the ceremony has already taken place, but I'm sure that you're going to be busting out that guitar tonight. Any fancy songs you're going to be pulling out?
Well, we have to start out with Friends in Low Places. I mean, that's got to be the first one, because the one thing about that song from Garth Brooks back in the 90s, I know it's an old one, but one thing about that song is everybody knows the words. So there'll be over 100 people singing along to Friends in Low Places. Although I did get a text from my son say, "Hey, Dad, make sure you're warming up now, because we're starting with a little Take It Easy from the Eagles." So I said, okay. It's going to be it's completely different type of wedding thing than the traditional stuff. This is going to be a huge jam session.
That's one heck of a musical lineup, though. I'm not going to complain about that at all. I saw Garth Brooks here just a couple years back at Mosaic Stadium, but why don't we shift gears a little bit to football here? I know you're off this weekend, Glenn, so we appreciate you, taking away some very valuable time on this Saturday. So let's talk about what you mentioned on the cage earlier this week, shall we? Because I know that you were talking a little bit about your son's wedding, and I know that you were also talking about free safety for the Saskatchewan Roughriders and what that might look like with Nelson Lacombo getting the start there, and how much Toronto might try to test him, especially when he got a couple new faces at Sam in the corner as well.
Yeah, exactly. And, it was a great conversation we had on the cage, and there were a lot of callers that were wondering about, Jackson Ford and his game in BC, and it was a bit of a roller coaster for Jackson there, and now it's Lacombo. And, the truth is that it's really hard for quarterbacks and offenses to attack a free safety. It depends on the coverage, of course. If you're going to blitz, all-out blitz, and the safety comes down and has to cover slot back or a back out of the backfield, then, you could take advantage of them or try to then. But other than that, you're playing zones. When you're playing with the free safety free over the middle, you really, it's difficult for a quarterback or an offense to pick on him specifically. So, I don't think there's going to be, any type of issue that with Nelson. He's played there before. He's started before. He's got good quickness. He's got excellent range, and tremendous speed. So I don't think he'll have a problem. Now, you mentioned the changes and the newbies that are playing and basically in the back end, which is Burgess on the corner and Oladipo at Sam. And there now is an area that I'd be watching if, the game inside of the game in this one. Because, with Oladipo at Sam, he's going to cover an inside receiver. So offense breaks the huddle. Toronto comes out with 3 receivers to the wide side of the field. That Sam, basically, in a lot of defense, is going to be, his responsibility will be to cover that third receiver. And that's an inside slot back type of guy. So it's a guy that has a lot of different options when it comes to the routes. You can use the middle of the field. There's lots of room to the boundary. It's not like playing corner where you have the boundary as your friend. And Nothing behind there is happening. Everything you see from the corner spot is looking inside out, or excuse me, outside in. So it helps you in that regard. But when you're in that Sam spot, boy, that's where you can be tested, because it's a two-way go for the receivers in there. And now you got to play in a lot of different man situations there. And we'll see how Oladipo does. I know Straker's playing behind him on the depth chart anyway, so we'll see if there's a rotation there or what they do. But I guess the question I have, and it'll be interesting to watch this game and see, is does the play calling change when it comes to playing sort of more zone looks and seeing if you can force, a Chad Kelly to be really patient and put together 12, 14 play drives if they are going to get down there and score. They have to be patient. They have to be consistent. You play zones, you keep everything in front of you. Or do they say, hey, we've got good players that are backups for a reason, and now it's their opportunity to go out and shine, like Wakombo or Oladipo, and I hope I'm pronouncing that name right, but because he is a new guy, so we're gonna have to work on that. But you can go after him. I mean, that's what I think is going to be a real interesting game inside the game, because there's some hits there. Those are some young guys in the cover back end of the Rider defense.
Follow-up question on that, Glenn. Would you rather, with young guys, let them man it up and chase guys around the field, or would you kind of want to have a couple of shell zones that you just sit them in and let them react all day, if you had your choice as a coordinator?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, Wes, because there's pluses and minuses to both strategies. When you play just straight man, in some ways you can simplify things for young players. Right. You got that guy. That's it. So they break the huddle. You got number 80. That's it. Don't worry about anything else. So there's something to be said about simplifying like that. However, offenses have got pretty innovative over the last 2 years. I want to say the last decade, really. And those bunch formations, when there's 3 or 4 receivers all crowded together, they become a nightmare against man-to-man for the man-to-man cover guys. Because who do you pick? You can't really lock up until they declare, and that's why we see a lot of different match coverages, and I won't get into the details of all of that. But when you start to just say, hey, let's just keep it simple, play man across the board, then they go to bunch formation and they're crisscrossing and change motion, and you have to try and switch with the guy beside you or get in a chase position on a wheel route or something like that. So now you're getting beat deep and it becomes very difficult. So to answer your question, if it were me, I'd start out playing some zone looks and see if the new guys can make sure they know their assignment, settle in, fly to the football when it's in the air, and try to make plays that way, and make Chad Kelly be patient and make him, because the run game for Toronto is almost it's an afterthought, really. If they're going to win, they're going to do it through the air, and I would start with zones to see how my young guys look in those schemes.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see how that matchup takes place tonight here between Saskatchewan and Toronto. But I'm also wondering if we can shift over to the offensive side for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Shamar Bridges getting thrown into the lineup, and unfortunately out of necessity with injuries, right? He hasn't had a ton of time with this group. So, Glenn, maybe how difficult of an adjustment is that for a receiver, particularly when you're trying to get on the same page with your quarterback?
Yeah, I think that's the biggest challenge. I mean, some of the terminology will be different, I'm sure, for him. So, he might break the huddle a couple of times, or maybe even more than that, maybe a dozen times in the game, and have to turn to like Keyshawn and say, hey, what do I got on that? Meaning, what's my route? And, how am I going to complement you on this side? Or, what's my assignment? And, there's enough veterans around Bridges that they'll be able to give him the help he needs there. I mean, it happens even with veterans at times, but with a young guy with very limited reps on the parts of the playbook that are different in terminology, he will probably have to be reminded when they break the huddle. However, once he gets out there, the route tree is the same. So if he's got a shallow slant or a wheel route or a dig or a corner route, anything like that, they're the same anywhere. So the route tree is probably going to be very similar or basically the same as any other playbook. And then it's just about ability. But to your point, Teagan, the chemistry is the question. Because when you're in a groove from quarterback to receiver, as Wes, you'll know this too, coming out of the backfield as a tailback, when your quarterback knows your body language, it's so much simpler. It's like all of a sudden the light bulb goes off, and you can tell by the slant of Wes's shoulder pad when he's breaking to the flat that's when he's going to swing his head around because you've done it together so many times. And that's when you deliver the football to give him a chance to turn the corner and get in a one-on-one with a DB or something. So that's going to be a little bit of a growing process throughout the game. I know Trevor's, a veteran player, but let's see how that chemistry looks. Again, maybe you just simplify early on, a couple bubble screens, get him the ball in his hand so he feels comfortable and real high percentage stuff. Quick slants, quick outs, those kind of routes that are fairly simple to execute, and then get them feeling pretty good about each other, and then we'll see that chemistry grow.
Suits, we wanted to pick your brain on what's ahead next week with the Labor Day Classic. Unfortunately, we're just about out of time here, so we're going to have to catch up on that Tuesday and, of course, recap everything that happens in this game during the Sports Cage from 3 to 6. So I look forward to chatting with you then. Also, have the best time tonight singing all the Garth Brooks and all the other great tunes that are going to be happening at your son's reception. I hope you have the best time.
Thank you, Teagan. And when we sing Friends in Low Places, my son, if I'm in the room or at the campfire, says, blame it all on my roots. You showed up with suits, and we're about to ruin this black tie affair.
Hey, I like it. He's a lyricist, too. He's not just a play-by-play, guys, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Suits, we love you. Thank you so much for doing this. Have a great time tonight. We'll catch up with you on the Sports Cage Tuesday.
Okay, sounds good.
Take care, buddy. That, of course, is Glenn Suter joining us for North Home Windows, taking over Cates' corner a little bit here, a little collaboration.
Yeah, all the way over.
Yeah, I know. I didn't give you enough time to talk. So we'll do more of Cates' corner.
No, all right.
How about after
Fair
the break real quick?
Cool.
Is that cool?
I guess.
Oh.
Sheesh.
They'll be fine. Glenn Suter was brought to you by North Home Windows, designing, building, and installing window systems in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan conditions. NorthHomeWindows.ca. We'll be back with more from Wes in just a moment. It's the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dan from Croft Electric explains why he is passionate about doing rural electrical work.
We are rural. I live on an acreage. I have 5 horses. I ride horses every weekend. We're rural. We want to be the one you think of when you're looking around your yard and you see something that's not electrically not right. We will come to your farm, wherever it is.
Croft Electric.
Do it right. Do it once.
CroftElectric.com.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. Unlike the country song Kick the Dust Up, Milligan Bio knows for those of you that are construction site managers, farmers, golf course and park managers, or rural homeowners, it's all about keeping the dust down, inspiring their environmentally friendly road dust suppressant. Safe and easy to use, Milligan Bio's road dust suppressant controls the dust, coats the surface, and reduces grading and maintenance needs. To book application, call 306-272-6284.
At Bourgault Tillage Tools, they build products to fit your farm, to fit your equipment. Increase your field speed with Vantage Edge seeding or applying fertilizer. Vantage Edge paired with their proprietary focus clips give you precision placement and low soil disturbance. BTT's series of ultra-narrow openers engineered for producers who demand precision, efficiency, and uncompromised performance in every pass. We're here to help you succeed. Forgo tillage tools.
SEIU West members are
Stores Person, Unit Assistant, Finance Officer, Unit Clerk,
Recreation Coordinator,
Youth Care Worker, Medical Laboratory Technologist, Power Engineer, Office Administrative Assistant,
Maintenance Services Worker,
Medical Transcriptionist, Medical Office Assistant, File Clerk, Medical Laboratory Assistant,
Pharmacy Technician.
the backbone of your public health care system. Learn more at seius.ca.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody here again. Now, good fences really do make good neighbors when you own livestock. The neighbors aren't keen on animals in their fields being a nuisance, am I right? A good fence makes good sense, and one-stop fencing is a Wood Country specialty with the peeled rails, rough-cut lumber, fence posts, slabs, and barbed wire to keep your critters home and your neighbors happy. Building a fence or corral? Just look to Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, wood-country.com.
Summer is here, and it's the best time to get out on the road. So why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry's service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service air conditioning systems. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
104.9 The Wolf is Regina's rock station and home of Chad and Evan in the morning.
Evan, do you remember when you used to have really long hair? Yeah, you should grow it out like AJ Ouellette. Yeah, you should get that AJ hair going and grow a beard like he looks like a Viking. He does. Yeah, he does. He could have been in the Odyssey. You could do an impersonation of him. I mean, less fit, way less fit. Like, significantly less fit. Horrible. I wouldn't wear a tight shirt. Thank goodness.
Streaming at thewolfrocks.com. Getting you set for Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the Croft Electric Countdown to Kickoff. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
We are broadcasting live from inside Mosaic Stadium at the Sports Cage Lounge, which is starting to fill up. Feel free to join us. If you're coming to the game here, it is near a sellout at Mosaic Stadium for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, who sit at 6-4, taking on Toronto tonight. I mean, the Riders remain in the West playoff picture right now, but the margin for error is getting smaller. As we all know, BC is continuing to climb. Saskatchewan needs to turn home games into big wins coming off of a 2-game losing skid here. So tonight is a big one. Toronto also looking to capitalize on their last win here. So it's going to be a statement game for both of these teams. Now, of course, we got to turn it over to one of our Rider greats, and we got to get his analysis on all of this. Mr. Wes Cates, we're going to turn it over to you. And we've already dove into a little bit of the lineup changes here on the depth chart. I mean, there's 5 in, there's 5 out for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. They've done some shuffling. You want to start on the defensive side of the ball and what you're seeing?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Definitely the fact that Oladipo, was it Sa'i Oladipo steps in for Antoine Brooks Jr. He's taking some time off. And, so we'll see how he kind of plays into the role. I know Antoine Brooks Jr. has some big cleats to fill, right? He flies around. He covers space. He's really good at, getting the ball out and just making plays and having that extra. He's an energy guy. He's all over the field. He's leading interceptions, guys down the field and blocking and just finding ways to impact each and every play. So I want to see how well Oladipo moves around on the field, if he's going to, get his hands on a couple of passes or maybe even cause a turnover and kind of have that same effect that Antoine Brooks Jr. has had for the Rider team. And obviously with so much going on the back end, the Riders giving up big plays and having some untimely touchdowns scored against them this season, making some changes on the back end at safety, with Lacombo getting his start. And he's been back there. He's got some experience. He did it when he was really young. Now he's had a couple of years to really learn the game. So he should be able to step in and play fine. You got Exume backing him up just in case. Everybody else, Edouard's been playing well. Sales is a mainstay. Burgess Jr. over there. I mean, it's field corner. So corner is tricky, but at the same time, there's a little more time. So what happens with corners is, nothing's really threatening. You got kind of more of a one-on-one situation, but when you're in zone and stuff, you can kind of tend to float with the play and lose the guys that are on your side of the field because it seems so far away from the action. The next thing you know, quarterback looks over your way, sees a guy, sees some space.
Boom.
Now you're now you're trying to chase a guy down with nothing but field and opportunity out there, right? So, that's something to kind of watch for, to see if he kind of gets out of position and Chad Kelly throws over that way a little bit. And then you look at Shamar Bridges. I think that's going to be interesting. I was kind of looking at the way the Riders receiving core has set up. Now we got a field young Canadian side. All youngsters, Canadians. Dale Duncan Busby has the most experience. And then you got a vet at Keyshawn, the American. And then Bridges coming in there, who's a big body, but still, has had some experience. He had some opportunities in Hamilton, has shown up in a couple of games, but just a big target. Hopefully they can find a way to work him in. So I'm kind of wondering if maybe we can get some odds betting on who's going to have more catches, the 2 Americans or the 3 Canadians. I don't know. We'll see.
It's a little tease for all bets are off with Barney as we get closer to kickoff here. I like it, Wes.
See how that works out. I'm kind of excited to see how that plays out. Where's Trevor going to trust? You know what I mean? So, and then Conley's back in there, right. So we'll see that as well. But, yeah.
And one of the changes that you mentioned on the depth chart here, Nelson Lacombe being one of those players who's being asked to take on a larger role here now with Jackson Ford being out of the lineup. So we did have an opportunity to catch up with Nelson Lacombe on the field.
Nelson Lacombe, there was some frustration that was evident on part of this team after the game in BC. What's the mindset now?
Just on to the next game. Go out there and get all the corrections done during practice and, make sure we're ready.
Trevor Harris said after the game, he said, the definition of stupidity, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. How are you going to change from doing that thing over and over again?
I think we just got to, come together and, continue to, not panic and just, go out there and re-up, like I said before, go back, go through the corrections and making sure they're corrected in practice and transfer that over into the game.
One of the changes we did see at practice was you move back to safety. Obviously, you're comfortable with that spot, but you also then take on more of a leadership role, I would suggest, in the secondary. Tell me about that move and what you're seeing from the group around you.
Yeah, it's something I'm comfortable with. I've been doing it for the last couple of years, so, Coach felt like he needed to make that decision, and, I think the guys have grouped well, and, the standard doesn't change, and we want to continue to, do our job.
What have you seen on film then from this secondary group that you're looking to build upon?
We just got to capitalize on our opportunities. We've had a few opportunities that we just got to finish. I think that's kind of the biggest, the biggest thing that we're trying to go into the next game, and continue to not panic, like I said before, and take it day by day.
And that's the one word that I focused in on as well, is panic. There's no need to panic after Game 10 of the season, is there?
No, not at all. No, we got a long season, so.
Tell me about the Toronto team you're facing. There's a quarterback that likes to put the ball in the air.
Yeah, no, we're definitely expecting some shots, and, we're just going to have to go out there and do our job.
Nelson, appreciate this. Nice seeing you back at safety. Appreciate the time.
Thank you.
That was our very own Dave Thomas catching up with Nelson Lacombe on field level at Mosaic Stadium. So, Wes Cates, I also wanted to ask you really quick. I know you were on field level earlier this week. There was a little bit of an alumni gathering here, so I know that we're a little short on time, but I do want you to explain kind of what that experience was like. I understand 21 alumni, including yourself, were on the field this week. What were you guys doing down there?
Yeah, we kind of wanted to give some kudos to, Jeremy O'Day and Coach Mace, because they basically brought in all the alumni and kind of just wanted to have basically like alumni brunch. The team was practicing, kind of finishing up their walkthrough. Yeah, they had some burgers and turkey and pork sausage, so smoky. So yeah, and a plethora of salads to choose from and all that.
The healthy stuff too.
Yeah, well, there was some desserts over there, but we treaded lightly on that end of the of the menu, but. No, it was really cool because basically they kind of let us all come out. They got on the loudspeaker, kind of announced some stats that each alumni had. They kind of went from oldest alumni to youngest, and kind of let us run out the tunnel and dap up the players, kind of do the gauntlet handshakes. So it was really cool just to, show a little homage to the alumni for Jeremy, and they brought us in, talked to us a little bit about how things have changed, which was really cool. So it was just fun to get an opportunity for, the guys to mingle with the old heads a little bit and, have some conversations, maybe say some kind words, a little bit of motivation for this weekend. But just like, I was surprised because the equipment, so when I came through Teagan, equipment was heavy when I was young. And then when I got into like the CFL, it was getting a little better. And Gordon Gilroy's equipment guy, he's always loved equipment. He's always tried to bring in the best stuff. And when I was one of the players, I had like one of the lightest helmets I had ever had, some of the lightest shoulder pads, but apparently now everything is getting heavier because of the safety. All the helmets, they scan all these kids' heads and have special pads made. So I can only imagine how much each of these helmets cost. So like back in the day, we had like little we had pads, but then sometimes you had the little air, we called them bladders, those little pockets, and you pump some air up. So there were no custom, nothing was custom. Now everything's custom. Shoulder pads used to be one big block of pads, hard, heavy as heck. Gordy got me some pretty lights, like pretty cool ones. So I thought I was like the cat's meow out there. I was out there running around real lightweight, but now it's like heavy, but everything is like interchangeable, adjustable, and like all the pads are like molded to these guys' bodies. So it's almost like your equipment goes with you no matter what. I thought that was unique, but it has gotten heavier. Cushioning and all of that just gotten a little heavier, but also like the shells. So like the metal of the face mask has gotten lighter. So Gordy says they're going through face masks like crazy, and there's so many different face masks. So guys are bending up their face masks, and they want the coolest new face mask. So they're getting into the team's pockets, trying to get their cool little quirks on their uni. But also the refs apparently are killing guys' swag. I was mad to hear this too, because you can't really have any extra, like you can't have like an undershirt hanging out. You can't really, freak your uni like you used to back in the day. I was so disappointed to hear. So basically everything's game issue, but it is custom to you. So I guess the guys feel a little cooler that way because everything they have is like their pads. I'm like literally they had their names on their pads. Now I don't know what's up with that. That seems like a little extra. Like, your pads, just, But
so,
anyway.
Wes Cates, all about safety. His biggest gripe is the swag being removed. Okay, I understand.
The swag.
I understand.
Man. Killing it.
Well, thank you for a little insight into that alumni gathering, because that's pretty cool. If you were watching the stream, by the way, at sportscage.com or our YouTube channel as well, you could see Wes Cates himself even running out onto the field yet again, which was pretty sweet to see. We are going to take a quick break here on Countdown to Kickoff, however, because we do have our next guest, I believe, standing by, my friend. Countdown to Kickoff, brought to you by Croft Electric. Almost 29 years of trusted, reliable home, farm, and commercial service for all of your electrical needs. CroftElectric.com and all socials. So we are going to be joined by a wonderful lady by the name of Coach Court. And she's going to be talking to us about a number of things here before we get to your Rider Nation pregame hour. Hang tight. We'll be right back. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The first North Home Windows customer was an important customer. So was the next. And the next. Since 1990, North Home Windows has been working to make every customer feel like they're North Home Windows' only customer. Let them show you. They'll come to your home with samples and do an estimate for free. There's not even a charge for mileage. Feel like someone's only customer. And now offering window coverings. Visit northhomewindows.ca.
Need tires that tackle every terrain? Trust Integra Tire Grenfell. But they're more than just tires. Trust them for all your towing, mechanical repairs, and farm service needs as well. From your family car to your combine, they keep you rolling with expert service and small town care. Farm tough, road ready, always reliable. Integra Tire Grenfell, where rubber meets the road and service meets the standard. Locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell, at the intersection of Highways 1 and 47. Truly local.
Another busy week at US Auctioneers in Indian Head. Monday, August 31st, is an estate auction for one collector of antique Japanese tin toys, collector toys, oil and gas memorabilia, and much more. On Tuesday, September the 1st, large sale of shop tools and yard items, hardware, tractor seats. We've got some cabinets and a whole lot of other great items. Our next equipment sale is going to be on September the 14th. We got lawnmowers, Kubota diesel tractor, and more in that one already. Check it out, 2sauctioneers.ca, online auction house in Indian Head.
Want to get your young adult kids out of your house and onto a new adventure where they can earn money and work while they travel? With Away to Work, Canadians between 18 to 35 can work and travel abroad in countries like Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and France. From independent travel through Go Solo to supported working holiday placements in agriculture and hospitality, their team helps with jobs, work permits, and accommodation. Work, travel, and experience with awaytowork.ca.
You can travel now, get away to work. Proven by countless farmers, 900 Series fence sprayers set the standard for your crops, and it's available at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. Featuring 370 horsepower, 132-foot boom, 1,580-gallon tank, smart drive 4-wheel steering, and liquid logic recirculating boom, the 900 Series fence sprayers are backed by a 3-year, 2,000-hour Gold Star warranty. Leaders drive Fendt. To learn more about making your crops successful, visit Nick's Service today. nicksservice.com.
Did you know you can get endless streaming and live entertainment anywhere in Canada?
Now wait just a moose a minute.
You can, thanks to Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer. So cross that border to Flin Flon, Manitoba, and your shows come with you. Why stop there? Head to Vulcan, Alberta, or heck, even St. Louis du Ha-Ha, Quebec, the town with exclamation marks in its name. See Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer, for details on Max TV Stream, internet, and cellular service.
For 10 years, JK Junior Containment has been helping Saskatchewan oil fields save a lot of green, on the ground and in the bank. The little blue box that's built to last. JK Junior is a Saskatchewan-made, patented wellhead containment system, trusted for reliable protection in tough conditions. And while the product may be blue, this time of year, we're all about the green. Celebrate 10 years of reliable, innovative wellhead containment with a product trusted by champions. Learn more today at jkjunior.com.
Before streaming, before smartphones, back when your biggest worry was scratching your favorite CD, Play 92 is your throwback time machine.
All the small things, everything. Make it pop, DJ, blow my speakers up. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky.
Play 92, number one for throwbacks. Streaming at play92.ca.
Getting you set for Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the Croft Electric Countdown to Kickoff. Watch at sportscage.com. Sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Welcome back inside the Sports Cage Lounge here at Mosaic Stadium. I'm Teagan Witko, joined by Wes Cates, of course. Plenty happening around Mosaic Stadium prior to kickoff here, the Family Day Carnival. Junior Rider Cheer Squad is going to be on the field here during the halftime show. Riders rocking their alternate unis as well. They're rocking those Obsidians tonight. There's going to be a post-game celebration on the field as well. It's all about family here, as you can tell, and everyone's going to be welcome on the field post-game here as well. Once that football gets underway, though, it is a meaningful Week 13 matchup between two teams that are chasing playoff positioning between your Saskatchewan Roughriders and the Toronto Argonauts, two teams sitting at second place in their respective divisions. The Riders in the Community segment is brought to you by Saskatchewan Senior Mechanism. Better health isn't always found in a prescription bottle. SKSeniorMechanism.ca, community care, real connection, and better well-being. We were hoping to have the wonderful Coach Court joining us on set here, but it sounds like she might be a little bit tied up on the field. But I do just want to quickly mention all of the amazing things that the Rider cheer team does. Courtney Odolin Acapo, she is, of course, Coach Court, and I know that they just held a cheer camp for over 300 kids?
I wonder what the age range was, because that sounds a little overwhelming.
I do also want to mention really quick here, the Saskatchewan Sports Hall of Fame, they ended up announcing that they're going to be doing a special exhibit, and they're going to be putting together the 65th anniversary exhibit celebrating the history of the Saskatchewan Roughrider cheer team. So that's got to be pretty exciting. If you haven't had an opportunity to go look at it yet, you absolutely should. And of course, it's the Play 92 Saskatchewan Roughrider cheer team. So if you're coming to the game, if you're hanging out in the tailgate zone, you're going to be watching some great entertainment on the field during halftime.
They're having a little, they're doing a little rendition.
Rendition.
Coach Court, the way Coach Court bounces around that sideline and is making sure the cheerleaders are handling their business. I'm sure plenty of fans know.
I would be more scared of her to be mad at me than head coach Corey Mace.
Right?
She runs it like a well-oiled machine. All the respect in the world to her. They do quite an incredible job, and man, it's not easy to do that gig.
Yeah.
But we do have a little bit of time here, Wes. I did just want to quickly ask you, maybe in about 90 seconds, earlier this week, head coach Corey Mace did have a meeting with players prior to practice. On Wednesday, it was about 15 minutes meeting with the players after a little bit of a disappointing showing last week. What does that feel like as a player when you're coming out of those? And how does that reinvigorate you to really show up and show out for the rest of your teammates?
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations where when you have a meeting like that, obviously you're addressing that some ain't right. You know what I mean? Like, we need to correct some things. Now, what exactly that is, do you pinpoint it? Do you call guys out? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, I don't think the Riders are at a stage where they really need to be calling guys out and making big moves like we've seen Ottawa do this season. Yeah. But it is a situation where maybe coaches have to understand, look, this isn't just, you aren't just cruising right now. Like, every week is a competition. Every week is a battle. Every rep is a battle. So you need to go out there, put your best foot forward, show us that you're ready to go out there and make the plays that are needed for us to be successful. And it's got to come from everybody. So I think sometimes when you maybe are doing well as a player, or you feel like you've kind of settled in and you have your spot, just know that, no, this is professional sports. It doesn't work that way. They're always trying to bring in guys that can play better than you, whether you're handling the job or not. So maybe just remind guys of that. Remind guys that it's still a game. It's still simple. So you can't be doing the things to hurt yourself, like penalties and stuff. Play clean, smart football and understand that we're all in this together. We got to have each other's back. So it's time to lean in, give more effort, pay more attention, and we'll write this thing.
And we'll see if that message is received by the Saskatchewan Roughriders tonight as we get set for that 5 o'clock kickoff against the Toronto Argonauts. This is Countdown to Kickoff, brought to you by Croft Electric. Almost 29 years of trusted, reliable home, farm, and commercial service for all of your electrical needs. CroftElectric.com and all socials. I know he's also listening to us out in tailgate zone right now. So what's up, Crofty? Thanks for being part of the show. We'll see him inside the Sports Cage Lounge here very shortly. Still to come during that Rider Nation pregame hour as we count down that final hour to kick off. Your voice of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, the one and only Mr. Dave Thomas, will be joining us. Luc Mullinder will also be joining us on set here inside the Sports Cage Lounge, 10th year in the broadcast booth. And of course, all of the knowledge that he brings us with his 3 keys to the game. We have comments from head coach Corey Mace, injury report, and everything else you need to know. We'll be back here in a moment. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Did you know better healthcare isn't always found in a prescription bottle? Through a plan called social prescribing, healthcare providers can connect older adults to community supports, things like social groups, housing help, food access, and meaningful connections. Because sometimes the best medicine is community. If you have aging parents or you're a senior yourself, learn how social prescribing can support healthier, happier living. Visit Saskatchewan Seniors Mechanism at skseniorsmechanism.ca. Community care, real connections, better well-being.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. It's late, the day is done, but you still need that part for your AGCO equipment. Good news, Nick Service now brings the parts department to your fingertips with their new e-commerce site online parts platform, Genuine AGCO Parts on Demand. You can search fast, check in-stock items anytime, and see accurate pricing in seconds. No waiting, no guessing, just genuine AGCO parts available when you need it. Easy, fast, stress-free. Nick Service puts the parts counter in your pocket. Order anytime at nickservice.com.
This football season, Positively Perfect Pets is offering a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Dan from Positively Perfect is your quarterback for your pet's food decisions and everything else for your furry friends. The customer service will always go long for anything you need, setting their team apart from the big box stores. Get everything for your pet with Positively Perfect Pets, 4637 Ray Street. Visit their Facebook page and onestopdogshop.com.
Milligan Bio has a need for seed, and they want your heated and damaged canola today. Milligan Bio, a locally owned Canadian company based in Foam Lake, has space available for your canola and is accepting immediate delivery. Get that damaged canola out of your bins and put the cash in your pocket. Call Milligan Bio now at 272-6284. That's 272-6284 to arrange your delivery or on-farm pickup. MilliganBio.com.
We're not city people trying to solve a rural problem. We understand what it's like living on a farm. I'm Brian Tennant with farmfreshwater.ca. We have had bad water on our farm, and we've gone to great lengths to create systems that work with the least amount of maintenance possible, at the same time creating perfect spot-free water using no salt. That's the way we want it on our farm, and we know that our customers appreciate it on their farm. See us at farmfreshwater.ca.
At Borgo Tillage Tools, they build products to fit your farm and your goals. Their premium new 200 series disc blades feature the patented forged anew heat treating process, delivering some of the longest wear life in the field. Looking for exceptional value? Their 150 series disc blades provide dependable performance, consistent wear, and season after season durability at a more economical price. You'll spend less time replacing blades and more time covering acres. We're here to help you succeed. Borgo Tillage Tools.
1 out of every 5 people over the age of 60 are wearing dentures. Neil here from TrueFit Denture Clinic. We know how difficult poor-fitting dentures can be to wear. We also know how good, comfortable, natural-looking dentures can be to wear. For over 40 years, TrueFit Denture Clinic has gone to every length to ensure a handcrafted, custom-created smile just for you. If you're looking for a better denture solution, call us today at TrueFit Denture Clinic, because no one should know you're wearing a denture, especially you.
Rider Nation, get ready to get loud. Kickoff is 60 minutes away. It's time to get you set for Saskatchewan Roughriders football.
It's gone 10 yards. It's up. Riders touch it. It's still loose on the turf right at the 45-yard line. Riders have it. Riders have it.
Coming up, we'll hear from head coach Corey Mace with all you need to know about today's matchup. We'll look at the injury reports, the starters, Luc Mullinder's keys to the game, and we'll take you inside the Rider locker room as the green and white suit up for another Canadian Football League contest. This is the Rider Nation pregame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Here's Teagan Witko, Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, and Wes Cates.
Well, thank you for joining us live inside the Sports Cage Lounge here at Mosaic Stadium as the building starts to fill up here near a sellout for the family carnival game. And we're getting you set for 2 teams looking to make a statement tonight here at Mosaic Stadium. Your Saskatchewan Roughriders taking on the Toronto Argonauts. Kickoff just after 5 o'clock. Now, let's just dive right into it here, gentlemen. I think that we should set the stage here and maybe talk a little bit about what we're expecting tonight in terms of the forecast. So why don't we just go right into that? Your weather update brought to you by Quality Tire.
Not a bad evening for football after a very mild Saturday. We'll see a bit of cloudiness drifting through the region early this evening, so partly cloudy, I guess at times should cover it. It may be mostly cloudy briefly. Temperatures will range from 25 to 27 and maybe dropping closer to 22 or 23 by the end of the game. South to southeast winds at 15 to 25, so no need to overdress. It's going to be a mild evening. If you're headed to the game, have a great time and go Roughriders.
Thank you very much. Our Precision Weather Desk kind of helping us setting that scene for tonight's football game here at Mosaic Stadium. But Dave, Luke, myself, Wes Cates are with you here inside the Sports Cage Lounge, and we should talk a little bit about what we're expecting tonight. Dave, what are you seeing on this depth chart? 5 players in, 5 players out. What can we anticipate as Saskatchewan Roughrider fans tonight?
Well, it's not all due to injury. Right? There are some statements that have been made, and that's where I want to go with Luke and Wes and their expertise taking us inside the locker room. Riders are 6-4. Argos are 5-5. Riders have lost 2 in a row. And Luke, there was frustration that was displayed, whether it was Trevor Harris running off the field in Vancouver or even the delay of a practice, the first practice of the week by 15 minutes so that the coaching staff could address the players and talk about undisciplined penalties and undisciplined play and turnovers. So what is your takeaway from the frustration that now has to go ahead and turn into a positive energy heading into this game?
Well, first of all, I think that when it came to Trevor Harris, I know that they made a lot about him screaming into his helmet in the BC game. I loved it. I want to see the face of the franchise visibly frustrated with the way things are going, because when the guy who sets the bar demonstrates that they're not reaching their standard, then it forces everybody to look at themselves. This is one of those mirror games, right? You've got to look in the mirror when your coaches delay practice because they got to spend extra time talking with you. You know, you have Wes and I were part of a couple players only meetings, right? You've got to do everything to turn it around. But again, when you look at the game from BC last week, it was a real winnable game. And that's probably the message that goes in. It's like, look, guys, here's an example of where we're dominating. And here's an example of where we're shooting ourselves in the foot. Here's an example of a really good play. And here's an example of us being undisciplined, right? So when you're able to sort of ping pong back and forth, but the examples that you're giving are, because it's a completely different thing if you're just like, look, guys, they're just better than us. We got the right technique. We got the right play. They're just physically dominating us, pushing us around. Like, that's a different story. When you have issues that the Riders had last week, you come into this game and you just say, look, don't press yourself today, right? Let's just figure out a way to put small marginal gains together. Let's just chip away. You eat an elephant the same way you eat a cookie, bite by bite, right? And let's get some positive momentum rolling for ourselves. And if we do that, it'll work out.
Now I'm hungry.
Elephant and cookie?
Yeah.
What?
That's a new one.
You eat an elephant the same way you eat a cookie, bite by bite. One of my buddies used to tell me that. Yeah.
Well, Wes, again, Luke kind of alluded to the fact that you've been inside a dressing room. Jameer Thurman talked about difficult conversations that took place this week between teammates, and I don't want to say calling one another out, but definitely holding one another accountable was the words that he used. Mm-hmm. Take me inside that locker room, what you take away from that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think it goes back to everybody's talking about, or I don't know if everybody's talking about, but Trevor Harris yelling into his helmet. I'm like, if the worst thing your quarterback does when he's mad is tries to control other people hearing his yell by yelling it into his helmet, I laughed. I was like, yeah, you're frustrated, but that was a good way to let out some frustration without really, you know what I mean, looking crazy or really, you know what I mean, throwing some people off. So I thought that was the most measured. I mean, it was the most measured anger I've ever seen, you know what I mean, in a situation like that. But at the end of the day, like, yeah, you have to have those tough conversations with each other. I mean, Coach Mace would have probably done the same thing. Like, what are we doing? You see what these other teams in the league are doing? They're getting it together. Guys are getting healthy. They're playing better. And we're out here making mistakes that we should have cleaned up in camp. I'm like, what the hell's what's going on? Excuse me, you right? So, and then you got to sometimes talk to your buddies on the team and be like, dude, like, what were you doing on that play? Why would you? You know you were beat. Let him go block somebody else, or whatever the case is, or you knew that guy was going to try to get you to do this, so you fell for his trap. Like, there's things that you got to understand as a player mentally, regardless of what's going on, however you're frustrated, the mistakes that you make, you can't let it snowball into more. You have to stay within yourself, understand that you're playing for the team, and eliminate those mistakes. Because if guys are out here just doing their own thing and kind of deciding to do things that are detrimental to the team just because they're mad or just because they're having a bad day, it's going to hurt the whole squad. So I think it just comes down to having some of those conversations, letting guys know that maybe if they're walking around acting like they aren't part of the problem, like, no, let's talk about the couple bad plays you had wrong too as well, Cates, and let's get this stuff corrected.
You got to remember, guys, I mean, like, we're 6-4. Right? Like, you're 6-4, and the West is going to be a battle every single year. I think that if you come out here and you continue to regress this game, then you might have to say, okay, well, this is a pretty big week coming up. We got to make some adjustments, whether it's on the roster or whether it's to our strategy. But it's definitely not time to panic. I will say that.
There have been a lot of changes on that depth chart on the roster heading into this game against the Toronto Argonauts here at Mosaic Stadium. And to Dave's point, not all of them are necessarily injury-based, but some of them were. When you look at the Saskatchewan Roughrider receiving core, there have been some changes there when they brought in a guy like Shamar Bridges, who only arrived with Saskatchewan earlier this week. We had an opportunity to catch up with him on field as he heads into his first game with the Green and White.
Shamar Bridges, welcome to Riderville. Must have been a heck of a whirlwind week. Can you explain the process of how you became a Saskatchewan Roughrider?
Man, it was fast. Got released, from Hamilton, and then probably a couple days went by, and got a call, and was just told to be ready, maybe a possibility, and next thing you know, it happened. So I always had a lot of respect for this organization, for this team, and so I'm really excited to be here.
Are you at all surprised by how it went in Hamilton?
A little bit surprised, but at the same time, I understand the business and understand, kind of what's going on. So it's just, it's understandable. I'm always thankful for my time in Hamilton and for them giving me opportunity, and so I can have this opportunity. They gave me a shot to be able to play, to show my talents, and that's what, set me up for this. So, I'm always thankful. It's business, and I take it for what it is.
In your first year, you rack up over 900 yards as a rookie. You take a bit of a step back last year as far as targets and receptions go. What happened in year number 2?
Just change the position, change the role. We got a great player like Kenny Lawler come in. It happens. You got Tim White, Keandre Smith. You got great players over there, So, it just happened. I just played my role and was trying to be ready for my time when it came. And, I think I proved to everybody that I can do that. I went from getting a lot of targets to, a couple targets and still being ready and still being the same me. And I think that was the biggest thing for me, is to show people the type of person I am, that I can, handle any type of situation I'm put in.
From the outside looking in, what do you know about this Roughriders offense?
I've seen the explosiveness of the receivers they have, a lot of, depth at, the receiver room, different guys have played, running backs have came in there and played physical. And I just always knew, just from the team as a whole, even on defense, just physicality. Saskatchewan, we always knew they was going to play hard and going to play, tough and going to hit you hard. So I'm just going to try to come and add on to that.
So how steep is the learning curve to get a grasp of this new offense?
It's a good little bit of learning, but, I've been around the block, a couple years in NFL, Hamilton. So, I definitely think my younger years have been a little more complicated, but for me, being that I'm older now and I can plug in concepts and compare it to what I've learned in the past, it makes it easier.
So what would be a realistic expectation for you to grasp enough of the playbook to play in a game as early as this week?
Very realistic. I think I'm smart enough. People that have been around me believe the same, and as long as I can come in there and just put the time in, which I have been doing, I'll be fine. And I picked up on it pretty fast. Definitely still things to learn, but to be ready for the game, I think I'll be ready.
Lastly, Shamar, Bo Levi Mitchell, your former quarterback in Hamilton, Trevor Harris here in Saskatchewan, have both talked about how excited they are for you and that you bring a lot to the table. What has garnered that reaction from those two Hall of Fame quarterbacks? And I guess, what does that mean when you hear that?
Yes, I just keep my head down to work. You know, Bo is like a brother to me. You know, his daughters are like my nieces. You know, his family that's family to me. So I love him to death. He reached out to me as soon as the news hit, and he made sure to put a good word for me. I always thankful for him. And Trevor's a great dude as well. So just be able to, I'm blessed enough to play with those two guys that's got Hall of Fame type careers, that won championships. Done great things. So for me, I just keep my head down to work. And stay humble and show up to work every day and be the same person. And I think that's why I earn the respect.
That's Dave Thomas with Shamar Bridges, who will be making his debut in green and white tonight here at Mosaic Stadium as the Toronto Argonauts are in town for their second matchup of this season at Mosaic Stadium. Of course, last time it was a heck of a game. I mean, Toronto put up 40 points in that one, so I'm interested to see what the odds makers have to say about this contest tonight. We'll get to that a little bit later on. We're also going to hear from head coach Corey Mace a little bit later on. First, we do have your starting lineup and injury report to get to, so we're going to do that right after the break here, gentlemen. We'll be back. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Cooperators wants to remind you that if investing is the only way you're preparing for the future, you're only considering half your options. By making investments and life insurance part of your investment plan, you get the full financial picture. Plan your future holistically with investments and life insurance. Cooperators does both.
Call Carmel Solveson in Saskatoon at 306-649-1420 today. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Mutual funds are offered through Cooperators Financial Investment Services, Inc. to Canadian residents, except those in Quebec and the Territories.
Play of the game?
Touchdown!
More like the game to play. The new Saskatchewan Roughriders Scratch and Win ticket. It's your chance to win 10 years of Rider season tickets, a premium suite for the home opener and the Labor Day Classic, and tons of Rider swag. Plus, 2 chances to win $75,000. Tickets available at your favorite lottery retailers. Proudly brought to you by Sask Lotteries, supporting sport, culture, and recreation across the province. Please play responsibly.
Blow the dust off your VHS player and fire up your flip phone. Play 92 is taking you back with the biggest throwbacks of the 90s and 2000s.
So I said, let's go. Let's get it started. Shoot better. Shoot better. It's gonna be made.
Please don't stop the music.
Play 92, number 1 for throwbacks. Streaming at play92.ca.
Ready for better cutting on your hay operation? More efficiency? More comfort? Of course you are! And Heston by Massey Ferguson is here to help. Meet the smart, efficient, reliable way to make legendary hay. The Heston by Massey Ferguson WR Series Windrower. Stop by Parkland Farm Equipment in North Battleford today or visit masseyferguson.com to learn more about the WR Series Windrowers.
You know what they say about Saskatchewan? It's the easiest province to draw. A land where watermelons belong on your head and bunnies hug you. It's also where you'll find UFA, the better choice for fueling up. Because we're Western Canadian through and through and have been since 1909. Whether you stop by or have your fuel delivered, choose UFA. Find your nearest location at ufa.com.
At Golden West Trailer and Equipment, they don't just sell trailers. They move the prairies. Canadian owned, prairie proud since 1979. With 3 local locations in Moose Jaw, Winkler, and Saskatoon, they've been your go-to for trailers, heavy equipment, and rec vehicles, new or used. Need parts? Need service? They've got both. With SGI and MPI accreditation and a fully stocked parts department. Golden West Trailer and Equipment. They'll hook you up. Visit goldenwesttrailers.com or stop by today.
104.9 The Wolf is Regina's rock station and home of Chad and Evan in the morning.
Evan, do you remember when you used to have really long hair?
Yeah,
You should grow it out like AJ Ouellette. Yeah, you should get that AJ hair going and grow a beard like he looks like a Viking.
He does.
Yeah.
He does. He could have been in the Odyssey.
You could do an impersonation of him. I mean, less fit, way less fit.
Like, significantly less fit.
Horrible.
I wouldn't wear a tight shirt.
Thank goodness.
Streaming at thewolfrocks.com.
Getting you set for Rough Rider Kickoff. Rough Rider Kickoff. It's the Rider Nation pregame show with Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Wes Cates, and Teagan Witko on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko, Wes Cates, Luc Mullinder, Dave Thomas with you live inside the Sports Cage Lounge here at Mosaic Stadium, getting you set for this 5 o'clock kickoff between the Riders and Argos. Now, we are going to get to your injury report and starting lineup here in just a moment. First, I think that we need to head over to head coach Corey Mason, hear what he has to say. This is a big one for the 6-4 Riders as they take on the Toronto Argonauts for their first game against the Double Blue here at Mosaic Stadium. So here is what head coach Corey Mason had to say on field level.
Pleased to be joined by head coach Corey Mason. Coach, I want to rewind all the way back to Wednesday morning. Practice was delayed 15 minutes so that the team could address discipline and some ball security issues that creeped up in that game against the BC Lions. So right off the hop, I asked you, how is the team feeling? What is the mood in the dressing room?
Yeah, I think everybody's just a little teed off, you know what I mean? We want to get this thing straightened out and get back on the good side of things, but we're not ignorant to the work and the things that we've been doing to this point to not help ourselves win games. Those are already hard enough. So again, like anything, we talk about the fixes, plan of action to go out there and fix it.
So as we move forward here to game day, Coach, the one thing that we're talking about is focus now. And I guess perhaps there was a lack of focus. Was that concerning at this point in the season?
I think, it's concerning when the result, is negative, right? It's concerning when the result is negative within a play, even, we might come out with a win. But that's I think professional sport in general, which is why I think the culture here is so good, is that it's always disappointing, it's concerning, regardless of the outcome. We just always looking to work to fix those things. But I just, the last couple weeks where we have mental lapses or lack of focus in certain situations, they've been costly for us. So regardless, we need to be focused on the details of our job every snap.
Now, your team talked about the leadership taking control and really forming the narrative with their teammates and maybe even at times having some tough conversations. What does it say about the chemistry and trust within the locker room that can take place?
Yeah, that's what you want, and then I think we talk openly about that, from the start of training camp is just, there's it's more than just showing love for each other, is because in certain situations when adversity hits, which it always does, those conversations do come up, and it's easier to sit down and look somebody face to face and have that conversation when you know that it's coming from a person who just gives a damn about the team. He gives a damn about the person he's talking to, right? So, I champion that kind of stuff from our leadership, and again, that'll always start with myself as well.
So yes, you've lost a couple of games in a row. Would you suggest maybe that this isn't a must-win game, but maybe there's a heightened sense of urgency, if you will?
Yeah, great word, urgency. That's what I feel like we need. Let's put some urgency in how we approach everything. Whether it's how we start the game, it's how we approach each day, each meeting, each practice, each rep. Man, let's be urgent in trying to fix the things that we need to fix, because it's a results-driven business, and we haven't gotten the result that we like the last 2 weeks, and nobody likes that feeling. So only one way to fix it, and that's to be focused and dial in with a sense of urgency.
Taking a look at your lineup this week, obviously a number of changes on the defensive side of the ball with some rotation in the secondary and linebackers. On offense, though, he only signed here on Tuesday, but he's in the starting lineup today. American receiver Shamar Bridges, what convinced you that he would be ready to go, and what are you expecting from him?
To go out there and make plays that he's supposed to make. I mean, that's we wouldn't put him out there if we didn't feel confident that he'd be able to do that. Does he know every single in and out of our culture? Haven't sat down or had the time to sit down with him because he's been busy sitting down trying to figure some other things out. But I think certainly just being in the environment, talking with his teammates, he'll understand. If my number's called, I got to be there to make that play, and that's just what it is. But sitting down and talking with him outside of culture and stuff like that, he fits in perfectly, man. He is the pro's pro. So, and I think that him being able to play this week proves that.
Lastly, speaking of expectation, Coach Chad Kelly, we know what he can do when he gets on a roll. How do you limit his effectiveness?
He's a heck of a quarterback, man. Obviously, we're talking about a former MOP of the league. He's got a live arm. He's not afraid to use it. He's super competitive, and he's been a winner. So for us, obviously defensively, Yeah, another tall task, right? But they're coached well. Obviously, his relationship with Coach Miller and his understanding of the offense is going to be at a high level. So we got to combat that.
That was head coach Corey Mays catching up with our very own Dave Thomas, your voice of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, as we are only about 40 minutes away from kickoff here at Mosaic Stadium. Riders, Argos, ready to go at her yet again this season. And there are a couple of changes to that depth chart that we noted yesterday, and we talked about it a little bit earlier in the show, but we're going to really dive deep into that here in just a couple of moments. First, a quick break, and we'll be back on the other side. Injuries, starting lineup, and everything else that you need to know. It's a 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. He's a Saskatchewan Roughrider legend, a Grey Cup champion, and part of the Sports Cage. Catch Double Talk with Darian Durand every Monday on the Sports Cage. Doubles is talking all things CFL and riders like only he can. Double Talk is brought to you by Dutch Agriculture, quality for generations. Catch it live Mondays, just after 5, or check out the podcast at sportscage.com.
Hey farmers, looking for an all-star canola hybrid? Start with the DeKalb 400 series, delivering the highest yield potential in the DeKalb lineup, plus premium agronomic traits like Straight Cut Plus, club root resistance, and powerful herbicide flexibility. It's ready to challenge anything the competition puts on the field. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalb.ca to get the 400 series into your canola lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
Premier Scott Moe.
In Saskatchewan, the roads connect us to family, to work, and to opportunity in the places we love. That's why we're investing in safer, stronger highways across the province. So whether you're heading to the farm, to the job site, or to a rider game, you can get there safely and enjoy the journey. Safer roads and highways, another way that we're protecting Saskatchewan.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
In football, every player has to be productive. On your farm, every acre does too. That's why growers trust Salford, from I-Series and Halo tillage tools that manage soil and residue to spinner spreaders and the 90-foot AB 640 air boom applicator, built to cover more acres in less time. Whatever this fall throws your way, Salford has the equipment to increase your productivity. Visit your local Salford dealer today. Salford, field your best. See them at your local Pattison Ag dealer with 18 locations.
Play 92, number 1 for throwbacks.
So I said, let's go. Please don't stop the music. It's gonna be me.
And home of Mark and Jess in the morning.
Have you ever taken one of the ramps at Mosaic Stadium to get to your seat? If you haven't, don't do it. Unless you want to be sweating buckets like you just ran a full marathon once you get to your seat.
Mark and Jess wake you up 6 to 10 weekday mornings. Number 1 for throwbacks all day. Stream at play92.ca.
Hey, it's Dig Safe Doug. Well, it's that time of year again. Let's get to work tackling that backyard project or breaking ground on your construction site. But listen, before you start, there's a few things you gotta know. Get those utility lines located. Before you dig, take a minute to expose the utility lines if you're working near them. Don't take shortcuts and take your time. Hitting a line could cost more than a fine. Request a free line locate at digsafesask.com.
The countdown to kickoff continues with the Rider Nation pregame show. Get the latest on your team from our team at sportscage.com and here on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko, Wes Cates, Luc Mullinder, and Dave Thomas with you live inside the Sports Cage Lounge here at Mosaic Stadium. You can always watch the show, by the way. Stream us at sportscage.com, our YouTube channel as well. And you can always join in the conversation there or text us 306-936-6262. I do know there is a thunderstorm watch in effect for the Regina area. Watch, not warning, but we will keep an eye on that as we get closer to kickoff here. The calendar is starting to matter just a little bit more now for these two teams between the Riders and Argos. 10 games in the books, playoff picture starting to take shape, and Toronto and Saskatchewan both looking to make a statement here tonight at Mosaic Stadium. So let's dive in. Let's talk about who we're going to see on the field. But more importantly, let's start with who we won't be seeing on the field, Dave. It's the injury report for Saskatchewan Construction Safety Association. Construction companies trust the SCSA to help prevent serious injuries with training programs and advice at scsaonline.ca.
Two new additions, Teagan, this week to the injury report. Receiver Johnny Johnson III and Jackson Ford both go on the one-game injured list. Johnny Johnson, a head injury and ankle injury for Jackson Ford. Sam Emelis earlier this week also placed on the 6-game injured list with the leg injury, so they're going to be cautious with him, hoping that he'll be back before the season is over. Although Matthew Sexton is on that 6-game injured list, he's starting to get closer, as is Albert Awachi. Tavon Campbell, AJ Ouellette, Morgan Runge, Roland Milligan Jr., and Kian Schaefer-Baker, big names on that 6-game injured list.
So we are seeing a couple of fresh faces here on the Riders depth chart, Dave, as we head into this Week 13 contest against the Toronto Argonauts. So let's talk about that starting lineup, brought to you by Apple Murray College of Notre Dame.
All right, let's start on the offensive line. Remains the same, left to right. Peyton Collins. Zach Fry draws into the left guard spot. He was the 6th offensive lineman last week, so he's at left guard to start. Logan Furley, Jacob Bramer, and Jamarcus Hardrick. The receivers is where it gets interesting. Keyshawn Johnson, he is back. He is the mainstay, but then you've got rookie Daniel Weeb and second-year receiver Deshaun Mims. They flank one side along with Del Duncan Busby, and then you've got Shamar Bridges going to make his debut as a Saskatchewan Roughrider today. Quali Conley is in the backfield with Trevor Harris. Wes, I'll quickly ask you, Shamar Bridges, how much can we expect from him having 3 days of preparation?
I mean, I think you can expect a lot, especially at that boundary receiver. A lot of the times, because they're on the line, they really can just get a route call and be okay. It's when you start motioning and maybe working them in like down the line to the slot or bringing them off the line and trying to make them waggle is when you get into trouble with new guys. But for receivers, at that X spot, there's not too much. You don't have to have a bunch of happening for them to get open and get action.
And
so
he alluded to it himself in that he's a vet, and when you get from team to team, all the concepts are the same. They're just called different things. So if there's a route that he's out there that was called Apple in Hamilton, it's just a simple matter of, look, like this is called banana here, right? This is in this offense, this is banana instead of apple, right? So I think that they'll be conceptually, he'll be familiar, he'll be unfamiliar with the terminology. But again, the nice part is, especially when you break the huddle, right? When you're coming out towards the boundary, Keyshawn Johnson's in there, be like, "Hey man, you got that dig," you know what I mean? Or hey, just remember you're the seam off the sideline here.
You got the most veteran receiver right next to you, so you shouldn't have any problems with. That's a bonus.
Defensively on the line, Derek Roberson, Caleb Sanders, Mike Rose, James Vaughters remains the same from a week ago. I'll get to the linebackers in a moment. Secondary-wise, with Jackson Ford out, Nelson Lacombo starts at safety. Jonathan Edouard, DeMarcus Fields at the half. James Burgess Jr. plays his second career CFL game. First start in the corner on the one field side. Marcus Sales goes on the other. But the linebacking core, Josh Woods, Jameer Thurman, and Shea Oladipo Jr. draws in, makes his first CFL start, but he's replacing Antoine Brooks Jr., who, if you look at it, at last week going in was number 1 in defensive tackles in the CFL. What does that mean, Luke?
Yeah, I'm not sure what it means. I mean, we went to the back and talked about making undisciplined mistakes, lack of focus. I'm not sure that Antoine Brooks Jr. fell into that category. What I do know is Seyi Oladipo, I'm excited to see him on the field. I liked him in training camp. He made a few plays on special teams during the exhibition season. But, I mean, this is a tall, athletic dude, and I really looked at it like, hey, one of those Brandon Browner type bodies coming in here. So I'm excited to see him get an opportunity. And we also have Burgess out there at the field corner today as well. So I'm excited about that too. Again, it's one of those things where it's like, hey guys, you know what you're doing. We've been here together for the whole season so far. Just go out, take advantage of the opportunity.
And we had an opportunity to catch up with Seyi Oladipo Jr. before he's going to be making his debut in the green and white tonight. Here he is on field level with Dave.
Shay, what's the difference of being a defensive back in U.S. football to being a linebacker in Canadian football?
I would say the Sam linebacker position is very similar to the nickel position in down south football, in the sense that you blitz, you cover, you are a linebacker when it comes to your body type and what they ask you to do, but you also have to be a defensive back and cover those receivers out the waggle. So I'd say the waggle is a big difference. Down south, you're probably going to deal with a lot more tight ends in that nickel position unless you're in a defense that schemes you to be on receivers. But up here, it's just, I'd call it very similar rather than, I don't know, I haven't played true linebacker yet, so I wouldn't know.
So what is your role going to be when you face the Toronto Argonauts, and what do you bring to the table?
I wish I can give you a definitive answer. I think my role will be whatever the coaches tell me to do and go from there and just start in that role.
Sorry. So that was Sai Oladipo Jr., who is going to be making his first start in the CFL tonight with the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Keep an eye out for that player on the field tonight. Now, we are going to take a quick break. Justin Dunk is going to be joining us next so that we can really break down this quarterback comparison between the Riders and the Argos. 5 o'clock kickoff right here at Mosaic Stadium. Hang tight. We're going to be right back. It's the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
To get the job done right, you need the right machine for the job. For better hay, the right machine is the 1316S Heston Disc Mower Conditioner by Massey Ferguson. The 1316S Heston is the rugged, high-capacity mower designed for reliable performance with a 16-foot working width. The 1316S Heston also has the quick change tool, making changing blades easier, getting you back to cutting hay quickly. See the Heston by Massey Ferguson at Nick's Service in Emerald Park, nickservice.com.
Why juggle multiple providers when you can have one seamless experience? On the farm, acreage, or cottage, Access Communications has you covered with internet, TV, and security. One provider, one bill. One reliable rural home solution, backed by our great customer service. Get internet and Wi-Fi that hold up in tough weather, plus TV anywhere with Access Next TV. And security you can monitor from your phone. You can have it all with Access. Sign up today and save $20 per month when you combine services. Visit myaccess.ca.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the Voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
At Golden West Trailer and Equipment, they don't just sell trailers. They move the prairies. Canadian owned, prairie proud since 1979. With 3 local locations in Moose Jaw, Winkler, and Saskatoon, they've been your go-to for trailers, heavy equipment, and rec vehicles, new or used. Need parts? Need service? They've got both. With SGI and MPI accreditation and a fully stocked parts department. Golden West Trailer and Equipment. They'll hook you up. Visit goldenwesttrailers.com or stop by today.
Finish strong this summer with Ritchie Brothers. When timing matters most, trust our team to deliver speed, consistency, and results. Buy or sell equipment with confidence through their global marketplace and simple, straightforward process designed to save you time and keep things moving. With decades of experience in a network that reaches across industries and around the world, Ritchie Brothers helps you get more value from every transaction. Visit Ritchie Brothers at rbauction.com and keep your operation moving forward all season long.
Remember Y2K panic? Rewinding VHS tapes? And burning the perfect mix CD? Play 92 brings it all back with throwbacks like this.
You spin my head right around, right around. Here's my number, so call me maybe. This is what it feels like. Backstreet's back, alright.
Play 92, #1 for throwbacks. Streaming at play92.ca.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. There's no better way to get you set to cheer anywhere else in the province. This is the Rider Nation pregame show. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's the 6-4 Riders taking on the 5-5 Argos, and no shortage of love here to be lost between these two teams. Saskatchewan looking to snap a 2-game skid. Toronto coming off a convincing win last week. So let's dive into these two signal callers specifically with your quarterback comparison, brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders and Avonlea for all your hunting and shooting needs. All of the top brands and knowledgeable staff visit prairieguntraders.ca or stop by today. Justin Dunk of 3 Down Nation is with me, and we should start on the green and white sideline here. Trevor Harris on one side, of course, Chad Kelly on the other. But for Harris, he's coming off what maybe wasn't his best performance in BC. So what are you seeing from him, and what do you think that he's going to be looking to clean up tonight in front of a home crowd?
Needs to clean up the turnover-worthy plays. There were 4 of them last week. 2 turned into interceptions. And when I'm talking about turnover-worthy plays, largely with quarterbacks, it's about the interceptions. So I think some of that miscommunication, if they can take out the miss part of it and make it direct communication, then the Riders offense could get back on track. And I think that was just an off game for Harris, in my opinion. You couple it, though, with the back end of that Hamilton game and the way that the Riders lost that football game. And you got about a game and a half now that's a little worrisome from this group. But on the positive side, Harris leads the CFL in red zone completions. He's been really good down there. He has 32. He also has a 74.4 completion rate in that money zone. So when the pressure's on, when teams usually dial it up down in that area and play more cover zero and man coverage than they do in the rest of the field, Harris has been really good for this football team. And I think it's worth noting, he might not get there in this game, Teagan, but he's 440 yards behind Doug Flutie for 10th place on the all-time passing yardage list. And that is an absolute legend. So Trevor Harris is going to pass him here pretty soon. Could do it with a big game over the Argos.
Now, when you look back at the first matchup between these two teams at Mosaic Stadium, I mean, Chad Kelly and the Argos put up, 40 points? And Chad Kelly on the other sideline here has the ability to push that ball vertically and take those deep shots, right? So how aggressive do you expect Kelly and the Argos to be tonight?
Very aggressive. Chad Kelly has said that he doesn't want to be known as check down Charlie. Even if he throws an interception or 2 or 3 or 4 in a game, which he's done this season, he's going to continue to push the football down the field. You can see it in his turnover-worthy plays. You can see it in the pass plays that have connected down the field. He's second in the Canadian Football League in 30-plus yard completions with 20. The only other player above him, everybody should know by now, Davis Alexander, has 26. And the other part of the Argos offense that makes them dangerous is that Chad Kelly is almost willing to throw to anybody. There are 5 receivers wearing double blue that have over 500 receiving yards in 2026 so far. The only team in the CFL with that designation. So that's a real key for the secondary in Saskatchewan that has some moving parts. Nelson Lacombe going to safety and James Burgess Jr. starting at the corner. That you have to be aware that Chad Kelly is willing to cut it loose deep at any moment and target almost any receiver that's on the field.
That's going to be a huge matchup to watch tonight here. And Justin, we're getting closer and closer to kickoff. So we are going to take that break, but we'll talk to you in the call-in show. Appreciate this.
Thank you.
It's the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hey, my name is Samantha. I work as an assembly technician for Ford of Canada. What I love about working at Ford is knowing I'm part of something I'm proud to stand behind. And when Ford does something like employee pricing, it makes me even prouder to work here. And that means you pay what I pay.
Ford employee pricing is on now. On select 2026 F-150 models, get over $13,600 in total price adjustments. Visit your local Ford store or Ford.ca.
You know what they say about Saskatchewan? It's the easiest province to draw. A land where watermelons belong on your head and bunnies hug you. It's also where you'll find UFA, the better choice for fueling up. Because we're Western Canadian through and through and have been since 1909. Whether you stop by or have your fuel delivered, choose UFA. Find your nearest location at ufa.com.
Great coaches make great calls. And at home, you're in control of the game. Add SaskTel TV to your lineup and enjoy popular channels, including sports in stunning 4K for as low as $40 a month. So, what do you say, Coach?
Ready to add in the difference maker? Visit sastel.com/make-the-call to learn more. Conditions apply.
He's a Saskatchewan Roughrider legend, a Grey Cup champion, and part of the Sports Cage. Catch Double Talk with Darian Durand every Monday on the Sports Cage. Doubles is talking all things CFL and riders like only he can. Double Talk is brought to you by Dutch Agriculture, quality for generations. Catch it live Mondays, just after 5, or check out the podcast at sportscage.com.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
Elevate your baling experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed baling, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. See the Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. For more information, visit nicksservice.com.
Before streaming, before smartphones, back when your biggest worry was scratching your favorite CD, Play 92 is your throwback time machine.
All the small things, everything make it pop, DJ blow my speakers up. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky.
Play 92, number 1 for throwbacks. Streaming at play92.ca.
The only thing better before Rough Rider football is the sizzle of burgers on the tailgate barbecue. This is the Rider Nation pregame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, stage is set. Mosaic Stadium, Saskatchewan sitting at 6-4 on the year. Toronto's at 5-5. A rematch of a shootout that we saw in June here at Mosaic Stadium during what was technically a Toronto Argonauts home game, the whole FIFA thing, whatever, doesn't matter. All we know is that the Riders want to even up this season series here. There's plenty on the line with the second half of the season upon us. Things are starting to heat up, and yes, playoff positioning does start to matter at this time of the year in Week 13. Kickoff is coming up just after 5 o'clock. Now, I'm curious to get your take on this before we toss things over to Barney Shinkruk with All Bets Are Off. Wes, now, last night, I do believe, depending on where you were looking, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers were underdogs by a long shot to the Montreal Alouettes, right? I think it was like 5-7, depending on where you were looking. Where do you think we sit right now with the Riders and Argos?
Yeah, I mean, it was in Winnipeg, too. That might have been a little hefty of a spread.
I wasn't expecting them to be that big of an underdog, but here we are.
I would say, I mean, with the Riders, the way they played the last couple of weeks, Toronto having, they're playing better as of late. I would say a good number would be, I don't know, right around that 3-4.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, I mean, the half point thing always, I don't understand the gambling in the half point. I'm always like, well, I guess somebody's going to win when it's a half point. If it's
I just don't want to bet on a tie.
Yeah, if it's 3 points and then they win by 3, then the house wins everything. So
yeah. That's true. Well, let's see what Barney's research has dug up for us, shall we? All bets are off with Barney Shinkruk. Let's go.
All right, here we go again. All bets are off. So, like when you're golfing and you're not really confident with your swing, you don't know if the ball is going to go left, you don't know if the ball is going to go right. I have that happen often when it comes to my golf game, and that's how I'm feeling with my bets after the last week to 10 days that I've had. So I do have some advice written down here from people this week on the Sports Cage. Thanks to Lawrence, thanks to Tim, thanks to the Yacht Club as usual, and Benny as well. Okay, first half in this game, 30 points. So we need 31 points. I think this week I take the over. Although the Riders offense has been somewhat inept over the last couple weeks. Let's lean over the first half, 30.5. Over under in the game, 62.5. The Yacht Club said they're going slightly under that. I don't know if I'm going to touch that one yet. Anytime touchdowns. You know who I love. Dell Duncan Busby. You got to, I'm riding him all year. I said that. I'm riding him all year. So does he get another one today? I don't know. He pays $3.20. Nice value there. And I'm going to go anytime touchdown, Quali Conley, paying a nice $2.85. So I like the value on Conley there. I did get a message. I think it was Rick who said he's taking Chad Kelly 3 touchdowns or more. $3.40. That pays. I like that, Rick. Thanks for the message. So Kelly over 3 touchdowns or 3 touchdowns, $3.40. That one is playing. Now, here's a little pack that I got, a little combo play. Moneyline Riders. That's a heart bet. Again, betting with our heart on that one. Tommy Stevens anytime touchdown and a Keyshawn Johnson anytime touchdown. So Moneyline Riders, Tommy touchdown, Keyshawn touchdown all together. That pays $3.70. So some nice value in that one. But again, I don't know if this ball is going to slice. I don't know if this ball is going to hook. I don't know if I'm going to top it into the water. My bets have been sketchy at best over the last week to 10 days. So that's all bets are off this week. Don't know what you guys are thinking back there. Wes, Teagan, back to you guys.
Well, thank you very much, Barney Shinkaruk. We have an official sellout here at Mosaic Stadium for the greatest show on turf. It's their family night game, so it's going to be bumping in there. I know it's already nice and busy here inside the Sports Cage Lounge, so the atmosphere is unmatched. I also know we were talking about this a little bit earlier, and there is certainly potential for a high-scoring game here.
Mm-hmm.
Last time, what was it, 40-36, I want to say was the final. Toronto coming out on top of that one. So if I was listening to Barney correctly here, 62 points, the over-under. Are you taking the over on this one, or are you going to take the under?
I mean, I feel like the Riders' offense has to kind of bounce back from how they've been playing, and then I know that Chad Kelly's going to take some chances and sling it, so he's got to connect on some of that. Now, if they get in, the question is, are we going to be settling for field goals, or are guys going to get in the end zone? I think is the biggest thing, because the ball is going to move up and down the field today, but the question is, our defense is going to hold and keep the opposing offense out of the end zone, and I don't think it's going to be that easy. So I say safe over is safe bet.
I'm definitely taking the over on this one, too, especially considering the fact that, I mean, if history repeats itself, might see Chad Kelly throw a couple of picks.
Yeah. Hey, it might be a defensive score, but either way, we got to get there.
I mean, either way. I think that this is going to be a higher scoring one. And I mean, right now we do also see that there is a severe thunderstorm watch in effect, not necessarily a warning. Right now I'm seeing the sun is shining over the tailgate area and over the beer garden zone and the security building supplies party that's taking place in Confederation Park. So I don't think weather is necessarily going to be a factor here, but I do think these two teams are going to slug it out again, and maybe we'll get another shootout in this contest. So I'm excited to see what's in store for us. Do you think that they're going to cover the spread?
We do have Teagan Witko back, and I did. So, the Riders played so bad when you weren't here last week. And then
it's only 1 week.
A lady fan just walked by, and she looked up here, and her eyes got bright. And then I was like, hey. And then she was like, she's back. And I was like, oh, thought you were excited to see me. But
you know what? I was just. I mean, everyone's excited to see Wes Cates. That's why it's a shock when people are excited to see me. Hey, it was only 1 week. I was on the injury reserve, but we're back. It's all good. But 1 week. 1 week IR. So, no, hopefully the weather holds up. We were looking at the weather radar a little bit earlier, and it doesn't look like anything, if anything, is going to hit us. It's not going to be until about 8 or 9 o'clock. So that should be fine. We are going to toss things up to the boys in the booth here shortly, though, Wes.
Let's hope so, yeah. We don't need another rain. We don't need any type of delays.
Don't even say that word.
Yeah, my bad.
Let's not do that.
Yeah.
No, it's going to be great. The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day. It is a sellout here at Mosaic Stadium. Wes and I live.
They had some new bounce houses out there. They had like a slide, and they had some kind of field goal post. Like it was a party. It seemed like a party.
An
extra party in the park today with the family day.
Yeah, you want to go hit it up?
I saw. Well, we might be able to. I did. I seen a coworker. He brought his son. Doesn't usually come to the game, so today's a So they just feel there's a little special something in the air.
There's a little something.
Yeah.
Riders are going to hopefully bounce back tonight. So
Yeah.
we'll see what they bring to us. Wes and I will join you next from field level during the halftime report. After the break, we are going to toss you right up into that broadcast booth. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder are going to be joining us here in short order. So hang tight. We'll be back here in just a moment. It's the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Strong seasons start right here, right now, with the new 2027 equipment lineup from Kloss. Take advantage of the best deals of the season on select 2027 models, including new Lexion combines, Xerion tractors, and Jaguar forage harvesters. Competitive financing, competitive pricing, greater performance. Now through September 30th. Don't miss out because early action pays off. Contact your Kloss dealer to request a quote. Kloss, made for more.
Before the season starts, you've got a checklist. Inspecting equipment, testing the soil, and planning your field routes. Don't forget to add one more. Order your free SaskPower Farm Safety Decals at saskpower.com/comehomesafe tonight. Put one in every cab, so you always know what to do if you contact a power line. Because every good season starts with safety. And always remember to come home safe tonight.
Play 92, number one for throwbacks.
All the small things make you proud. DJ on my speakers.
And home of Mark and Jess in the morning.
I've always wanted to be a professional football player, but I have zero football playing experience, so I've settled for in-game hosting for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. We'll see you in the stands.
Mark and Jess wake you up 6 to 10 weekday mornings. Number one for throwbacks all day. Stream at play92.ca.
What's the biggest risk on your farm? Weather? Maybe, but it could just as easily be the small losses that chip away at your margin. Today, yield loss isn't the only thing putting farms at risk. That's why Global Ag Risk Solutions created Yield Plus. It works with your traditional crop insurance to protect your margin, giving you complete coverage for your farm. With the most successful product launch in Canadian private crop insurance history, Yield Plus has farmers feeling more protected and more confident. Visit agrisksolutions.ca to learn more.
Why juggle multiple providers when you can have one seamless experience? On the farm, acreage, or cottage, Access Communications has you covered with internet, TV, and security. One provider, one bill. One reliable rural home solution. Backed by our great customer service. Get internet and Wi-Fi that hold up in tough weather. Plus TV anywhere with Access Next TV. And security you can monitor from your phone. You can have it all with Access. Sign up today and save $20 per month when you combine services. Visit myaccess.ca.
He's a Saskatchewan Roughrider legend, a Grey Cup champion, and part of the Sports Cage. Catch Double Talk with Darian Durand every Monday on the Sports Cage. Doubles is talking all things CFL and riders like only he can. Double Talk is brought to you by Dutch Agriculture, quality for generations. Catch it live Mondays, just after 5, or check out the podcast at sportscage.com.
To get the job done right, you need the right machine for the job. For better hay, the right machine is the 1316S Heston Disc Mower Conditioner by Massey Ferguson. The 1316S Heston is the rugged, high-capacity mower designed for reliable performance with a 16-foot working width. The 1316S Heston also has the quick change tool, making changing blades easier, getting you back to cutting hay quickly. See the Heston by Massey Ferguson at Nick's Service in Emerald Park, nickservice.com.
Getting you set for Rough Rider Kickoff. It's the Rider Nation pregame show with Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Wes Cates, and Teagan Witko on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Jump in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth. The kickoff is coming up, but first, Luke, your 3 keys to the game.
Yeah, listen, I mean, you've got the number 1 offense in the league coming in here. You've got the number 1 total offense in the league. Sorry, passing offense, and then the number 1 total offense total in the game. But listen, you know what? You've got to limit the big plays. I think key number 1 is forcing Chad Kelly today, Dave, to be patient, to take the short throws. If we're able to just keep him sort of, nickel and diming down the field, I think that's the way to hold this Toronto offense. They're getting a little bit better. They had a bit of a run game last week, so I feel like they're not a one-trick pony, but let's make Chad Kelly be very patient today. Both teams combined, Dave, today are 1-7. when losing at half. So key number 2 is win the first half. And it looks like we're going to be in for a good game. So key number 2, win the first half, because, again, both teams are a combined 1-7 when trailing at the half. And you know what? We talked a lot about it, Dave. All of the lack of focus, the mental errors, right? The undisciplined penalties, things like that. This is a KISS game. Keep it simple, stupid, okay? We don't need you to press today. Pressing and trying to make things, forcing things to happen is how you continue on your slump. So what you need to do to come out, if you feel, and I've said this quite a number of times on this broadcast, if you feel you play your best football when you're about a 7 out of 10 in the way you feel, then you've got to do everything you can to focus on getting to that number. Know your number. Keep it simple today. Don't press. Good things will happen. There you go.
3 keys to the game with Luc Mullinder. Guess what, folks? It's time to bring them out, and we'll do that for you next. Football is around the corner. This is the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hi, my name is Samuel Emilis, receiver for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. At Capital Auto Group, it's all about being part of something strong, just like Rider Nation. With 5 dealership and collision center in Regina, Capital GMC Buick Cadillac, Capital Ford Lincoln, Crestview Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Mercedes-Benz Regina, Titan Automotive, and Universal Collision Center, you've got a full team ready to help you out. We're proud to stand with Rider Nation. We drive Rider Nation.
At Redhead Equipment, come check out our lineup of Platinum Super B-Grain trailers and Triaxle hopper trailers. These Platinum Grain trailers are the most durable, most configurable, and the highest revenue trailers on the market, with excellent standard features and fully customizable options. Got some grain to haul? We're here to do whatever it takes. Check out our lineup of Platinum Gray trailers today at your local Redhead Equipment. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
At Golden West Trailer and Equipment, they don't just sell trailers. They move the prairies. Canadian-owned, prairie proud since 1979. With 3 local locations in Moose Jaw, Winkler, and Saskatoon, they've been your go-to for trailers, heavy equipment, and wreck vehicles, new or used. Need parts? Need service? They've got both. With SGI and MPI accreditation and a fully stocked parts department. Golden West Trailer and Equipment. They'll hook you up. Visit goldenwesttrailers.com or stop by today.
I'm Don McBain, Saskatchewan NDP MLA for Saskatoon Chief Mistawasas. I'm so proud to call Saskatchewan and Canada home. It's where I raised my family and taught our future leaders. It's time to stand up for the country I love in the face of Donald Trump and his devastating tariffs. We should be pulling American liquor from Saskatchewan shelves. It's about sending a message. It's about supporting workers. It's about Team Canada, the true north, strong and free. Contact me, 306-291-9114.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
Get a phone for $0. Yep, you heard that right. With SaskTel, you can get a device with no upfront costs and no activation fees. Plus, save $10 a month for 24 months with an eligible wireless plan. $0 devices, zero stress, zero reasons not to. Visit a SaskTel store or sastel.com/0. Conditions apply.
To get the job done right, you need the right machine for the job. For better hay, the right machine is the 1316S Heston Disc Mower Conditioner by Massey Ferguson. The 1316S Heston is the rugged, high-capacity mower designed for real performance with a 16-foot working width. The 1316S Heston also has the quick change tool, making changing blades easier, getting you back to cutting hay quickly. See the Heston by Massey Ferguson at Nick's Service in Emerald Park, nickservice.com.
Pride, Tradition.
And it's intercepted. Riders have it again.
Excellence.
Gets across the 40, leapfrogs a man. A big first down run by A.J. Olette. What hops on that man?
For over 4 decades, Harvard Media has been the flagship broadcast partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, uniting our province from corner to corner. It's game time, Saskatchewan, on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Now to the broadcast booth. Here's your voice of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder.
In front of a sold-out house, we are ready for football tonight here at Mosaic Stadium. And how's that? Mark Mueller's daughter introducing the team here tonight as he gets an introduction in the booth, which doesn't always happen on Family Day here at Mosaic Stadium. Your 6-4 Saskatchewan Roughriders ready to take on the 5-5 Toronto Argonauts as we go downstairs for the singing of today's national anthem.
Our color party today is from the Royal Canadian Legion, celebrating over 100 years of service to our country and represented by the Regina branch number 001. Our flag corps members today are from the 34 Roland J. Groom and 703 Optimus squadrons of Regina and are joined by Captain Blair Panagabko and firefighter Ryan Gavel. Holding the Treaty 4 flag today from the Cody First Nation is Chief George Cody. And holding the flag of the Métis Nation is Ryan Penner and his son, Xander. Fans, we ask that you please rise if you are able. Those who customarily remove their hats as a sign of respect are invited to do so. As 620 CKRM presents today's anthem singer, please welcome 12-year-old Ella.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand, oh God, for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. We stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
The world lost a legend this week in Dolly Parton, a woman who built a career on heart, hard work, and knowing exactly who she was. In her words, find out who you are and do it on purpose. And that feels pretty appropriate for today's matchup. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Mosaic Stadium. I'm Dave Thomas alongside Grey Cup champion Luc Mullinder to my right, with our technical producer Kyle here in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, while Colson Schultz is producing the game for all of Saskatchewan back in our Rose Street Century studio in Regina. The Saskatchewan Roughriders were frustrated after suffering their second consecutive loss last week, and right now, 9-5 isn't just a Dolly Parton classic. It's what the Riders have to do to get back, putting in the work and getting back to what they were doing with those little things and getting them done right. The 6-4 Saskatchewan Roughriders are looking to stay ahead of BC and Winnipeg in the West Division standings and avoid becoming an island in the stream. But after last week's loss in BC, there's no coat of many colors hiding the issue that have been hurting this football team. Penalties and turnovers cost the green and white dearly, and those were among the matters discussed in a team meeting to start the week. The Riders have also made roster changes in the secondary and at strong side linebacker, hoping those moves can help get this team back on track. And the receiving corps is still banged up. Shamar Bridges, who has been in Saskatchewan since Tuesday, will make his debut today after being released from Hamilton. For Bridges, this opportunity is to show the Riders, here you come again. Another weapon who can step in and make a difference when his number is called. On the other side of the ball, after a slow start to the season, the Toronto Argonauts have won 3 of their last 4 games. And now it's all about you. Or at least that's the attitude Chad Kelly seems to bring to the quarterback position. Kelly isn't afraid to put the ball in the air regardless of the consequence, and so far so good for the Argos, with 5 receivers already over 500 yards this season. The Toronto's offense has plenty of firepower, but the Argos have also discovered some new ways to get after the quarterback. The Argos defense has found new life since signing veteran defensive lineman Sean Lemon. It's like, I will always love you. In just 5 games, the 38-year-old Lemon has recorded 6 sacks, leaving the opposition wondering, why'd you come in here looking like that? So Saskatchewan will have to deal with the Toronto defense that's suddenly bringing a little more Jolene, because they certainly aren't asking for permission to come after the quarterback. The Quality Tire coin toss just occurred. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca.
Saskatchewan won the toss. They deferred. The Argos decided to take the ball, so they'll be moving from the south side all the way through the north side. Hopefully they don't get too far, because that means the drive was not successful when the Argos begin the game.
So the Riders are wearing their Obsidian jerseys here tonight at Mosaic Stadium. I mentioned a sellout crowd. We've got ideal conditions for a football game tonight. Very moderate wind out of the east, meaning that it's going to swirl a little bit in the south end zone, but the north end zone seems to be quiet at this moment. The temperature, game time 27 degrees, going to fall to about 22 or so by the third quarter. There is a possibility of a thunder shower threatening the second half of this game. For now, though, so far so good, as we've got partly cloudy skies as we get set to go tonight at Mosaic Stadium. The the Argonauts are wearing their white road jerseys along with the navy blue helmets. That's the lighter blue of the two that I've been told. Then they've got the white pants, kind of a stormtrooper look, if you will, taking on the Riders. It's the second time these two teams have met at Mosaic Stadium this season, which obviously doesn't happen very often, but these two teams are set to collide here again tonight as we get set for the Quality Tire kickoff. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan at qualitytire.ca. Alex Hale getting set to put the ball up on the tee, and of course he'll be teeing it off to Janarian Grant, one of the top return men in the entire Canadian Football League. Of course, he returned a punt for a touchdown, 68 yards and counting when these two teams first met. So with Kean Schaefer-Baker wearing a white hat down on the sideline, trying to get the fans whipped into a frenzy, A.J. Ouellette is doing the same in the end zone. Alex Hale has put the ball on the tee on the 30-yard line on the near hash as the Riders will move left to right. As you called it, Luke, here in this opening quarter of play. A big one for both teams. The Riders know what lays in front of them after seeing what happened in Calgary earlier today, not to mention the Winnipeg Blue Bombers upsetting Montreal last night at home at Princess Auto Stadium. This afternoon's referee is Andre Proulx. He gives the benches the notice that he's about to whistle play in. He does, and he puts his arm in the air as the Riders look towards him to blow the whistle. He's got it in his mouth, getting set with the scoreboard to reset. We've got that, and we're whistled in. We are getting set to go with Alex Hale counting the players behind him as they all fan out for this opening kickoff. Hale's left arm is elevated. He approaches the ball, and a little high squib end over end is going to go and be fielded by the Argos back at their 25, up to the 40, 42, 43-yard line and no more, and that's where Chad Kelly and the offense will go after a high kick that was fielded by Jake Herslow of the Argos.
Now again, prior to last week, you probably looked at the Toronto Argonauts as primarily a pass offense, but rookie Quaylen Jones came in, ran for about 6.6 yards a carry last week, Dave. So they're trying to get balanced. Let's see if they have success doing that.
Chad Kelly, 4-0, a perfect lifetime record against the Riders. On first down, throws it far side. That's complete up to the 45-yard line. Leaking out of the backfield, rookie Isaiah Smith to make the catch for a gain of about 4.
Good job. Tackle pretty much immediately by Marcus Sales. Low. And again, I think that's where you want to keep the Argos, Dave. First key of the game. Let's make Chad Kelly, if he's going to beat us, it's got to be a patient approach. No big plays over the top. 2nd and 9.
Yeah, only going to give him a yard on that reception, so 2nd and long to go for the Argos. Kelly in the gun with 2 backs in the backfield. He drops back to pass, looking, now firing far side, right at the first down stick. It's going to be close as it's caught on that far side. Hauling it in was, it looked like DeMonte Coxey.
Yeah, you've got Josh Woods and Marcus Sales over there on the tackle. Plenty of time for Chad Kelly to go through his reads here, as we only rushed 3 Saskatchewan Roughrider defensive linemen. Obviously, if you have 3 going, you got 9 back in coverage. They were deeper, though. They weren't short.
Coxey gets the first down up to midfield. It's 1st and 10 for the Argos there. Fake the handoff, now throwing over the middle. That is complete into the Riders' 45-yard line. Spun down there after making the catch was David Ungerer. It'll be another first down for the Argos, moving the ball successfully on their opening drive.
Ungerer, one of the only receivers over to Chad Kelly's right, sucks up all the linebackers and defensive linemen with the run fake. Ungerer with a quick little slant, just enough to get that first down.
So an early substitution along the defensive line as Desmond Evans, comes in. Roberson checks out. First down for Toronto at the Riders' 45. Fake the handoff, and now throwing it far side. Chad Kelly, and it's caught down inside the 10 near the 4-yard line. David Ungerer able to haul it in, as coming over was DeMarcus Fields to make the touchdown-saving tackle.
This looks like a bust. Ungerer was the furthest receiver towards the Argos' sideline, and he just gradually moves up the field. DeMarcus Fields tries to catch up and provide some defense, but clearly a mistake made by the secondary, because that was far too easy for Chad Kelly.
So 1st and goal now for the Argos at the 6-yard line of the Riders following the reception. Ball right-hand hash for Chad Kelly. Isaiah Smith alone back in the backfield as 3 receivers scamper near side. Kelly, goal line, touchdown! Tyler Common, who had a couple of touchdowns in the team's first meeting, he goes ahead and he catches it right at the goal line and stumbles in for the touchdown, his 6th of the season.
Another little run fake near the goal line, just kind of trying to suck up our linebacking core so he can get this quick slant over the middle. He puts it up high, and it's a really good job by number 80. Or sorry, who was that? Tyler Common, number 82, just catching it up high. He knew he was going to get hit, had to maintain the catch. Touchdown, Argos.
On to kickoff for the convert is Brady Lidster. Clean snap. It's up, and it sails through, and Toronto's got an early 7-0 lead, 11:56 to go in the opening quarter. We'll take a break and come back with more from Mosaic Stadium in a moment. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hi everyone, Sean here with Young's Equipment, your MacDon header headquarters in southern Saskatchewan. New or used, red, green, or yellow, whatever drives your farm, Young's Equipment has the MacDon header to lead the way. With MacDon's industry-leading Flex Draper technology, an FD Series header ensures your smoothest and most productive harvest yet. No matter your color, Young's has your header. Young's Equipment, leading the way in a thriving agricultural community.
Cooperators wants to remind you that if investing is the only way you're preparing for the future, you're only considering half your options. By making investments and life insurance part of your investment plan, you get the full financial picture. Plan your future holistically with investments and life insurance. Cooperators does both.
Call Carmel Solveson in Saskatoon at 306-649-1420 today. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Mutual funds are offered through Cooperators Financial Investment Services, Inc. to Canadian residents, except those in Quebec and the territories.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Successful opening drive for the Toronto Argonauts. On your stat look, brought to you by Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers. Chad Kelly 5 of 5 for 66 yards and the touchdown toss of 6 that ended up in the end zone in the hands of Tyler Common. It's 7-0 Toronto, and we're just getting underway here at Mosaic Stadium. 3:04 to go, or gone here in the opening quarter.
Yeah, that was far too easy for the Toronto Argonauts. You had a couple low throws, Dave, where we want to kind of keep them, right? And then you had, I think it definitely must have been a bust, because DeMarcus Fields is the strong side halfback. He had to come all the way from his spot to the sideline. So clearly a miscommunication. No way that they were supposed to have a receiver who's wide open. That no safety back either. That's a big indicator that it was a bust. So Saskatchewan obviously got to shore some things up, got to communicate a little bit better here in the secondary. And now this offense has to come out, and they're already under a little pressure to respond.
So Brady Lidster on for the kickoff for the Argos. 63.2 yard average as the ball actually fell off the tee. I was going to say blew off, but that's not the case, as the Argos and Riders really treated to a rare, quiet evening as far as the wind goes here at Mosaic Stadium tonight. So Lidster marks off his approach again, and he'll kick an end-over-ender. Going to be taken by James Ledger Jr. for the Riders, back at his 5-yard line, far side. He's up to the 15, 20, 25, 30, has a lane to the 35, 40, finally pushed out of bounds at the Argos bench, but a great return and excellent starting field position for the Riders up at their own 48-yard line.
Yeah, more importantly, too, not just a really good return, but a great job blocking by fullback, in this case, Thomas Bertrand-Houdon, just leading in the way. Got a couple pancakes his credit as he did that. And again, if you're feeling the pressure of having to respond right away, Dave, it helps when you start at the 48.
Oh, certainly it does. And the Riders are 1st and 10. Trevor Harris coming out, making his 139th start in the Canadian Football League tonight. Signals for his team to get set. Quali Conley, the lone back in the backfield on 1st down. Harris to pass, throws it up far side, and that's going to be incomplete. Trying to hit the newcomer, Shamar Bridges, on the far side as he was running a little out, and the ball was in the air before he even broke.
Yeah, I think this was supposed to be a quick out. Either way, it wasn't going to be completed if it was. And he kind of curls this, and Trevor Harris just puts it a little bit too high. Shamar Bridges doesn't even try, and already you're in a 2nd and 10.
Arrived on Tuesday, did Shamar Bridges. 33 CFL games under his belt. Of course, the 2024 East Division nominee for Rookie of the Year. It's 2nd and 10 for the Riders at their 48. 3 receivers far side for Harris. Looks to the near. He's going to throw it up in the air. And Keyshawn Johnson tries to climb the back of the defender in Tavares McFadden.
Yeah.
He couldn't do so. It's 2 and out for the Riders.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, if Keyshawn Johnson doesn't try to jump and get this football to win the one-on-one, this is intercepted and going the other way. It was a really good job by Tavares McFadden playing the corner route that Keyshawn Johnson's doing. He just gets underneath him as Keyshawn heads towards the sideline or the corner and makes a play on it. Keyshawn Johnson bails out Harris on a potential interception.
McFadden actually intercepted Harris in the team's first meeting. Bit of a low snap that time, fielded though by Oscar Chapman. His high kick going to be fielded by David Ungerer at his own 18-yard line to the Argos, coming to the near side. Now going to try to cut back, get to the corner on the far side. He's got some room and got something happening as he gets to the 25. Going to be slowed down there to the 30. He'll reach out and extend, so a pretty good return, making something definitely out of nothing.
Yeah.
And the Argos have got some decent field position for their 2nd drive of the game. They lead 7-0 with 10:16 to go here in the opening quarter. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Strong seasons start right here, right now, with the new 2027 equipment lineup from Kloss. Take advantage of the best deals of the season on select 2027 models, including new Lexion combines, Xerion tractors, and Jaguar forage harvesters. Competitive financing, competitive pricing, greater performance. Now through September 30th. Don't miss out, because early action pays off. Contact your Kloss dealer to request a quote. Kloss, made for more.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Discounts apply for new acres booked before September 15th.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, some condemnation of the Riders' defense playing his zone felt too much in the opening drive that the Argos were able to capitalize on. Of course, you can share your thoughts with Rider Nation on the B&A Petroleum text line at 306-936-6262. B&A Petroleum in Swift Current, Assiniboia, Gravelburg, and many other locations serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all your fuel needs. As we go downstairs, Teagan Witko is on the sidelines.
So in that last drive for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, it does appear that Nick Weeb got a little shaken up on that play. I did see him go down there, and then he went towards the football and was visibly limping, and it looks like he is laboring. He just hopped into the medical tent here, and staff are looking at him right now, so I'll keep an eye on the situation.
Thanks for the update, Teagan. Sideline reports for Steelcraft Doors, Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert.
Teagan Witko spent some time in our medical tent last week, Dave.
Survived. She's good.
Yep.
As Kelly throws it out far side, that ball is completed up along the sidelines before finally being pushed out of bounds as the receiver. But boy, it didn't look like there was much there, but a nice job of coming back in Tyler Common to make the call, or the catch, and the first down.
Dave, I'm going to be honest with you. This is, if this is an indicator on how this game's going to go, this is not going to be a good result. Josh Woods, I've watched him return a 106-yard interception. He wasn't running at full speed. Not a very good attempt at a tackle as soon as the ball carrier got the football. Got to get better.
First and 10 again for the Argos, now at their 50. Fake the handoff, throw near side, it's knocked down. Good coverage there by the Riders. Stepping up to make the play for the green and white on Jake Herslow's attempt was, I believe, DeMarcus Fields that made the play.
Oh, that was Burgess Jr.
Oh, it was Burgess.
Great job. This is a great run fake here by Chad Kelly. He just adjusts the launch point out to the left tackle spot, and Burgess breaks and stops Herslow from catching this bullet. Great response by Burgess Jr. Second and 10.
Ball on the 50 of Toronto. 9:15 to go in the opening quarter. Toronto in front 7-0. Kelly back to pass on second and long. Has time. Feels the pressure. Scrambles. Now throws it up. And it's picked off. The Riders have it to the midfield stripe and more. Into the Argos territory to the 45-40. Finally going to be brought down there. But an interception for Saskatchewan. And who else? James Burgess Jr. First pick in the CFL.
Well, we wanted to force Chad Kelly to go through his reads, hold the ball, be patient, and look what happens. He breaks outside the pocket. He tries a little bit too hard to make the big play. Burgess undercuts the route perfectly. Riders going the other way. That's a fantastic turnaround. I'll tell you what, the first play of the Argos drive did not look good, Dave, but since then we've seen some good reps.
Olympic RTM's turnover. James Burgess Jr. felt the picks were there to be had this week, and he's got one. It's Rider Ball when we come back. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Finish strong this summer with Ritchie Brothers. When timing matters most, trust our team to deliver speed, consistency, and results. Buy or sell equipment with confidence through their global marketplace and simple, straightforward process designed to save you time and keep things moving. With decades of experience in a network that reaches across industries and around the world, Ritchie Brothers helps you get more value from every transaction. Visit Ritchie Brothers at rbauction.com and keep your operation moving forward all season long.
Get a phone for $0. Yep, you heard that right. With SaskTel, you can get a device with no upfront costs and no activation fees. Plus, save $10 a month for 24 months with an eligible wireless plan. $0 devices, zero stress, zero reasons not to. Visit a SaskTel store or sastel.com/0. Conditions apply.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
16th interception of the season thrown by Chad Kelly into the arms of James Burgess Jr., making his first start on the corner for the Riders, and they'll have the ball at the Argos 37-yard line.
Chad Kelly, he had a little bit of time. He just got impatient, right? Tried to force something, and Burgess Jr. making his first start of the year out here and saying, hey, you guys made a good decision by putting me in this position. I'm going to pay you back.
So first and 10 for the Riders on the Argos 37. Harris with twin tight ends. Turns, hands the ball off to Quali Conley, gets across the 35, going to move the pile near the 31-yard line for a gain of 6.
Well, you got the Argos all of a sudden getting a bit of a pass rush going. They brought back in seemingly the immortal Sean Lemon, and he's been playing well for them, but this will help their second down scenario for the Riders. When you have success on the first down and get 6 yards, I mean, you've got the entire playbook at your disposal here to only get 4 for the first down.
So 2nd and 4, Conley comes out. Thomas Bertrand-Houdon checks in. Ball on the 31 of Toronto. 8:16 and counting to go here in the opening quarter. Harris in the gun, turns, and he's going to keep it. Turn and get hit hard at the 30-yard line, and that was Tommy Stevens, pardon me, not Trevor Harris.
Yeah, and it's a great job anticipating this run by Bubba Bolden. He comes out essentially from a safety spot, adds to the left side of their defense, and absolutely clocks Tommy Stevens. Now, obviously, when you see Big 17 come out, the opponent is going to prepare for a Tommy Stevens run, and the Argos showed up there.
Trevor Harris back in on 3rd and 3. A third down gamble for Northern Fireplace Barbecues and Smokers. Argos, here comes the heat. Harris, middle, incomplete. Batted down as coming across was Keyshawn Johnson, but he just couldn't take the ball away from Deshaun Amos, who knocks it down, and it's back-to-back turnovers in the ball game.
Well, the Argos decided to blitz 2 more guys than the offensive front could handle, and both guys came off the edge, which means the running back can only take one of those guys. So he went across Trevor Harris's face to block the guy coming on the right. It was the guy on the left that managed to get his hands up, and I think impeded Trevor Harris's vision a bit to where this ball just wasn't quite as tight as it could have been. Deshaun Amos gets a hand on it. Argos going the other way.
No harm, no foul for Chad Kelly after throwing the interception. His Argos offense back on the field. First down, he's back to pass, fakes the handoff, has time, loads it up, throws it up. It's in the air and it's incomplete. Marcus Sales got twisting and turning, trying to knock it down, and he comes up a little bit lame at the end of the play as well as intended downfield for DeMonte Coxie.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm kind of shocked at the way the Argos have come out. I mean, I felt like they did a decent job running the ball last week. They haven't tried running the ball at all here. This was an off-balance throw to the left that never had a chance from Chad Kelly, and there wasn't much pressure. It just seemed like he was dead set on making a big play here, and because of that, it's 2nd and 10 for the Argos.
Aubrey Miller Jr. is checked into the linebacking core for the Riders. 3 down linemen on this play. Kelly back to pass. It's a little screen underneath, complete to Smith. Smith looks for blocking, sets it up, gets across the 35 to the 40, and he'll have a first down with a gain of 11, almost 12 yards.
Yeah, that's just too much. You got their center, big Peter Nicastro coming out on the screen. I mean, you got to recognize this is screen and draw territory, especially the way the Argos are coming. They didn't sniff it out.
1st and 10, Kelly to pass, guns it over the middle, complete across the 45, near the 47-yard line. Hauling it down is Kevin Mital for his first reception of the day.
It's a really good job by Mital catching that ball too, because Lacombo came down and smacked him right as soon as the ball got there, and to hold on to that one, he does a good job. Lacombo playing safety here today for them, Dave.
5:53 to go. In the first quarter, Riders trail 7-0. It is 2nd down and 4. Crowd comes to life with the ball on the Argos 47-yard line. 5 receivers set for Chad Kelly, back to pass. Has time, loads it up, guns it. He's got Mital, and it's incomplete, just over his outstretched arms. And the Riders got away with one as Mital looked like he could have been home free.
Yeah, he looked like he had a couple steps on Edouard right up the left numbers, just to the inside. Yeah, Chad Kelly just, if he puts it just a little bit, maybe takes an inch off this, Dave, this is potentially a touchdown play, but we'll take it because the result is a punt.
James Burnett punting the ball now. A high spiraling kick. James Letcher Jr. going to field it for the Riders. Back at his 20-yard line to the 25, 30, 35-yard line. A gain of 15 on that punt return for EB Power Sports in Assiniboia. 5:08 to go in the opening quarter. Riders trailing 7-0 as Trevor Harris and the offense will jog back out onto the field looking for their first down of this ball game.
Right. I was going to say, looking for their first something, Dave.
All right, we'll take a break and come back with more from Mosaic Stadium in a moment. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's time to revolutionize the way you harvest. The new Fendt Ideal Combine has been precision engineered to give you better real-time monitoring. A 485 bushel grain tank that unloads at 6 bushels per second. Plus, the industry's best warranty, service, and loaner program. The new Ideal Combine. It's Fendt. It's time. Learn more at idealharvesting.com and schedule a demo. See the Fendt Ideal Combine at Ag World Equipment in Kinistino.
Hey, it's Dig Safe Doug. Well, it's that time of year again. Let's get to work tackling that backyard project or breaking ground on your construction site. But listen, before you start, there's a few things you gotta know. Get those utility lines located. Before you dig, take a minute to expose the utility lines if you're working near them. Don't take shortcuts and take your time. Hitting a line could cost more than a fine. Request a free line locate at digsafesask.com.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
7-0 Toronto leads here early on in this football game. I guess early is relative as there's only 5 minutes to go here in the opening quarter. Trevor Harris has yet to complete a pass in the game. He's 0 for 3 thus far, and the Riders in total have 7 yards of offense. They'll start this drive, however, at their 35-yard line, looking to turn the page.
Well, crowd's trying to get him back into it.
So Harris going to start in the gun on this first down play. 3 receivers go far side. 4 down linemen for the Argos on first down. Quali Conley, the lone back in the backfield for the green and white. The Obsidian Riders hand it off to Conley, who tries to make a cut, lost his footing, and then he was brought down. It looked like a Darius Pickett was there to make the play, and the 30-year-old who made 6 defensive tackles in the first meeting of these two clubs picks up a big one there.
Well, this is a fantastic move by Darius Pickett. He just pops through the only opening that he sees to get down to the left, because that's where Conley's headed, right off tackle. Gets in on it, and now the Riders are in 2nd and 9. That's a fantastic play by number 6. There was a couple of linemen in his way. He had to weave his way through traffic there.
2nd and 9, Saskatchewan. Harris in the gun, 5 receiver look, 3 targets to the far side of the formation. That's his left. Harris to pass, looks, has a man, that's caught into Toronto territory to the 45, 40, gonna be hauled down there, but a big first down catch by the Riders. Coming up with it, Del Duncan Busby.
Del Duncan Busby puts an unbelievable move on Bubba Bolden in coverage here. He runs, he's the guy on the left side between the numbers and the hash, and he runs about 8 yards and he feints towards the sideline, and as soon as Bolden bites on it, he comes back around. That's how he was so wide open, and Harris puts it right on him, and that's really the first sign of something positive there for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Great execution. More importantly, what a great route by number 18, Del Duncan Busby.
First Cooperators, Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services first down. It's set up at the Argos 40 on first down. Hand off to Conley, gets to the 35, into the second layer, down across the 30, and he'll power his way down near the 28-yard line for Quali Conley, and another Rider first down.
Good job. I mean, we got an extra offensive lineman in here, Eric Anderson, and he kind of comes off looking for someone on the edge of the defense to the right. He occupies the strong side linebacker just a little, Tubner, just a little bit, just enough to give Conley a little bit more room to sort of operate onto the inside of the hashes, and that's where Conley ends up for a first down.
Ball on the 27 of Toronto, 3 minutes exactly to go here in the opening quarter. Riders have extra bodies in along the offensive line on 1st and 10.
Here comes the blitz.
Harris in the gun. Fakes the handoff, throws it, that's complete far side to the 15. It's a foot race down near the 10-yard line. Daniel Weeb getting his second start at receiver, comes up with a big catch and moves the ball into the Ashdown Furniture and Appliances and Interiors red zone.
So I'm saying, here comes the blitz, and it's a really timely blitz by the Argos, but Daniel Weeb knows that he's got to cut this dig route off and really turn it into a quick slant. It's exactly what he does, and Trevor Harris knows exactly where the hot route's going to be as Toronto shows blitz early. Execution. Great job. First down on the 11.
Riders number 3 in red zone offense thus far this season. 71.8% conversion rate in scoring touchdowns. They're set up 1st and 10 at the 11 of Toronto. The Argos going to rush 5. Harris to pass. Far side corner. It's up, but it's going to be overthrown. Tried to hit Keyshawn Johnson on the far side, and Johnson comes up campaigning for a penalty. None forthcoming. It'll be 2nd down.
Well, he was essentially double teamed. You had Pickett dropping back into coverage there. And you had Franklin over the top too, right? So really the only place Harris was going to be able to put this is on the orange pin in order for Keyshawn Johnson to have a chance at it. You're looking at 2nd and 11 still. Sorry, 2nd and 10 from the 11. My bad, Dave.
1:42 to go in the opening quarter. Riders moving towards the south end zone. 5 receivers set for Saskatchewan. Harris in the gun. 4 down linemen for the Argos. They'll rush 4. Harris, corner of the end zone. It's up! Touchdown, Riders! Dell Duncan Busby hauls it in. His 4th touchdown reception of the season. And the Riders are an extra point away from tying it up.
Well, it's the 2nd one-on-one that Dell Duncan Busby's run. Here, he runs about 8 yards again, and he fakes to the sideline like a deep out and then just goes right back up. Derek Slowinka tries to anticipate him going towards the sideline, and as soon as he looks to cut off his back foot, that's when Dell Duncan Busby gets back upfield. Slowinka too slow to react. Touchdown for the Riders.
Point after attempt to come, but the Riders are 1 for 1 in the Ashdown Furniture Appliances and Interior red zone. Alex Hale getting set for the point after attempt again into the south end zone. Chapman on the hold, a clean snap from Benson. It goes up and through, and we're tied at 7 with 1:12 to go here in the opening quarter. Taking a look at that touchdown drive for Nelson GM at Assiniboia and Avonlea. They'll find the right vehicle to match your lifestyle. Proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for nearly 70 years. Visit nelsongm.ca today. And really that drive, Luke, I would say started with the Riders getting a solid return from James Letcher Jr. Then they go ahead and run it 6 plays, 75 yards later, and they're back in the end zone.
Yeah, that was a DDB drive, though. I mean, they relied on Dell Duncan Busby to get out there and win 2 critical one-on-ones, and he does. He beats the safety, Bolden, and then he gets one-on-one with Slowinka, one of their faster players, beats him too into the end zone. So right now, DDB says, hey man, look, I know we're shorthanded, I know that we're having focus issues, throw me the ball. I'll help you out.
22nd touchdown pass of the season for Trevor Harris. As the Riders need to make a change, as it doesn't look like Daniel Weeb is going to go out on the kick cover team, which he normally does, thanks to Teagan Witko for catching that, as Benoit Marion came running on late.
Benoit Marion, I'll tell you what, man, he's got some sweet face paint. I was watching him warm up. He looked like one of the members of the Legion of Doom back in the day. Remember with the big red spiked shoulder pads?
So Hale puts his arm in the air. Yeah, I remember those guys. As Hale's kick is going to go ahead and chase Jake Herslow to the far side to his 14-yard line. He'll get up across the 25 to the 30, makes a hurdle over a couple of Riders and gets up near the 35-yard line. Good return there for Herslow, as the Riders definitely are going ahead and making sure they don't kick it to Janarian Grant, and who can blame them?
Really good job in coverage by Kafala Exume. He hasn't been getting a ton of defensive reps, but man, over the last few games, Exume has been making some plays on specials. That's what you got to do, right, Dave? Be a star in the role that you're given.
Yeah, very true. So a minute to go in the quarter. Chad Kelly and the Argos break huddle. It's a 5-receiver look for the Argos. Smith, the lone back in the backfield, on 1st and 10 from their 35. Handoff goes to Isaiah Smith, and he's not going to get much across the 35, near the 36 or 37 in his second start in the CFL. Smith, of course, filling in for the injured Sam Hicks.
Jameer Thurman essentially playing about 1 yard line off the line of scrimmage. He had to tack downhill and ends up getting in on this tackle. It's a good job, and finds the Argos at 2nd and 8.
Ball on their own 37, 29 seconds to go. Rider Nation in a sold-out Mosaic getting loud. Argos send 3 targets to the far side. That's Chad Kelly's right on 2nd and long. Riders bring the blitz. They're going to get there, but Kelly gets rid of it and throws it to the sideline. Nobody home, but Kelly got it across the line of scrimmage and out of bounds, and it'll be an incompletion thanks to the pressure package.
Yeah, it's Jameer Thurman right up the middle. You got 5 defensive linemen lined up, and Thurman looking like he's going to drop back in coverage. Instead, he just, as soon as the ball snapped, he takes off, goes through the big A gap on the right side. Chad Kelly's got to bail and throw it out of bounds. Great job by the defense.
James Burnup on to kick it away to James Letcher Jr. Good snap. High spiraling kick that Letcher Jr. takes back at his 14-yard line. Far side to the 20, 25, and he'll get snowed under there by the white jerseys of the Toronto Argonauts on the final play of the opening quarter. On the Quality Tire scoreboard, Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. It's Saskatchewan 7, Toronto 7. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Saskatchewan farmers, the best price on DeKalb canola kicks off now. Save up to $75 per bag on canola with the DeKalb Harvest Rewards offer. Every DeKalb seed you book, including canola, corn, and soybeans, gets you closer to bigger savings on your canola. Book by October 30th and secure that W. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to get in on the action. Terms and conditions apply. Always read and follow label directions.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
Blow the dust off your VHS player and fire up your flip phone. Play 92 is taking you back with the biggest throwbacks of the 90s and 2000s.
It's gonna be me. Please don't stop the music.
Play 92, #1 for throwbacks. Streaming at play92.ca.
It's time for second quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Tied at 7s after the opening 15 minutes of play. Your Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers statistics in that opening quarter. Toronto 6 first downs to the Riders 4. Rushing yards 3 for the Argos, 21 Saskatchewan. Passing yards 99 Toronto, 61 Saskatchewan. Net offense 102 yards for Toronto, 82 to Saskatchewan as the Riders will get the football back to start the opening quarter. Individually, Trevor Harris, after an 0 for 3 start, is now 3 of 7 for 61 yards and a touchdown. Quali Conley 3 carries for 20 yards. Del Duncan Busby, the favorite receiver thus far of the Riders, 2 catches for 45 and the touchdown. Chad Kelly, 8 of 13 for 99. Yeah. And then you've got Isaiah Smith, 1 carry for 3 yards on behalf of the Argos.
Biggest surprise of this game so far is the random approach from the Toronto Argonauts offense, Dave. At first it seemed like they came out here, they probably had 6 or 7 scripted plays that they went with. Since then, they've just been all over the map. There hasn't been any rhyme or reason to what they've been trying to do.
So 1st and 10 for the Obsidian Riders, now moving from right to left in the second quarter. Harris hands off to Quali Conley. He'll skip away from a man, then get across the 30, 35, near the 37-yard line as he falls forward. Nice gain there on first down, and pardon me, that's the 32, not the 37, so a gain of about 7 on the play.
Really patient run by Quali Conley. And also a patient blocking job by Zach Fry, who's back in at the left guard position. At first, he doesn't have this block on the defensive tackle to the left of the B gap, and he just kind of adjusts his hands, starts running his feet, and that's where Conley ends up going, into that B gap. So good job by Fry sticking with it, because it got Conley 7 yards.
2nd down and 3. Riders in the gun. It's Harris. Back to pass on 2nd and 3. Looking, can't find anyone. Then dumped underneath and it's dropped. Del Duncan Busby had it in his arms, but he couldn't squeeze it, and it's a 2-and-out for the Riders offense as they couldn't convert on the 2nd and short.
Maybe Del Duncan Busby's cleats got in his line of sight and blinded him. I'll tell you what, man, this is just after the last 2 one-on-one routes that he's won, this is probably a pretty routine, basic crossing route, and should have caught it because Trevor Harris put it right in his hands, and he would have ran for a few more yards after that, Dave. So that's a wasted opportunity, unfortunately, for Saskatchewan.
So a miscue leads to an Oscar Chapman punt. He'll kick away from Janarian Grant. This is going to go into the arms of the returner David Ungerer. Now a little flip underneath to Grant, who tries to get to the corner to the 25-30, skips along the sideline and stays in bounds as he tightropes it to the 33. But that's where the Argos will have the ball with 13:33 to go here in the second quarter. As the Argos, again, why wouldn't you get your ball to the playmakers, and a little pitch on a reverse to Janarian Grant?
Well, again, if you're the Argos out here, and more importantly, maybe if you're Saskatchewan, I think Saskatchewan should come out here and blitz this first down, regardless of what they think it's going to be, run or pass. I think that you throw a bit, because I'm telling you right now, Chad Kelly, he seems a little bit scattered. Again, he came out like the house is on fire, and since that first drive, Dave, it's just been very random and kind of forced. So hopefully Saskatchewan can continue to force Chad Kelly into making some questionable throws. You've already got one pick off of it, and unfortunately right now I believe that's Kerfali Exume getting back up.
I think it's Malik Straker, actually.
Straker, you're right.
So injury timeout for WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. A strong Saskatchewan is a safe Saskatchewan. So Straker will make his way off towards the sideline. That's tough. That's a second Canadian on special teams that's gone down in this game. Of course, Nick Wiebe shaken up back in the first quarter.
We haven't seen anything from Sei Oladipo yet. Maybe this is the time you get him involved in a strong side blitz. You love running that with Antoine Brooks Jr. So Oladipo wearing 35, which you can barely see because of the obsidian. But, man, you're right, Dave. I'd rather struggle to read the names and numbers of these guys, because the way the uniforms look is unreal.
Absolutely. Riders break huddle, the Argos break huddle after the Riders. Malik Straker makes his way to the sideline. It's 1st and 10 Toronto at their 33. Kelly back to pass, has time, feels the pressure and gets snapped. The time was there, but Kelly couldn't find anyone, and the Riders able to get home and make the play. Coming up was Desmond Evans for the sack, his third of the season.
This is a great job by Vaughters, who I think is going to end up getting it. He starts compressing down on the left edge. He goes with a little bit of a speed rush and then just kind of runs his offensive tackle right into the front of Chad Kelly and then falls into him. And you're right, Desmond Evans to clean it up. Great job. But again, Chad Kelly in the pocket looking scattered.
Quill Plains Chevrolet sack has got the Argos in 2nd and 7 from their own 25-yard line. Kelly back to pass, has extra blocking, has to feel the pressure and now steps up. Guns it, looking deep for Coxie. It's a battle one-on-one, and Coxie brought it in. Oh my, what a catch, a one-on-one battle down on that far side, and he's able to win it straight up. And Toronto moves the ball all the way to the Riders' 26.
Well, listen, it's a good job by Chad Kelly. You got to give him credit for getting out of trouble here. And then he goes downfield and just looks at Coxie, and Coxie, I think, gets the message. Chad Kelly is just going to unload it and see if Coxie can catch the 50-50 ball, and he does.
Big reception for Coxie and the Argos. They're 1st and 10. Fake the handoff. Then Kelly fires underneath. That's complete. Down to the 10-yard line of the Riders. Coming back to make the play and make the catch is Coxie on a second straight reception.
I love this little combo. It's a flat route by Mytal that occupies the linebacker's eyes, and then you come right back over the top to Coxie, who's coming back in. I don't know how he ran that route, Dave. I'd be tired as hell after catching that massive deep ball. Then he comes right back and runs a quick little slant for another first down.
58 yards on the first catch, 16 on the second. Argos in business, 1st and 10 at the Riders' 11. Kelly in the gun, Riders show blitz, they bring it. Now it's dumped underneath, that's caught. Spinning away was Jake Herslow down to the 5, maybe 4-yard line before being upended by Oladipo Jr.
It was that Oladipo Jr. was a great tackle, because if this tackle isn't made, it's a touchdown. And I think it's Nelson Lacombo just recognizing that 87 is about to turn around, look inside, exactly what happens. And Bo Lacombo, who's playing another position here this year, makes a timely tackle. 2nd, and I think it's 1, Dave. It's not 2nd and goal.
Now 2nd and a long 2 from the 3. Kelly and the Argos break huddle. 4 receivers go to the far side. Fake the handoff. Now to the corner of the end zone. It's up! Caught! Touchdown! Jack Kasser, his second reception of the season. The big fullback out of Carleton in his 6th CFL season hauls it in, and the big man scores a big man TD for the Argos.
Well, this is a bust. Kassar is on the wing to the right side as they have their big sort of offensive package in to run the football. Kassar, again, from that wing spot, just essentially just runs toward the corner. Nobody covers him. We only have one safety, so somebody's eyes got caught in the backfield because Kassar's supposed to be covered up here. Then the fact that he doesn't puts the Argos up potentially 7 if they convert this.
3-yard touchdown reception for Jack Kassar, as mentioned, his first touchdown catch of the year, and now we got a flag down with one of the Argos in the Riders bench. That's David Ungerer.
Oh, you know what he was trying to do? He was trying to not go back over. I think he got caught on the sideline.
Substitution, Toronto number 83.
Yeah, he got caught on the sideline. He tried to hide.
Yes.
Caught ya.
It sounds like you've seen this happen before, Luke. So the point after will still be kicked. It's going to be a little further back now. So Brady Lidster, who's come on in, of course, relief of the injured Liam Haralahu. He's 14 of 9 of the season, 7 of 9 for converts. This convert, though, going to be back further from his 42. Still has lots of leg. It's up, and it hits the uprights. No good. So David Ungerer not getting off the field is going to cost his team a point. 13-7, the Argos lead the Riders with 10:27 to go here in the second quarter. We'll take a break and come back with more in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Cooperators wants to remind you that if investing is the only way you're preparing for the future, you're only considering half your options. By making investments and life insurance part of your investment plan, you get the full financial picture. Plan your future holistically with investments and life insurance. Cooperators does both.
Call Jeremy Saxby in Regina at 306-359-2699 today. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Mutual funds are offered through Cooperators Financial Investment Services, Inc. to Canadian residents, except those in Quebec and the territories.
Play of the game? Touchdown! More like the game to play. The new Saskatchewan Roughriders Scratch and Win ticket. It's your chance to win 10 years of Rider season tickets, a premium suite for the home opener and the Labor Day Classic, and tons of Rider swag. Plus, 2 chances to win $75,000. Tickets available at your favorite lottery retailers. Proudly brought to you by Sask Lotteries, supporting sport, culture, and recreation across the province. Please play responsibly.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder back in the palatial Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com, and keeping an eye on that 50-50 jackpot continuing to climb over $242,000 right now. You can get your tickets whether you're in the stadium or anywhere in the province. Go to riders5050.ca and help support the Rider Foundation's endeavors in supporting youth programming across the province. Again, riders5050.ca for your ticket, as the Riders are about to get the ball back after surrendering a major score to Jack Kasser, the least likely of receivers to be used by Chad Kelly, but the deception worked down in the red zone as the Argos made good on their appearance there for, of course, Ashdown Furniture, Appliances, and Interiors. All your indoor and outdoor home furnishing needs and a full line of appliances. Ashdown's Furniture and Interiors in Moose Jaw. As the kickoff going to be chased back to the 10-yard line by James Letcher Jr. He starts out on the near side numbers across the 25-30. Then he gets tripped up at the 40, and a flag comes out late. I think that could be called for tripping on the Argos. We'll wait and see if he was brought down also perhaps by an illegal contact, but we'll get that sorted out when we come back. 10:22 to go here in the opening half. 13-7 Toronto leads. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Elevate your baling experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed baling, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. Stop by Ag West in Yorkton today or visit masseyferguson.com to learn more about the 1 Series Round Baler.
With wedding season upon us, turn heads in a fresh look from Colin O'Brien. A light sport jacket for a casual outdoor wedding, a classic single breast, or a timeless tuxedo. You'll be ready to mingle with the singles. A style, a fit that looks great and feels better. Colin O'Brien Men's Shop. Contemporary, urban, defined. Find us on Instagram and at ColinO'Brien.com.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, Del Duncan Busby has got the receiving touchdown for the Saskatchewan Roughriders tonight. He's also the game leader in yards after catch, brought to you by Pump Jacks Cathedral. He's got 15 yards after catching the ball this far this year, or this evening. However, I'm sure he would prefer to have one back.
Yeah, no
that
kidding.
slipped through his hands with tons of room to run.
Yeah, oddly enough, the easiest one he had in the three that you just mentioned, Dave. Riders plenty of time. I mean, it's 2022. That's a big point in my mind. The way this game's going, Dave, that is a big missed point. 13-7.
So the Riders will scrimmage. They were penalized on the play for an illegal block. So the ball moves back to their 15-yard line, and that's going to be one of those penalties that really irks head coach Corey Mace, as the team talked about that this week, as that really sets you back, and it does here for the Riders as they lose about 25 yards of field position. For Trevor Harris, who hands off on first down. Quali Conley, room to run across the 20, puts the shoulder pads down and gets across the 25 near the 26 for a gain of 11 and a first down.
This is a great job just committing to the run by Conley. But an even better job, I think this is Logan Furland, who pulls around this center and gets to the second level, and Furland puts a great block on the middle line. I think Pickett, and Conley follows him up. That's a really good play call and a great block by Furland, who needed to get around as a puller after the snap.
9:40 and counting to go in the quarter. Riders trail by 6, now first and 10 at their 27. After the Quali Conley 11-yard run, he'll get the ball again on first down. Gets up across the 25 to the 30, and not much more. May get 3, possibly 4 in the game.
Well, and there's another great job. You got Peyton Collins, you got Zach Fry and Logan Furland. That left side just sort of collapses and knocks the interior of the Argos backwards off the ball by about 3 or 4 yards. So it's number 97, Dwayne Hendricks. He's got to get his pads a little bit lower because he got carried up out of there. That's what happens when you don't have ID. You get kicked out the club.
2nd and 6 for Saskatchewan. From their 31, Harris has 3 receivers far side. Looks to the near, though. Now here comes the pressure, and he's going to get sacked. Sean Lemon got home, and again, the rejuvenated one is able to get home to the quarterback and break up the Riders' opportunity as Trevor Harris, frustration shows as he goes ahead and takes the chin strap off.
Well, you've got a little bit of a defensive tackle, defensive end stunt here. The tackle goes first and essentially replaces where Sean Lemon lined up at and is supposed to rush. So he ends up becoming the contained man. Sean Lemon comes underneath the tackle, and it's a really sneaky good arm rip he puts because our tackle tried to adjust himself, and when he did, Lemon getting that arm rip in his left arm was what kept him clean and running towards Trevor Harris for the sack.
Oscar Chapman punts it away again to Unger, going to flip it back to Janarian Grant, takes it up the middle, and he's got room to run. 50, midfield knockdown there. There's a huge flag down, though, back in Rough Rider territory.
Was that Chapman?
That was the punter, Oscar Chapman, who came up to make the play.
Hey, what's the flag for?
And it's going to be against the Rough Riders. 7:59 to go, and Coach Mace not a fan of the call. We'll sort it out when we come back. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Strong seasons start right here, right now, with the new 2027 equipment lineup from Kloss. Take advantage of the best deals of the season on select 2027 models, including new Lexion combines, Xerion tractors, and Jaguar forage harvesters. Competitive financing, competitive pricing, greater performance. Now through September 30th. Don't miss out because early action pays off. Contact your Kloss dealer to request a quote. Kloss, made for more.
Great coaches make great calls. And at home, you're in control of the game. Add SaskTel TV to your lineup and enjoy popular channels, including sports in stunning 4K for as low as $40 a month. So, what do you say, Coach? Ready to add in the difference maker? Visit SaskTel.com/make-the-call to learn more. Conditions apply.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
How about Sean Lemon? Turned 38 back on Tuesday, playing his 5th game of the season with the Toronto Argonauts, and has his 7th quarterback of the season on the last defensive play by the Argos. We're awaiting the penalty call. Haven't heard it yet from referee Andre Poole, but Oscar Chapman, a 54-yard punt to David Ungerer, who then lateraled it back to Janarian Grant and then was tackled by the punter at the end of it all. And the ball is scrimmaged at midfield right now for the Argos. We'll wait to see if the penalty will be announced or not. Nothing from the CFL yet, and no. So, the Argos and Chad Kelly will have outstanding field position trying to build on their 6-point lead. So play blown back in. The Argos will break huddle.
This is fantastic field position for them to start with, Dave. My bad. Sorry about that.
No, you're right. 4 receivers to the near side for Kelly. Turns, hands it off, net in the backfield. Absolutely nothing doing. The Riders got home and got there quickly. Coming up, Josh Woods to make the tackle 2 yards deep in the backfield.
Well, we got a will linebacker blitz, but he doesn't come from the outside. He comes from the inside on the B gap to the left. So that's between the left tackle and left guard. And really good play, because that's exactly where they're trying to run the football. They're trying to get to the edge of the football. And so Woods coming through that B gap just ruins everything for the Argos. 2nd and 12. And unfortunately, I feel real confident in this 2nd and 12, but the last 2nd and a million, Chad Kelly hit a bomb to Damani Coxie.
5 receiver look for the Argos. Kelly in the gun, back to pass. 4-man pressure from the Riders. Now it's dumped off underneath to the Saskatchewan 50. Mital goes back near the 51. He's going to be well shy of the first down, and the Argos are going to have to punt with 7:01 to go here in the half.
That's a great stand by the Saskatchewan Roughriders. I mean, momentum kind of up for grabs here, I think. And if the Argos are able to get a first down and go and score, I think that they capitalize that momentum. But a great job by the defense, and it all started by winning the first down with the will linebacker blitz by Josh Woods.
So on to kick it again is James Burnip. Back to return, James Letcher Jr. High kick. Letcher Jr. goes over his head, but it bounced at the 1 with backspin and back into the field to play. James Letcher picks it up at the 5, drops the ball. It's on the turf, but he was able to come back and jump on it ahead of the Argos, who were there with pressure from Parcelides, and it's going to be a long field again for the Riders.
Yeah.
Punt return brought to you by EB Power Sports in Assiniboia. Looking for the perfect golf cart? Visit EB Power Sports in Assiniboia, home of Southern Saskatchewan's golf cart superstore.
It's a fantastic punt from Toronto there, right? Lidster. I mean, and again, I think that it's thanks to the field position that they couldn't really capitalize on. I mean, he's still punting from the center of the field, right? So to put it up high like that, Letcher just thinks it's going to roll in, give him a point back maybe, but yeah, worst case scenario here as we start the drive on the 6-yard line, Dave. 7-yard line, excuse me.
So the Riders bring in extra bodies along the offensive line, and Daniel Johnson and Eric Anderson. Harris fakes the handoff, throws it near side. Weeb's got it, spins away to the 10, 15, has room to the 20, out of bounds. Daniel Weeb, a big Cooperators Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services first down. Your first choice for insurance.
Very basic catch here. Weeb's the only receiver to the left of Trevor Harris here. You got a run fake, and Weeb catches it, but a nice pirouette and doing a great job to avoid a tackle. Turns like a 5-yard gain into what? A 15-yard gain, Dave? That was fantastic.
16 on behalf of Weeb, and how's that around 4-year pro Benji Franklin, as it looked like Franklin had him stopped after a yard.
Terrible tackling attempt by Franklin. Way too high.
5:39 to go.
And out of position.
Riders 1st and 10 at their 23. Handoff faked. Harris near side flat. That bounces off Quali Conley. A little bit of a low throw, but Conley couldn't haul it in. 2nd and 10.
You know, this came out a little bit weird, and the reason why is Trevor Harris had an Argo right to the left of him about to hit him, and he tried to adjust his arm so to get it out of the way of the oncoming Toronto Argonaut. Peyton Collins blocking the defensive end also provided a bit of a wall that Trevor Harris had to move around, and obviously didn't get there at 2nd and 10.
Harris 4 of 10 passing, 77 yards.
You know what? Argos have not blitzed a ton here on 2nd and 10. I'd be surprised if they did it now.
5:03 and counting before halftime. Argos have 5 down linemen. They'll only rush 4 as Harris is back to pass. Has time, steps up. Now he floats it. It's almost intercepted. Coming across to try to make the play with a couple of shots at it were a pair of Argos. I believe Sluka was there, as was Adarius Pickett, as Shamar Bridges had to make the play as a defensive back.
Shamar Bridges is running a dig route at about 13 yards, and number 23 for the Argos, Benji Franklin, gets in on the dig route. Here's the thing. Shamar Bridges wants a pass interference call. I actually think that this is on Shamar Bridges. He does not cut this route off with any type of snap. It kind of rounds into it, and that's what puts him behind the ball that Trevor Harris throws.
Mace with challenge flag in hand, not going to throw it as Oscar Chapman is out to punt this one away, but it goes off the side of his foot. Takes a bounce in bounds, though. Now going to roll to Ungerer, back at his 48. Cuts up the field, near midfield, now across into Saskatchewan territory. He's held down to the Rider 48 with 4:17 to go, and the Argos definitely win field goal or field position thus far.
Yeah, if you're Shamar Bridges and you're running a 10-yard route, it can't end up being 14 yards in. It's got to be on 10 or 11, right? You got to snap it off, and he just doesn't do it. He rounds it, and that's why the ball wasn't anywhere near where Trevor Harris was trying to get it to. So that's unfortunate, and the Argos, a great punt gives them great field position on the Saskatchewan Roughrider 48, Dave.
1st and 10, left-hand hash for Chad Kelly. 3 targets, now 4 near side. Backfield empties. Target, though, is not going to matter as Chad Kelly is brought down. It's a second quarterback sack of the night for the green and white. Caleb Sanders gets home.
This is a great move by Caleb Sanders. He's the 3 technique, so he's on the edge of the Argos right guard. Puts a great little swim move over the top. Dakota Shepley, former Saskatchewan Roughrider draft pick, can't do anything about it. And Caleb Sanders with another sack.
Third Quill Plains Chevrolet sack of the season for Caleb Sanders. Quill Plains Chevrolet Buick GMC in Wadena, taking down high prices. Drive a little, save a lot at Quill Plains.
Dakota Shepley's one of the best guards in the league. There's a heck of a move around a really good player.
2nd and 17 for the Argos. Kelly back to pass, loads it up, fires it near side. It's complete to the Riders' 44-yard line. Going to be well shy of the first down, as bringing it in on that near side was Jake Herslow.
Herslow's double teamed here, and Chad Kelly does not care. He's going to throw it there anyways. He had his mind made up the whole time. I don't care if you're double teaming my guy. I'm throwing it to him, and he's going to catch it. And then we're going to go in and try a long field goal.
So now,
51, Dave.
It's going to be a 51-yard attempt, which would match the long of the season for Brady Lidster, but he's got a moment to think about it as the 3-minute warning is issued here at Mosaic Stadium. 13-7. Argos lead the Riders. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
In farming, just like in life, true leaders set the standard. They're bold, innovative, and always ahead of the curve. That's why leaders drive Fendt. The Fendt 600 Vario isn't just a tractor, it's a game changer. With unparalleled precision, cutting-edge technology, and unmatched reliability, the 600 Vario empowers you to lead your farm to its fullest potential. When you're behind the wheel of a Fendt, you're not just driving a machine, you're driving progress. Stop by Full Line Ag in Saskatoon, Swift Current, and Purdue today, or visit Fendt.com to learn more about the Fendt 600 series.
He's a Saskatchewan Roughrider legend, a Grey Cup champion, and part of the Sports Cage. Catch Double Talk with Darian Durand every Monday on the Sports Cage. Doubles is talking all things CFL and riders like only he can. Double Talk is brought to you by Dutch Agriculture, quality for generations. Catch it live Mondays, just after 5, or check out the podcast at sportscage.com. Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
3-minute warning is brought to you by Brett Young. When it matters most, choose Brett Young Liberty Link and TrueFlex Hybrid Canola Seed. Trusted across Saskatchewan, visit brettyoung.ca as the Argos are about to attempt what looks to be a 51-yard field goal off the foot of Brady Lidster, who's 14 of 19 on the season, only 5 of 8 40-plus, and he's missed an extra point convert, which, of course, he had to kick after an Argos penalty from that 40-yard range.
Well, and if I'm James Letcher Jr. back there, I'm licking my chops. Again, these longer field goals normally feature You've got your 5 offensive linemen, so that's 5 guys who just really don't want to run downfield and make a tackle. They've got to properly distribute their run lanes. Then you've got a few DBs. This is actually their regular field goal team. This isn't one of those teams that features a ton of defensive linemen on it.
So 51-yard attempt coming up for Brady Lidster from the right-hand hash. That's the near side of the field, kicking towards the south end zone. No wind to speak of. Good kick as he gets it away. It's up, and it's through the uprights. And the Argos extend their lead now 16-7 with 2:55 to go before halftime.
Well, maybe that's why they rolled out the regular field goal team, right? They look like they prioritized the block for Lidster. Those longer ones are going to come out lower too, right? Because the trajectory for a long shot is they're just going to come out naturally a bit lower because of the distance they need. But that one wasn't like one of my drives. It comes out lower and then goes in the water.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah, normally
Isn't that what's supposed to happen? That's what I do.
It's like the old saying, man. You want to find water on Mars, take me golfing up there.
Fair. So the Riders will take over on their 40-yard line following that 51-yard field goal. They now trail 16-7. 2:55 before half with Trevor Harris. A little delayed draw, hands it off to Conley. Room as he gets hauled down by the edge of his jersey. Otherwise, he's still running as he gets across the 45 up near the 47-yard line.
It's an unbelievable play from the weak side linebacker because he gets off. Ferlin goes and blocks him. It's Tubner again. He smacks Ferlin in the mouth and gets off and makes it. If he doesn't make this tackle, this is a first down and a lot more. Potentially to the 30 of the Argos. Like, that was a fantastic tackle.
2nd and 2 Saskatchewan. Tommy Stevens back into the game. Empty backfield. Stevens goes to his right, tries to lay out near the 50, and I don't know that he got it on.
I don't know. Sorry, Dave, I'm
No, I think you're right. I don't think he got it. And he gets a terrible spot, too.
Jeez, does he owe that referee money? That is the worst spot I've seen. Oh, wait, they're correcting the spot, Dave. He's still short, I think, though.
Still short, you're right, by about a half yard.
Him in there.
Needs to get to the 50.
Listen, the Argos, I mean, it's clear. They came prepared for the Tommy package, Dave.
Yeah. Northern Fireplace Barbecues and Smokers, 3rd down for the Riders. 3rd and 1.
I throw out of this formation.
They're at their 49. Only one receiver in play, and that's Tommy Stevens that doesn't even look at him and goes across the 50 near the 52-yard line. And Trevor Harris and the receiving group comes back out onto the field.
Well, you got Thomas Bertrand-Houdon coming from left to right in a wing set, and the only guy that Bertrand-Houdon ends up blocking is the guy that's probably going to hold up this play. So it's a great job by number 30, TBH, understanding which guy is the threat and who he needed to get a hat on, and Tommy Stevens gets over for the first down.
So ball on the 52 for the Riders, 2:16 to go before halftime. 5 receiver look for the Riders. Quanley, the lone back in the backfield for Harris. No drop, passes over the middle, caught. Keyshawn Johnson's got it down inside the 50 to the 47 of Toronto for another first down for the Obsidian Riders.
Yes, I mean, we haven't heard from Keyshawn Johnson much here at all today, and this is a good little job of just coming in. He's the first guy in from the slot. Little quick slant. Trevor Harris gets it to him before he runs himself into Pickett. So that's a great job by Harris, too.
Gain of 12, first down Riders. Harris back to pass, looks near side. That's caught. And then bouncing off the contact was Keyshawn Johnson, but he's shaken up and going to come right to the sidelines, and looks like he's going to take a knee there. Again, that was a big pop. That's one of those plays the Riders run late in the halves, and Keyshawn Johnson took the pop.
Well, it's a great angle tackle here by Benji Franklin. He's made a couple good tackles out here, but Franklin does what he's supposed to do here. He puts his hat on the outside of Keyshawn Johnson, because if Keyshawn does happen to bounce in, he's going to bounce in all to where the help is, and they spot it terribly for him. This is a 2nd and 12. So they don't give Keyshawn Johnson any progress.
No.
They just take him as he sort of sauntered out of bounds after getting his bell rung by Franklin.
Well, he bounced off the hit and took a couple of steps, and I suppose that's why the spot is where it is. 2nd and 12 for the Riders at the 49 of the Argos. 1:57 to go before halftime. Clock won't start till the ball snap. Argos show 5. Now they'll blitz with 4. Harris sees it, steps up, going to go for a bit of a jog, gets away from one tackler, and then gets tackled down at the 42-yard line. Still going to be well shy of the first down as Trevor Harris showed off his legs, but we've got whistles on the field as an Argo lost his helmet on the play. No flags that I can see, though, Luke.
Nope, no flags. Look like we're kicking here with Hale. It's going to be about a 51-yarder. Nope, 50-yarder. Hale's been good as of late, Dave.
Alex Hale on the season, 21 of 26. 40 plus, he's 5 of 9. 1 for 150 plus. This one is from 50 exactly.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Field goal attempt brought to you by Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. It's from the far hash, no wind to speak of. Good snap and hold. Hale's got lots of leg on it, but it's wide to the left. Janarian Grant going to run it out. He'll go to the far side, gets up near the 5, to the 10, and then going to get pushed out of the 15 as the 50-yarder goes wide and to the left, and the Riders unable to capitalize. Reliance Heath Water Heater Rental field goals attempt. Rent a water heater and a water softener starting around $120 a day and get $200 when you switch to Reliance Heath.
Daniel Johnson caught a pass last week against BC, and here he shows off his linebacker and ball hawking skills, man. He gets downfield here and goes and gets Janarian Grant out of bounds. That's fantastic effort from number 65. Good job on that long field goal. Because Franklin, I mean, he gets a step on you. He gone.
$1:25 to go before halftime. The Argos look to add to their lead. They're up 16-7. The Riders going to bring 5 as Kelly's back to pass. Feels it, steps up, throws it far side. That's complete up to the 41-yard line. Nice reception there. Stepping out of bounds, Jake Herslow.
Yeah, and again, this our first key of the game was make Chad Kelly be patient. And right now that's where he sees downfield, and that's where he's going. It's a good job navigating the pocket. He doesn't run for it. He could have, but again, good job keeping his eyes downfield and finds Witko right between the numbers and the sideline. Or was it Herslow?
Herslow on the first down.
Bad.
Ball up to the 42 of Toronto. Clock counting as Kelly back to pass. Looks far side. That's complete in the flat across midfield and more. Down to Riders territory in the 49-yard line. Hauling it in there was Common, who's got a touchdown catch tonight on a first down now.
Yeah, Woods has got to get out here a little bit quicker than he is. He's in coverage, and Common catches it, and then Woods kind of just a little lackadaisical one-arm tackle attempt.
Argos go no huddle. Kelly to pass, far side. That's complete down to the 30 of Saskatchewan and more. To the 25. Finally hauled down there was Common once again.
Yeah, I think Woods is hurt. There's no way. Like he's slow right now, and he's still down. But again, Chad Kelly went right back to Woods' area, and it doesn't look like he can run with anybody right now. And now he's the linebacker that is down. So, yeah, Chad Kelly might just have sensed that number 2 for the Saskatchewan Roughriders has been struggling a little bit these last reps, because both times he kind of took advantage of Woods and his inability to really get back and provide any decent coverage for the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Injury timeout for WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. A strong Saskatchewan is a safe Saskatchewan.
Well, here's the thing. So we've already seen Nick Wiebe go off, right? And Nick Wiebe's Woods' backup. So do we see Varga checking in now?
I think it's going to be Aubrey Miller Jr.
So they'll shift Miller Jr. in and then shift Thurman out. Or what they'll do is they'll make Miller Jr. play the will, right? And they'll keep Thurman in the middle. But yeah, it just doesn't. The last 2 plays just didn't seem like Woods. I was saying it on the first down, Dave. He kind of just reached out all nonchalant. Maybe it's just because he was hurting, but that's clearly a vet trying to fight through some things.
Well, checking out his left leg right now, and kind of the shin area, just a little bit above the ankle, is what they're processing now down on the field, right at the Saskatchewan 25-yard line.
These trainers, I mean, they've had their work cut out for them here this year. They've done a good job. It's just been a battle of attrition for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, and Woods is up. So that's a good thing. And he looks like he's walking off, but he's walking off gingerly.
Favoring that right leg as he comes towards the sideline, but you're right, not going very quick
fast
at all. So slowly going to make his way towards the sideline with 1:05 to go for Chad Kelly and the Argos offense, who have been pretty efficient. Chad Kelly already 272 yards passing in this game. 17 of 22 with a couple of touchdowns and an interception. As the Riders will look to try to keep this lead from building as we go towards halftime, as Woods again extremely slowly coming off, now just getting to the Riders sideline with head coach Corey Mace coming out to check on him. So Kelly and the Argos will break huddle. 1st and 10 at the Riders 23. A minute and counting to go before halftime.
Second key, win the first half. Remember it.
Kelly turns, fakes the handoff, throws it. It's incomplete. Kelly kind of threw it.
Oh, he got it. He got under it at the end there, Dave. Yeah.
That's going to be Coxey, who says he did.
If I'm Mace, I'm looking at this right away. I know it's on the coaches, too, to let him know that it was completed or not. It's a quick little slant by Coxey. Yeah, it looks like he caught it, Dave.
Argos going fast. I thought that bounced off the turf. No one agrees. 1st and goal from the 10. Kelly throws it underneath. That's complete. Mital's got it up around the 10-yard line, and he's wrapped up there by Jameer Thurman. Now we got a couple of extra shots at the end of it with Oladipo Jr. there, too.
Kelly was kind of hanging out in the pocket. It looked like he was about to force one into one of his slot backs, but then at the last minute he sees Mital coming across and connects with him, and this is a big 2nd down here, obviously, Dave.
2nd down and goal from the 6. 36 and counting to go before halftime on the clock. Argos break huddle. Lone back is the rookie Isaiah Smith. He'll be joined, though, by Mital. 4 receivers out for Kelly to pass. Guns over the middle.
Wow.
What a catch in the end zone.
My word.
Oh, my. Tyler Common, his 2nd touchdown reception of the night. And what a gun by Chad Kelly to put it right on the target.
Yeah, Chad Kelly, I mean, Common's got to do some work to get this, but this is in between 3 Saskatchewan Roughriders. You got Miller Jr., who had just subbed in, and then you've got the safety as well as Edouard. He puts it in, and this is a fantastic catch by Common. More importantly, too, you love the receivers that know that they've got a lot of work to do, and they're probably going to get hit doing it, and he still keeps it in. And I'll tell you what, Dave, this is an absolute disaster when it comes to our second key is win the first half. Right now it is 23 potentially to 7. Not good.
Point after attempt coming up from Brady Lidster. And it's blocked. The Riders are going to scoop it up, and they're going to take it the other way. It's Marcus Sales. He's going to go all the way for a 2-point convert for the Riders. A little life from the defense as Sales just tosses the ball into the end zone after the 2-point convert for the Obsidian Green Riders.
Well, listen, I mean, when you're looking for some momentum, you're happy to get it from anywhere, right, Dave? And this was a low kick, it seemed, trajectory-wise, and just ricochets off of the outstretched hands of, I believe, Desmond Evans. No, it was one of the, anyways, Sales just right guy, right place, right time, all the way in. That's a long run for 2 points, but you know what? At this moment, Dave, the Riders will take anything they can get.
Absolutely, as the score is now 22-9 for the Argos, and that breaks up 3 straight scores for the Argos and makes it 22-9, as I mentioned, with 20 seconds to go before halftime. Could that be a little life that the Riders need? Marcus Sales looked absolutely disgusted when he ran into the end zone. Didn't celebrate at all.
Oh, yeah, because, I mean, he's got to do that sprint for 2 points, right? Like, But again, like, take it, right? Hey, guys. Hey, we need a spark. There it is. It's a 2-point spark, but it's a spark nonetheless. Let's just avoid a disaster here on kick return. As a matter of fact, let's get Letcher into the end zone and make this potentially an 11-point swing. Wait, no. It would be a 9-point swing, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
22-9, the Argos will kick it off. James Letcher Jr. back to receive, standing back at his 10-yard line. Again, the Riders will be moving from right to left as a little cloud has taken over. His sun is setting here earlier on the Saskatchewan Prairie. Low driving kick. Going to be fielded by an up back on the fly to the 30, 35. Going to be tackled there at the 36-yard line with 15 seconds to go. Is that enough time to get into field goal territory? And that's a pretty acrobatic catch there. Was that Brock Marion?
Benoit Marion, it looked like.
Yeah, Benoit,
so listen, I mean, you got to get, let's see. Let's just say we want to get to the 45 here in order to give Hale probably a 52-yarder.
Yep.
So you need 10, 20, about 30 yards.
Yep, in 15 seconds.
You can get that in 15 seconds. Here's the thing, though. If they run the ball here, Dave, it means they want to go in halftime.
Well, the Riders are going to break huddle. 5 receivers go out in formation for Trevor Harris. 4 down linemen for the Argos. Man in motion near side is Dan Weeb. Harris to throw. He connects with Weeb up across the 40 to the 45. Stumbled as he got near the first down stick. 11 seconds to go. Weeb is quickly becoming the reliable target here tonight for Harris.
It's been 2 Canadians, Weeb and Del Duncan Busby.
Shamar Bridges has to be directed where to go pre-snap as the Riders try to hustle and go no huddle. Play whistled in. Harris back to pass. Looking over the middle. That ball complete. Keyshawn Johnson got it down to the 47-yard line of Toronto. 4 seconds left. And this would be a 54-yard attempt for Alex Hale, and the Riders are going to take it.
Let's go here.
Missed from 50, but did have the leg.
Had the leg, but just not the distance. I mean, not the direction.
Going to wait to put the tee down as it's going to be right at midfield. So 55-yard attempt for Alex Hale would be his longest in the CFL. It's brought to you, of course, by Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. It's right on the S of Mosaic. Janarian Grant back to return. Benson the snap, Chapman the hold, Hale the kick. It's an end-over-ender, lots of leg, and it's through. Alex Hale nails it and cuts into the lead late in the opening half on the final play, as a matter of fact, to make the score 22-12. The Argos leading the Riders on the Quality Tire scoreboard. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. Coming up, it's Teagan Witko, Wes Cates, and your YAC Auctions halftime report right here on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Need some dirt moved? Some snow plowed? Or how about some grass cut? Well, Redhead Equipment has got a skid steer for that. The B-Series case skid steer comes in 8 different models, varying in power and load capacity to meet all your operational needs. And you can put your case skid steer to work all year round with attachments for plowing, mowing, digging, and many more. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
You know what they say about Saskatchewan? It's the easiest province to draw. A land where watermelons belong on your head and bunnies hug you. It's also where you'll find UFA, the better choice for fueling up. Because we're Western Canadian through and through and have been since 1909. Whether you stop by or have your fuel delivered, choose UFA. Find your nearest location at ufa.com.
104.9 The Wolf is Regina's rock station and home of Chad and Evan in the morning.
It has been 10 years since Mosaic Stadium at Taylor Field has been around.
That's crazy.
Crazy to think that that was 10 years ago now.
I still think of Mosaic Stadium as a new stadium.
In 2017 is when they played their first game. Pretty crazy to think it's been 10 years. Man, we're getting old.
Sure.
Streaming at thewolfrocks.com.
30 minutes are in the books. It's time to get the story behind the score. It's the YAC Auctions Rider Nation halftime report. Here's Teagan Witko and Wes Cates.
Down live on field level halfway through this football contest thus far. So the score right now, 22-12 in favor of the Toronto Argonauts. Now let's talk about how we got here. By the way, your halftime report is brought to you by YAC Auctions. Your legacy deserves a crowd, just like a home game. Sell it right with YAC Auctions. So Wes, before we get to your instant analysis on this first half of the football game, let's go to the halftime rewind, brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca.
As they all fan out for this opening kickoff. Hale's left arm is elevated. He approaches the ball. And a little high squib end over end is going to go and be fielded by the Argos. Kelly back to pass on 2nd and long. Has time. Feels the pressure. Scrambles. Now throws it up. And it's picked off. The Riders have it to the midfield stripe and more. Into the Argos territory to the 45-40. Finally going to be brought down there. But an interception for Saskatchewan. And who else? James Burgess Jr. First pick in the CFL. Harris to pass. Looks. Has a man that's caught into Toronto territory to the 45-40. Going to be hauled down there, but a big first down catch by the Riders. Coming up with it, Del Duncan Busby. 4 down linemen for the Argos. They'll rush 4. Harris, corner of the end zone. It's up! Touchdown Riders! Del Duncan Busby hauls it in. His 4th touchdown reception of the season. Kelly back to pass. Has time. Feels the pressure and gets snapped. The time was there, but Kelly couldn't find anyone, and the Riders able to get home and make the play. Coming up was Desmond Evans for the sack, his third of the season. 3 targets, now 4 near side. Backfield empties. Target, though, is not going to matter as Chad Kelly is brought down. It's a second quarterback sack of the night for the green and white. Caleb Sanders gets home. Point after attempt coming up from Brady Lidster. And it's blocked. The Riders are going to scoop it up, and they're going to take it the other way. It's Marcus Sales. He's going to go all the way for a 2-point convert for the Riders. A little life from the defense as Sales just tosses the ball into the end zone after the 2-point convert. So 55-yard attempt for Alex Hale would be his longest. Benson the snap, Chapman the hold, Hale the kick. It's an end-over-ender, lots of leg, and it's through. Alex Hale nails it and cuts into the lead late in the opening half on the final play, as a matter of fact, to make the score 22-12.
The Saskatchewan Roughriders looking to bounce back in the second half of this football game, down by 10 to the Toronto Argonauts here. We're going to talk a little bit more about how we got to this point with Wes Cates here on field level. First, we're going to take a quick break. It is the Saskatchewan Roughrider Broadcast Network on 620 CKRM, brought to you by Cooperators.
Hey, my name is Samantha. I work as an assembly technician for Ford of Canada. What I love about working at Ford is knowing I'm part of something I'm proud to stand behind. And when Ford does something like employee pricing, it makes me even prouder to work here. And that means you pay what I pay.
Ford employee pricing is on now. On select 2026 F-150 models, get over $13,600 in total price adjustments. Visit your local Ford store or Ford.ca.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
If you've got a Steelcraft garage door, you've got a door with parts manufactured and assembled right here in Canada. A door with better insulation and seal, plus a warranty you're probably never going to use. And if you don't have a Steelcraft garage door, you should get one. Don't just hang a door, install a Steelcraft. Turn curb appeal into curb envy.
Steelcraft door, Steelcraft door, Steelcraft door. We offer more.
Steel-craft.ca.
In football, every player has to be productive. On your farm, every acre does too. That's why growers trust Salford, from I-Series and Halo tillage tools that manage soil and residue to spinner spreaders and the 90-foot AB 640 air boom applicator, built to cover more acres in less time. Whatever this fall throws your way, Salford has the equipment to increase your productivity. Visit your local Salford dealer today. Salford, field your best. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and at any Mazer Group location.
Great coaches make great calls. And at home, you're in control of the game. Add SaskTel TV to your lineup and enjoy popular channels, including sports in stunning 4K for as low as $40 a month. So, what do you say, coach? Ready to add in the difference maker? Visit SaskTel.com/make-the-call to learn more. Conditions apply.
Since 20, CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the Voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Discounts apply for new acres booked before September 15th.
Taking a deep look at the game with instant insight and analysis. Watch our analysts live at sportscades.com. This is the YAC Auctions Rider Nation Halftime Report on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko here with Wes Cates joining you live from field level as we talk about the first half of this football game. Wes, the Riders are down by 10. 22-12 is the score in favor of the Toronto Argonauts. Of course, the halftime report is brought to you by YAC Auctions. Your legacy deserves a crowd just like a home game. Sell it right with YAC Auctions. So what did you take away from that first half of the game?
Yeah, Teagan, it was first half of momentum, I feel like. Toronto came out and really just dominated that first drive, really worked their way down the field pretty quickly, got up quick, but then, and it wasn't looking good for the Riders, but then James Burgess had that big pick after Toronto got the ball back, looking like they were really going to take over the game. James Burgess got a pick, really turned the momentum a bit, gave the ball back to Trevor Harris, and then he found Del Duncan Busby in the end zone on a great connection on that nice fade from the inside receiver position. Kind of went back and forth. Toronto took the momentum back over, put up some big points. Then after that great drive, Chad Kelly up to almost 300 yards in that first half, finishes it off with 20 seconds on the board for his third touchdown of the first half. And then Sales returns that blocked extra point for 2 crucial points. And then we have Alex Hale coming in and hitting a 55-yarder, which really cut it down to 10 points, really helped keep the Riders in it. 2 scores out, 7 points, field goal, you're tying it back up. So we'll see. Right now, though, Toronto has been really handling this game. You're looking at Chad Kelly with almost 300, Trevor Harris barely over 101 tug. So this Riders defense has to figure out a way to stop this Argos passing game. They've run the ball twice, so obviously they feel like they can expose this Riders secondary, and they've been doing a great job of doing it here in the first half.
And all those stats that you just heard Wes talk about there, it is the stats of the game for Saskatchewan Highway Hotline. Check the app for work zones before you hit the road and check out the game. Now on the injury front, we should also mention that an already, kind of banged up Riders roster also saw a couple of guys go down here late in that second quarter. We did see Josh Woods limping off the field a little bit there, and earlier in the game, as I mentioned to Dave and Luke up in the broadcast booth there, we also had Nick Weeb limping off the field there. It looked like he was favoring his knee, and then I did later see on the sideline that he had that taped up, so that could be kind of a hindrance for the team as we head into the second half of this football game as well.
Definitely. I mean, DBs are short. Now we got linebackers dropping. It's been tough for the Riders in the injury front. We're looking at an almost completely different receiving core. So hopefully next man up, these guys can figure out a way to make some plays and slow down this Argos offense.
We'll see if they can do just that in the second half of this football game, Wes, because we are going to throw things back upstairs to Dave and Luke in the broadcast booth here shortly. We will be back on the other side of the break. It's a 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hey, it's Dig Safe Doug. Well, it's that time of year again. Let's get to work tackling that backyard project or breaking ground on your construction site. But listen, before you start, there's a few things you gotta know. Get those utility lines located. Before you dig, take a minute to expose the utility lines if you're working near them. Don't take shortcuts and take your time. Hitting a line could cost more than a fine. Request a free line locate at digsafesask.com.
Elevate your baling experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed baling, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. See the Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. For more information, visit nickservice.com.
Play 92, number 1 for throwbacks. And home of Mark and Jess in the morning.
You know what never gets old at Rider games? Bring them out. Every single time the players start running out onto the field, I get chills and it gets me absolutely fired up.
Mark and Jess wake you up 6 to 10 weekday mornings. Number 1 for throwbacks all day. Stream at play92.ca.
I'm Don McBain, Saskatchewan NDP MLA for Saskatoon Chief Mistawasas. I'm so proud to call Saskatchewan and Canada home. It's where I raised my family and taught our future leaders. It's time to stand up for the country I love in the face of Donald Trump and his devastating tariffs. We should be pulling American liquor from Saskatchewan shelves. It's about sending a message. It's about supporting workers. It's about Team Canada, the true north, strong and free. Contact me, 306-291-9114.
Hi, I'm Trevor Harris, quarterback for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. Great news. Capital Auto Group's Pick 6 contest is back, where one lucky winner will drive away in a brand new vehicle at the final Rider home game. It's easy to enter for your shot at the ultimate prize. Visit any Capital Auto Group location in Regina or enter online at pick6.ca. Don't miss your chance to get in the game with Pick 6. This is Rider Nation.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
104.9 The Wolf is Regina's rock station and home of Chad and Evan in the morning.
Hey, are you still waiting on your Grey Cup ring?
I am.
I'm a multi-sport athlete.
Yeah. I'm not even an athlete, but I should get one.
Yeah.
So where's my ring?
Well, I think fans can buy them.
Yeah, I know you can, but I mean, I want one like the players have.
I don't think we're important enough to get one of those.
We definitely are not, but maybe if they win one this year. Just throwing it out there, huh? Mm-hmm.
Streaming at thewolfrocks.com.
It's time for third quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the 620 CKRM Co-operators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder back at Mosaic Stadium in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. You go all the way back to the opening coin toss. The Saskatchewan Roughriders won and deferred, and they have decided that they are going to take the football back, as you can well imagine, with very little wind to speak of here tonight in Regina and trailing by 10 points to start the second half. We had a temperature of 27 degrees when this football game got underway back at 5 o'clock. Currently, it's actually 29, so a little bit warmer, if you can believe that. The temperature is expected to drop a couple of degrees here in the second half, as we do have some cloud in the vicinity of Mosaic Stadium, and there were some thunderstorm watches that were issued earlier this afternoon, none of which have really come into fruition just yet. The precipitation that is in the forecast is anticipated to arrive after midnight. Now, if you go back to Luc Mullinder's keys to the game, the Saskatchewan Roughriders, when trailing at halftime this season, are 0-2. When leading at halftime, the Toronto Argonauts are 4-0. So, obviously not just being down 10 points, the Riders have a mountain to climb here at home to break up their 2-game losing streak and keep pace with basically everybody in the West. As Calgary won earlier today.
You said it, Calgary with a walk-off touchdown at the end of the game there in the fourth quarter. And then Winnipeg winning big the night before, last night obviously. Yeah. So you're right. I mean, but again, this is a very good Toronto Argonaut team. They seem to be, they got a little scattered, I felt like, at the end of the first quarter and into the second, but you know, like you said, they ran off 3 straight scoring drives, and Saskatchewan very fortunately got 5 points of that back. Otherwise, this would look a lot worse than it is. So,
kickoff brought to you by Quality Tire. 9 locations across Saskatchewan and QualityTire.ca. Lidster kicks it off. It settles into the arms of James Letcher Jr. at his 10, up to the 20, 30, right into the back of his cover guys, up across the 35, going to be falling forward near the 39. That's where he'll go down. A bit of a meeting of the minds right in front of the Riders' bench as Trevor Harris and crew will come jogging out of the field. Harris, 8 of 15 in the opening half for 113 yards and a touchdown. Your statistical look brought to you by Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers. The Riders will try to get themselves going, but they're going to have to wait as we've got a shaken up Argo at the completion of the play. Alex Tubner goes down on a knee right at the 39-yard line.
I think Tubner's had a good game too, so the Argos don't want to see that.
Yeah, he's been flying around. He's a rookie from Boise State, filling in for the injured Cameron, who is now on the 1-game injured list for the Toronto Argonauts.
Cam Judge,
yes.
And so you got Alex Tubner in here for him. His backup is Jalen Rayam.
Also a rookie out of Texas El Paso. I'm not really sure what the issue is, but we're going to take a moment to sort it out. Of course, WorkSafe Saskatchewan brings you this injury break as the Riders came out of the dressing room rather early. Toronto was much later.
Maybe they were getting screamed at by coach, and they just guys were like, "Oh, I'm out of here. I gotta go. I'm going to warm up."
Well, there was visible frustration when the team went, and the one thing that Coach Mace talks about, let's celebrate as a team.
Right.
And it really stood out to me when Marcus Sales, following the blocked convert attempt, ran the football in all the way for the 2-point convert for the Riders. There was really no celebration, and him throwing the ball in frustration. We'll see what the Riders can put together. They trail by 10. It's 22-12. Pretty quiet here at a sold-out Mosaic Stadium to start the second half.
Yeah, everybody's I think everybody's visiting with their friends on the concourse right now. They haven't really come back into their seats as yet. Good crowd, though.
So Harris and the Riders are going to break huddle, again starting at their own 38-yard line after the James Letcher Jr. return to the opening kickoff here in the second half. Harris on first down hands it off to Quali Conley, gets across the 40 up near the 43-yard line. He carried the ball 7 times for 51 yards in the opening half, and that time he's going to have a gain of about 5.
Yeah, Isaac Darkangelo's checked in the game, I think, in replacement of Tubler. Gets in on that tackle. 2nd and 5, really manageable situation. That's where Saskatchewan's got to start. Let's get ourselves in manageable second downs and go from there.
Ball on the 43-yard line, 14:07 to go in the third quarter. 3 receivers go to the far side of the formation. Now Del Duncan Busby motions near side for Harris. 5-man rush from the Argos. They send pressure late. Harris gets it away. Thrown far side. Shamar Bridges makes his first reception as a Rider, and he'll have it in first down territory up to the 50-yard line of Saskatchewan.
Good job by Shamar Bridges going up and getting this too, because it wasn't an accurately thrown football. It wasn't that inaccurate by a ton, but just a little bit outside of Shamar Bridges' range.
So the first cooperators, Bazendowski Insurance and Financial Services, first down to the second half is for the Riders up to their own 48-yard line. I thought he had to get to the 49 for a first down, and regardless, Andre Proulx gives him the spot. 13-20 and counting. Harris in the gun. 5 in the box for Harris as he pumps once. Now dumps it off underneath as a flag flies as he wanted to go deep to Daniel Weeb on a double move.
Yeah.
Instead, he had to go underneath for a catch to Keyshawn Johnson, but the flag undoubtedly going to be against the Argos.
Yeah, they were trying to get the Argos to bite on that double move. Neither of the guys that were over near Weeb was falling for it. And now as we go, definitely looks like the Riders are getting ready to walk
on
forward.
Receiver, Toronto number 23. That penalty's declined. First down.
Maybe that's where you saw. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if I see any illegal contact on number 23. Maybe you got the number wrong.
No, it was 23 on Daniel Weeb running that double move, and I was asked about that. I'll get back to that in a moment as we got text messages coming in on the B&A Petroleum text line as well at 306-936-6262. Get to that in a moment. First, it's a first down for the Riders. Fake the handoff, throw it out far side. Weeb's got it to the 45. Tries to get around the corner, does to the 40. Brought down to the 35 as he's caught from behind by Tavarius McFadden, but not before another first down for the former U of S Husky.
Yeah, Weeb's got a real good burst to him. Right, he's caught a couple here when he's been the isolated receiver over to Trevor Harris's right, where he's caught the ball and kind of planted his feet. And then once he gets going, though, I mean, he goes from gear 1 to gear 5 pretty quickly. I'm impressed with this burst here because it's kind of out of nowhere, and I think it takes McFadden by surprise as well.
First and 10 for the Riders, now at the 33 of Toronto. 12:28 to go in the third quarter. The Riders are down by 10. Argos load up the line on first down. They'll bring 6. Harris, far side. It's up, and it's almost taken away as McFadden tried to make amends by stepping in front of Shamar Bridges. Can't knock it down or haul it in, but it is incomplete.
Well, this is a good job by McFadden understanding the blitz, right? He knows that Trevor Harris can't pump fake this. He's got to throw it immediately or he's going to get hit because the Argos are blitzing more than the Riders can block. So he breaks on this. He gets a hand on it. I think if he would have stretched 2 hands out, he might have came down with this. Nonetheless, it's 2nd and 10 for the Riders.
12 minutes exactly in the third quarter. The ball is on the right-hand hash for Trevor Harris in the offense at the Argos 33. Three receivers near side as Del Duncan Busby is in motion pre-snap. Argos jump, free play for the Riders. Throw it to the end zone. It's up, and it's incomplete. Tried to hit Keyshawn Johnson, who ran a seam after the Argos jumped, and it'll be a 2nd and 5 situation as the pass went incomplete.
Well, the Argos looked like they were bringing the house again here as they approached the line of scrimmage.
Offside. Toronto number 99. 5-yard penalty. It remains 2nd down.
So second-year pro Ralph Hawley is flagged for the offside. Just the second time that the Argos have been penalized here tonight. The Riders have taken one flag themselves. It's now 2nd and 5, Saskatchewan on the 28 of Argos. Again, the Argos load up the line. Stop motion by the Riders to see if the Argos will declare who's coming. Trevor Harris doesn't like what he sees and is going to change the play.
These DBs are going to break on any ball.
Harris back to pass. Sees the pressure, and it's up, and it's almost intercepted. You were bang on there as Harris threw a long out to that far side intended for Weeb. McFadden knocked it down.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying, right, Dave? These DBs are going to break on this football because of the way the blitz was going to be designed. This is a really tough throw for Trevor Harris, too. I mean, he's on the left hash mark, so the short side of the field, and he's got to get this all the way out to the wide side of the field near the first down marker. So he was going to have to get some arm strength on that. McFadden jumped it. And again, that's 2 that he's gotten his hand on in the last 2 plays.
36-yard attempt. Reliance Heath water heater rental field goal attempt for Alex Hale. Ball far hash, no wind to speak of here at Mosaic. Clean snap, good hold. The ball is up, and Alex Hale is 2 of 3 tonight. This time good from 36, and the score is now 22-15. The Argos lead, and they'll have the ball when we come back. 10:55 to go in the third quarter. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hi everyone, Sean here with Young's Equipment, your MacDon header headquarters in southern Saskatchewan. New or used, red, green, or yellow, whatever drives your farm, Young's Equipment has the MacDon header to lead the way. With MacDon's industry-leading Flex Draper technology, an FD Series header ensures your smoothest and most productive harvest yet. No matter your color, Young's has your header. Young's Equipment, leading the way in a thriving agricultural community.
You know what they say about Saskatchewan? It's the easiest province to draw. A land where watermelons belong on your head and bunnies hug you. It's also where you'll find UFA, the better choice for fueling up. Because we're Western Canadian through and through and have been since 1909. Whether you stop by or have your fuel delivered, choose UFA. Find your nearest location at ufa.com.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
10:55 to go in the third quarter. Riders are trailing by 7. Let's go downstairs to Teagan Witko. Her sideline reports brought to you by Steelcraft Doors, Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert.
The unfortunate news here is that Weeb will not be returning. Nick Weeb, who we saw kind of limping off the field earlier in this ball game, will not be returning. He did have his knee taped up and wrapped up before halftime. He came back out in partial street clothes, and it has been confirmed by the Rider Communications Department that he will not be playing in the remainder of this game. Now, the maybe good news is that Josh Woods is still in full uniform, and he is out on the sidelines here, so hopefully not too shaken up in the first half of this ball game. I will also add, though, the wind has picked up quite a bit since the first half of this ball game as well, so you might want to watch that.
All right, thanks very much, Teagan. Not moving at the top of the goalpost much as Chad Kelly is out, throws it over the middle. It's complete into Rider territory down to the 50-yard line. A quick little sprint by Tyler Common as he caught that pass on a quick slant as the Riders were bringing pressure.
This play hit kind of quick. I don't think anybody knows that it actually happened, Dave. TSN hasn't caught up to it yet.
Kelly.
Argos are doing it again.
Gonna run a play action. Now he takes a huge hit, throws it up, and it's almost intercepted. Edouard ran into Nelson Lacombo with the ball in his mitts, but he couldn't squeeze it. And Chad Kelly is down in the backfield after taking a huge hit from a pair of Riders.
Yeah, he got smacked. He had the ball up in the air. He was trying to wait for the crossing route to come over, and it never got there. And then he got sandwiched between, I think, 2 Rider defenders.
Well, the Argos came out real quick, running a quick high-tempo pace. And Like you say, they ran 2 quick back-to-back plays. Chad Kelly, as you take a look at his numbers from the opening half, sensational. 21 of 27 for 318 yards, but also takes into account that first pass to Common for 23. So he had over 277 yards in the opening half alone, and he's having a night, but he's back on his feet. I wonder if he's just winded. Again, he doesn't look to be too worse for wear, but looks can be deceiving.
Quaylen Jones is going to be coming in here. He's warming up right now. He's the backup quarterback. Kelly looks like he's okay. He just got, I think, a little bit banged up.
No, that should be Nick Arbuckle, no? Yeah, it's Nick Arbuckle that'll jog on.
Sorry, you know what's funny? So I was looking at the backup spot for the running back on my position chart, thinking about the fact that he averaged 6.6 yards last game and he hasn't got the ball yet. And I'm like...
So second down as Nick Arbuckle checks into the game on the Riders' 47-yard line. It's on the far hash. Riders load up the defensive line. The secondary drops back and way back. Arbuckle hands it off. That's Smith. He's got room to the 40 of Saskatchewan. Puts the shoulder pads down and bursts for a first down to the 34-yard line, a gain of 13.
This I don't understand, because as a defensive coordinator and as a defensive player as a whole, when a backup quarterback comes in on a 2nd 10, I mean, you've got to look for screens and draws in this situation. I was going to say it, but you started your commentary right now, and they're going with some urgency here.
1st and 10 for the Argos at the Rider 34. Arbuckle in the gun. Back to pass. Looks, has time. Now he'll have to scramble near side. Dumps it off underneath. That is complete. Then it's dropped. Ball is out. Argo's going to jump on it down inside the 30 near the 29-yard line. As getting to it quickly was Rush Reimer, the rookie right tackle, as he cleans it up as Smith put it on the turf after the reception.
It's a good job by Jameer Thurman here. Just getting in on this and forcing the fumble. 2nd and about 6 now, or they're going to give him 5. 2nd and a long 5, Dave.
Ball was fumbled forward to the Rider 29-yard line. 9:11 to go in the 3rd quarter. Argos lead by 7, looking to extend. 22-15, Arbuckle in for the injured Chad Kelly. In the gun, he's back to pass. Looks, steps, now can't find anything. Gonna float it up near side, but that'll be incomplete. Tried to find Herslow, but he was covered tightly by Edouard, and Edouard stayed with him the entire way, and the ball falls incomplete.
And he looked like he wanted to try to run for this, but I think Oladipo talked him out of it by starting to come up toward the line of scrimmage. And they'll end up kicking this field goal at about 36, Dave.
1 for 1 tonight is Brady Lidster from 51 yards. He did miss a convert off the upright, though, earlier. This will be from the right hash. Wind maybe a little at his back. Good snap, a clean hold. The kick is up, and it goes wide and to the right. No points as it goes clear out of the back of the end zone, not returnable, and the Riders escape giving up any points, and with 8:34 to go, they'll get the football back trailing by 7.
Yeah, the door's open, Dave.
This is the Saskatchewan Roughrider football. Of course, you're hearing it on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Introducing Gleaner T-Series Combines. These powerful machines leave a lighter footprint, which cuts down your fuel costs and minimizes soil compaction. They're gentler on crops too, allowing you to sell at premium prices. All this spells better yields and better overall harvest performance. That's Gleaner to a T. Get more information about Gleaner T-Series Combines at gleanercombines.com or visit us at Nick's Service in Emerald Park.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Discounts apply for new acres booked before September 15th.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
BMA Petroleum brings you the Riders text line at 306-936-6262. A few folks are looking for the panic button right now, but a question for you.
No, don't hit it. Door's open.
Okay. Well, one question is, there was a lot of double moves used by the Rider offense early in the season. Yeah. We haven't seen that as much anymore. How come?
Well, in order to run a double move properly, it's got to be schemed properly, and there's got to be some offense before that to convince them. But more importantly, B, it's the respect thing. Like, if you're trying to double move a guy and you're using guys like Emilus and Kean Schaefer-Baker, DBs are a lot more likely to respect that and be on their toes and maybe try to jump that. But these guys see a guy like Daniel Weeb out here, and they're like, no, this kid's got to show me something before I go and fall for it.
So the Riders take over following the missed field goal from their 40. 5-man pressure as the handoff goes to Thomas Bertrand Hudon, and nothing doing as he is wrapped up in the backfield. Sone Toya is one of many that get there for the Argos.
Well, and this is made by Pickett, because Darius Pickett comes through on the blitz, and because it shifts everybody's eyes, Toya is able to get off the block of Jacob Bramer, and because of that, the Riders find themselves in 2nd and 10. And I believe, Dave, that Chad Kelly might be checking back into this game.
Which is good news for the Argos. 7:50 and counting going for the Riders here in the third quarter, trailing by 7.
Let's keep Kelly on the sideline.
3 receivers far side for Harris. Back to pass. Over the middle has Del Duncan Busby. He's got it. Down to the Argos 40. Big pitch and catch for the Riders as they move the ball into Toronto territory.
Yeah, this is a bust by the Argonauts. Del Duncan Busby's right up the seam route on the right side between the hash and the numbers. And he's got a linebacker that he passed. Everybody kind of just lets him walk past him. And Trevor Harris is watching him the whole way. What's happening here? Oh, there's a football. Trevor Harris is watching him the whole way. Yeah, and the Argos are just passing guys along. And unfortunately, Caesar, number 28, James Caesar's got to come down out of his spot to save a touchdown, because that's what it was going to be if he hadn't gotten over there.
30-yard reception for Del Duncan Busby. 1st and 10 for the Riders at the 40 of Toronto. Harris changes the play call at the line of scrimmage. Thomas Bertrand Hudon, the lone back in the backfield. Little stop motion. The DBs for the Argos bailed, and Harris is going to change the play again. 5 seconds to go on the play clock. Harris hands it off. Bertrand Hudon to the left, back to the right, then gets across the 35, shoulders down to the 30. He'll be close to a first down.
It's a good job by the right side of the offensive front. Logan Ferland working hard, running feet, and now there's a penalty flag.
And this may not be good for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. We'll wait and see as the Riders' Jacob Bramer is pointing towards the Argos.
The Argos are pointing towards Bramer. Someone's lying.
Objectionable conduct, unnecessary contact with an official. Toronto number 95, 10-yard penalty, first down.
Jonathan Kongbo is flagged, and he's talking with the official, and he just pushed him again. No flag that time. That was more egregious than I thought the first time around.
Hey, Kongbo. When you dig yourself a hole, the first way to get out of it, stop digging.
So the Riders just outside the Ashdown Furniture Appliances and Interior Red Zone. They are set up 1st and 10 at the Argos 21 after the penalty. Harris has got extra bodies in along the offensive line. Turns, hands. Across the line is Quali Conley. Tries to spin near the 16-yard line. That'll be a gain of about 5. It'll be 2nd and 5. And it's Thomas Bertrand Hudon, that got that ball, and he is upset with himself as he gets back up off the turf.
Slawika comes up, makes a tackle, hangs on to that tackle, actually. 2nd and 5. I mean, the special teams here, I was getting a text from my buddy Ron Taylor. I mean, he's right. Special teams have really kept us in this game.
Yeah. So ball at the 16-yard line now, 2nd and 5. 5:46 to go in the third quarter. The Riders trail by 7. Harris has got Thomas Bertrand Hudon, the lone back in the backfield. 5 receivers set. Harris to pass. Looks far side. Man wide open at the 10. Back into the first down territory, and it is a big first down. Down to the 7-yard line. Keyshawn Johnson makes the catch.
Keyshawn Johnson just sort of edges his way up. Kongbo's dropping back into a zone as a defensive lineman, and he's got help out there by McFadden, but Keyshawn Johnson just kind of settles in between him into the space, and Trevor Harris just facilitates him. Got a first down by Saskatchewan, and again, the door was open. It was a great finish to the first half by the Saskatchewan Roughriders, who stole 5 points, and right now, I mean, we're banging on the doorstep to potentially tie the game.
First and goal from the 8. Ball on the right-hand hash. Extra bodies in along the offensive line. The Riders send one receiver either side. Fake the handoff. Now up the middle. Across the 5, down near the 4-yard line. And that's, I think, where the pile is going to catch up to the ball carrier, Tommy Stevens. It'll be second down and goal.
Yeah, and if I'm the Argos, if Stevens stays in the game, it's probably a just let's sell out here, right? Let's just sell out at the line of scrimmage and try to get this big truck down. If I'm the Riders, I take this under center, not in the shotgun. Oh, they're going to go out of the shotgun. See, so if they go out of the shotgun, this is where I'd blitz if I was Toronto.
Trevor Harris is all alone on the near side. Tommy Stevens fakes the handoff, goes straight ahead.
Yep.
Going to get down near the 3, but still kept out. It'll be third and goal from the 3.
See what I'm saying? So that's why, like, you blitz if you see if Tommy Stevens goes into the shotgun, right? If he was underneath the center, you got to play that straight up. That's goal line defense anyways, right? You're going to man that up if there is a receiver that splits out. So third and goal now.
Coach Mace is in a gambling mood. The gamble brought to you by Northern Fireplace Barbecues and Smokers. The Riders have been stopped once on downs.
I think if I'm Toronto, I blitz again. Right, our defensive backs, especially to the wide side or the short side of the field where McFadden is, have been jumping these routes. Throw some pressure at him.
So Harris in the gun. It is third and goal from the 3. Back to pass. Looks near side. Doesn't see anything. Now he'll gun it far side, and it's knocked down. He tried to find Daniel Weeb, but Tavares McFadden came up and batted it away. It's a turnover on downs. The Argos will have the ball when we come back. 22-15, Toronto leads, 3:21 to go in the quarter. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Play of the game? Touchdown! More like the game to play. The new Saskatchewan Roughriders Scratch and Win ticket. It's your chance to win 10 years of Rider season tickets, a premium suite for the home opener and the Labor Day Classic, and tons of Rider swag. Plus, 2 chances to win $75,000. Tickets available at your favorite lottery retailers. Proudly brought to you by Sask Lotteries, supporting sport, culture, and recreation across the province. Please play responsibly.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The Riders 50-50 now at $358,000 in climbing. Get your tickets at riders5050.ca. That's riders5050.ca as the Riders couldn't make good on a third down inside the 5-yard line.
I didn't mind the gamble though, right? Like at this point, the way Chad Kelly's been rolling, that is, I mean, if you keeping the Argos down here and backing them up on their goal line is, I mean, the defense, it seems like they've started to pick it up, right? So let's let them do the work. Let's force them into a punt. Let's get some good field position on the return with James Letcher Jr.
So
First order of business, though, is to get them off the field here.
Chad Kelly is back into the game after missing the last couple of plays after taking a huge hit. He's back to pass inside his end zone, loads it up, looking far side. It's up, and it's incomplete. Battle with Coxie and Marcus Sales, and Sales can't believe there's no offensive pass interference called as he had a beeline on the ball. Coxie was beat on the play, and no flags.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that Marcus Sales is just a victim of his own defensive prowess here. He's played this perfectly. Chad Kelly's trying to give him a 50-50 ball, and Sales is, actually, you know what? He might have a case because he played him perfectly in that cover 2 look using his sidelines as his partner.
But a penalty isn't going to do much. It'll back you up 2 yards. It's 2nd and 10 for the Argos from their 4. Kelly over the middle, incomplete. Tried to find a target coming across the field, and he couldn't find Common. Kelly on his rear end in the backfield, and we also have a shaken up player in the Riders in that end zone as well.
Vitale.
So the Riders are going to get off after a 2-and-out, but the Argos, who left Mytel in as a blocker primarily here this evening.
He's come across the middle. He's made a couple big catches for the Argos, actually. It's just here, he just looks like he just
658 yards receiving on the season.
Yeah. Well, they got 5 receivers over 500 yards. They're spreading it out really well, right?
And one of them not being in Polk tonight. So Mytel will go off the field, and the Riders are going to get good field position. As you'll recall, it seemed like they were behind in the field position battle the entire first half. And now James Burnett is standing 10 yards deep in his end zone to punt this one away. Wind at his back, though.
All eyes on James Letcher here, man. This is a massive opportunity for Saskatchewan.
Clean snap. High spiraling kick. What a boomer.
My God.
Fletcher back down to his 40-yard line. Going to make the first man miss, though, to the 50. Midfield stripe. Still on his feet down to the 51 of Toronto. Good return there for EB Power Sports in Assiniboia. Looking for the perfect golf cart? Visit EB Power Sports in Assiniboia, home of Southern Saskatchewan's golf cart superstore. 2:35 to go in the quarter. The Riders will have the ball, and they'll do it from Toronto territory when we return. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Winter shop schedules fill up fast. That's why now is the time to pre-book your WinterWorks AG equipment inspection at Redhead Equipment. Book before December 31st and receive 10% off labor. Want to save even more? Book and prepay by October 31st to receive an extra 10% off labor. It's a smart way to save money, avoid the spring rush, and ensure your equipment is field ready when the season begins. Book today by calling your local Redhead Equipment or find a location near you at redheadequipment.ca. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
Hi, I'm Trevor Harris, quarterback for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. At Capital Auto Group, you're part of a winning team, just like Rider Nation. With 5 dealerships and collision centers in Regina, Capital GMC Buick Cadillac, Capital Ford Lincoln, Crestview Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Mercedes-Benz Regina, Titan Automotive, and Universal Collision Center, we've got you covered across the board. We're proud to stand with Rider Nation. We drive Rider Nation.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
66-yard punt, 19 on the return for James Letcher Jr. 1st and 10 for the Riders at the Toronto 51. Hey, go back to that play where Tommy Stevens on 2nd down, and I said, Trevor Harris isn't covered. That was the old shuck and jive, if you will, from the Argos, because they actually did send a defender out right after I called that. So the Argos were trying to goat the Riders into throwing that to Harris.
Right. Yeah, well.
And that's just a response to Bob on the B&A Petroleum text line from the 780 saying, come on, why wouldn't you throw that ball if you're Tommy Stevens? And because it wasn't open.
It really depends on how much sort of leash Tommy Stevens has when he gets certain looks out there. You know what I mean?
So 1st and 10 for the Riders. Play whistled in with 2:33 to go in the 3rd quarter. The Green Riders trail by 7. Here comes the blitz. Harris reads it, dumps it off. Del Duncan Busby's got the catch down inside the 45 near the 44-yard line, gain of 7.
Good recognition by Del Duncan Busby. He sees the Will linebacker blitzing and leaving the space that he's about to run into. So right as the linebacker leaves, he just stops, turns around, Trevor Harris, right on the money.
So a delay here for some reason is Andre Pruill waits to kind of blow the whistle in. He's not supposed to do that. Doesn't matter. 2nd and 3, 1:56 and counting to go. 9 on the play clock. Harris in the gun. 2 receivers far side. Conley, the lone back in the backfield, gets the carries. Tries to get outside, but he's going to be met. But second effort is going to get down around the 42-yard line. He had to get to the 41 for a first down. The spot will be interesting. And what Coach Mace is going to do.
If you want to be, this is a long 2 yards. They've sent in Tommy Stevens.
So big.
Oh, no, they're not. They're sending in Hale.
So Alex Hale.
Not Hale.
They're going to send in Oscar Chapman to punt.
I clearly don't know A, English, B, any of the Rider players, or C, the down and distance and information that I'm supposed to know.
Riders are going to line up for an onside punt as Chapman awaits this snap at his 54. He's got it. High hanging punt. It's going to be a jump ball as it's caught by Janarian Grant down at the 11. Flag comes out. That's not going to matter as he'll dance out of bounds at the 16-yard line. The Riders tried to recover that ball as Chapman just kicked it as high into the air as he could.
I'll tell you what, this is a fantastic kick by Chapman. You've got an onside kick. So for our listeners, anytime there's two cover guys behind the kicker on a punt, those guys are eligible to just they can just go straight to the ball. No 5-yard halo. They can catch it. It's like an onside kick for those two guys. And Chapman gave him a perfect opportunity to get downfield, but Janarian Grant showed good hands and awareness on the situation and secured it.
Danced out of bounds at the 18. That's where the Argos start with 50 seconds to go in the third quarter. Up by 7. Chad Kelly in the offense. Break huddle. 5 receiver set for the Argos. Mital back into the game after being shaken up. A little shovel pass underneath. That's to Herslow. He's got it. Hurdles a man across the 25 up near the 26-yard line. A rider is down and shaken up on the play. Going to get up, though. And
this is a fantastic job by number 62, Ryan Hunter, the left guard. He pulls all the way around, and I mean, Herslow's got a little bit of work to do to get in the clear here, and once he does find his pulling guard, he gets in between him, and it's just like a parade float. Escorts him up to the first down marker.
Gain of 10, 1st and 10 for the Argos. Kelly back to pass. Throws it over the middle. Intercepted. The Riders have it to the 45, 40. Still going back in Argo territory. 35, 30. And finally pushed out of bounds on the far side. But it's the second pick of the night. The first for Nelson Lacombo. An Olympic RTM's turnover on the final play of the third quarter. On the Quality Tire scoreboard, Toronto 22, Saskatchewan 15. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. The fourth quarter is next. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Finish strong this summer with Ritchie Brothers. When timing matters most, trust our team to deliver speed, consistency, and results. Buy or sell equipment with confidence through their global marketplace and simple, straightforward process designed to save you time and keep things moving. With decades of experience in a network that reaches across industries and around the world, Ritchie Brothers helps you get more value from every transaction. Visit Ritchie Brothers at rbauction.com and keep your operation moving forward all season long.
If you've got a Steelcraft garage door, you've got a door with parts manufactured and assembled right here in Canada. A door with better insulation and seal, plus a warranty you're probably never going to use. And if you don't have a Steelcraft garage door, you should get one. Don't just hang a door, install a Steelcraft. Turn curb appeal into curb envy.
Steelcraft door, Steelcraft door, Steelcraft door. We offer more.
Steel-craft.ca.
He's a Saskatchewan Roughrider legend, a Grey Cup champion, and part of the Sports Cage. Catch Double Talk with Darian Durand every Monday on the Sports Cage. Doubles is talking all things CFL and riders like only he can. Double Talk is brought to you by Dutch Agriculture, quality for generations. Catch it live Mondays, just after 5, or check out the podcast at sportscage.com. Don't go anywhere. Anything can happen. This is fourth quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Not a bad time for Nelson Lacombo's second career interception as he picks off Chad Kelly for the second time tonight. Now the 17th interception of the season thrown by Kelly. And the Riders are operating at the Toronto 29.
The Riders defense have responded. They're on task. It's this offense. I mean, there's been 3 drives now that have essentially started in the Argonaut territory, and we've got nothing to show for it. The door's still open. We're only down by 7. Something's got to happen here. I mean, if it doesn't happen here, I don't know when it's going to happen because they're on the 29-yard line. This is a massive opportunity. Fourth quarter, going into Pill Lounge. Let's go execute. If I'm the Argos, on the other hand, too, it's interesting. If Daniel Johnson's in, the tendency for the Riders has been to start off left and then cut back to the left, like away from Daniel Johnson as in the tight end spot. I don't think he's in right now. So,
wow, this is interesting. On the far sideline, head coach Mike Miller has thrown the challenge flag. So they used the break between quarters to take a look at whatever replay they could find and now challenging for pass interference or illegal contact on a receiver. So Andre Pruill is coming out.
I say, look here, Mike, it's too late for all this.
I don't think you're allowed to.
Yeah.
And I think
sorry, Mike.
Well, Andre Proulx is talking to the replay center. Of course, those conversations brought to you by Regina Trades and Skills Center. And Andre Proulx is about to announce it as Trevor Harris can't believe it. He's like, how can you use the quarter break to your advantage that way? And Andre Proulx is going to take a walk towards the Toronto bench. Now he'll stop at the 32. This could become a play-by-play of the referee if we're not careful here. Proulx gets the call from the sidelines. Going to relay it. Now Stoll holds the button on the hip as he'll come to the near side this time, trying to get away from the players. And the sound as Coach Mace is talking with two officials on the near side. And
Mace is also pissed now.
Here comes Proulx. He'll whisper in the ear of Corey Mace as he's got two other officials beside him. And now he's going to back up, and it looks like he's going to make an announcement to the crowd.
Coach wanted to challenge. He had a period of 30 seconds after the end of the play. By rule, he cannot challenge. He's going to be penalized for delay of game, 10-yard penalty. First down, Saskatchewan.
Oh, wow.
What would have been more appropriate would be to lose your challenge and the timeout, but the Riders will take the 10 yards, move it up to the 19.
That's huge. That is huge. For an offense that's really struggling, that's massive.
Inside the Ashdown Furniture, Appliances, and Interiors red zone. The Riders are 1 for 2 there tonight.
So if I'm Toronto, I come out of here and I'm looking at Darius Pickett and I'm saying, look, man, we're going to send you. Let's send Pickett here off the strong side edge, because we got to get the ball out of Trevor Harris's hand. The problem is if Pickett comes right now, there's 3 receivers to his side.
Argos show 7-man pressure. They all come. Handoff, backfield, stopped immediately. Daniel Weeb, a little shovel pass underneath, was caught before it even started.
Well, we're lucky he wasn't fumbled because the snap came up a little bit high, and so when they got it to Weeb, he bobbled a little bit too, and that was an all-out blitz like I thought they would do. Well, I didn't think they were going to all-out blitz. Sorry, I thought they were going to send at least 2, one being Pickett. So now you're at 2nd and 15, Dave, it looks like?
From the 24-yard line. Right-hand hash, the Riders.
Both defenses here have been great in the second half.
5 receiver set, Saskatchewan, 3 to the far side. Keyshawn Johnson stays in the backfield. Pump once, twice. Harris can't find anyone. Now he'll throw it down over the middle. It's complete to the 5-yard line. First down, Saskatchewan. Big catch for the Riders, and Deshaun Mims, his first of the game.
See, and I think this is a mistake by defensive coordinator Greg Quick. You rush 3 guys and drop everybody back in the zone. If there's one thing Trevor Harris is going to do against a 3-man pressure, he's going to find the pocket or the air in the pocket, and he's going to stay there until someone comes open. It's exactly what he does. He moves to his left a little bit, allows his receiver to come back into him and hits him. That's a mistake on Greg Quick's part.
Put it at the 6. First and goal from there for the Riders.
Send him again.
Del Duncan, Busby in motion pre-snap. That's where 3 receivers settle for Harris. He looks to the far side. Far corner. It's up. It's caught. Touchdown, Riders! Keyshawn Johnson, his 7th touchdown reception of the season, and the Riders are a point away from tying it.
This is a great job by Keyshawn Johnson. So he rounds and out towards the sideline, but what he does that's not going to be noticed by a lot of guys is he actually comes back down, and Trevor Harris puts it so he's got to come back to it, but I'm talking about like back down, so he almost inches back towards the north side of the end zone, essentially making sure that he's the only person that's going to be able to catch this ball. Harris puts it in beautifully, and we are a conversion away from being tied at 22.
Alex Hale on for the point after. His kick is up, and it's wide to the right. The Riders will remain a point back, 22-21 with 13:02 to go in the fourth quarter. Toronto still in front. We'll take a break. The Argos get the ball when we return. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Cooperators wants to remind you that if investing is the only way you're preparing for the future, you're only considering half your options. By making investments and life insurance part of your investment plan, you get the full financial picture. Plan your future holistically with investments and life insurance. Cooperators does both.
Call Jason McEachern in Saskatoon at 306-934-7315 today. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Mutual funds are offered through Cooperators Financial Investment Services, Inc. to Canadian residents, except those in Quebec and the Territories.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Discounts apply for new acres booked before September 15th.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Take a quick look at the stats brought to you by Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers before we get to that touchdown drive for Nelson GM and Assiniboia and Avonlea. Through this point in the ball game, each team has 17 first downs. The Riders have 87 rushing yards to Toronto's 14. Toronto has 333 passing yards to the Riders' 216. Net offense, the Riders have 297 yards to 333 for the Argos. Trevor Harris now 17 of 27 for 216 yards and 2 touchdowns after that last toss of 6 yards. It came after an interception by the Riders' Nelson Lacombo that took the ball down to the 29 plus the penalty of 19. The Riders 3 plays later, find themselves into the end zone. Of course, your touchdown drive brought to you by Nelson GM in Assiniboia and Avonlea. However, the failed point after attempt leaves Toronto still in front 22-21 with 13:02 to go. Alex Hale stays on the field to kick it off. It's a pair of returners back in Janarian Grant and Jake Herslow for the Argos. Hale, little end over ender. Going to take a bounce at the 35 to the 30 into the arms of Herslow to the 35. He's up near the 40 as the Riders again kicking away from Grant tonight. That'll give up some yardage, but not a big return as Herslow gets it up to the 41, and Chad Kelly of the offense will jog back out onto the field. Kelly 22 of 31 for 328.
Yeah. Well, and again, our first key was make Chad Kelly play patient. What that means is force him to go through some of his reads, force him to stay low, and I think that they forced him into making some bad mistakes, right? He's seen nothing. He's seen a few times where there's been nothing out there for him, so he tries to force something in, and that's when we've gotten the turnovers.
So 1st and 10 for the Argos from their own 41. There's 12:47 to go in the fourth quarter. First down, handoff, up to the line and maybe a yard more, but not much as the handoff went to Quallen Jones, and the rookie out of Stephen F. Austin gets a yard, maybe 2.
Caleb Sanders gets the easiest tackle he's ever going to have. Number 62, their left guard, Hunter, just left him alone completely. Sanders does a good job of getting down the line and filling in the tackle. 2nd and 9, and this building's starting to get a little bit louder, Dave.
Ball on the Toronto 42. The Argos draining the clock as best they can prior to snapping the ball in this second down play. 3 receivers to the far side for Kelly. He's back to pass, feels the pressure, scrambles, now dumps it off underneath. That is complete to the 45 up near the 49-yard line. Going to be a couple of yards shy from Quallen Jones getting to the first down marker.
And this is a quick punt situation for the Argos. Man, it's 3rd and 1. I'm going for this.
I think it's 3rd and 2, though.
No, look at this. It looks like they're marking.
Ooh, you're right. Yeah. I think you're right.
They're giving them a 3rd and 1. Why would you punt this? You're crazy. I guess they don't have Tommy Stevens. They're like, we're not even going to risk it.
So on to punt it again is James Burnett. Going to try to pin the Riders deep. Quick snap. High kick. Wow. Big spiral into the wind. James Letcher Jr. fields it. It is 1. Now he'll dance up to the 10, stays in Browns, going to get across the 15. He almost might have been better to see if that ball wouldn't have sailed out of bounds in the end zone. Instead, he brings it back, and the Riders' offense comes out onto the field. 11:20 to go. We'll take a break. The Riders trail by 1. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Get a phone for $0. Yep, you heard that right. With SaskTel, you can get a device with no upfront costs and no activation fees. Plus, save $10 a month for 24 months with an eligible wireless plan. $0 devices, 0 stress, 0 reasons not to. Visit a SaskTel store or sastel.com/0. Conditions apply.
Premier Scott Moe.
This year's provincial budget is protecting Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan's trade is less reliant on the U.S. than any other province. But even so, geopolitical challenges are impacting our economy and our province's finances. The provincial budget protects important services like health and education. It protects families by keeping your community safe and your taxes low. And it protects our future. The 2026 budget, protecting Saskatchewan.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave and Luke here in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. 60-yard boomer off the foot of James Burnup was fielded at the goal line by James Letcher Jr. A penalty flag came down during the break, and the ball has been backed up to the Riders' 2.
So if I'm Greg Quick right now, as the defensive coordinator of the Toronto Argonauts, I've seen enough. I've seen it to where we play a little bit of like zone and like leave spots open. No, I want to pressure. I'm coming with at least 4 guys. I'm coming with probably 5 every second play. But this first down here with the Riders, I'm sending pressure if I'm Greg Quick.
See what they do.
They
Riders
got the
break
big
the huddle.
heavy set in here, so your linebackers are going to be close to the line of scrimmage anyways. You may as well send them.
3-receiver look for the Riders. Harris in the gun. Fakes a handoff underneath. Now he's going to throw it far side. It's up, but it's going to be incomplete. Intended on the far side after a little move and trickery in the backfield for Keyshawn Johnson. It's incomplete, second down.
Trevor Harris couldn't put any touch on this ball because the collapsed part of the offensive line was to his left side. And so when he went to throw this ball, because the O-line was kind of getting backed up into him, he couldn't actually just direct it, right? He kind of had to leave his hand up in the air. 2nd and 10. And again, Greg Quick is absolutely bananas if he rushes 3 here. He's got to rush the minimum of 4 here.
Ball on the Riders 2, 10:45 to go in the fourth quarter. 4 down linemen for the Argos.
Yeah, press coverage to the outside.
Harris in the gun, 5 receiver set. Fakes the handoff, back to pass. Pumps, gets hit, can't find it, it's on the turf. Ball is free. Who's going to have it? The Argos say they jumped on it. Andre Proulx trying to find it, waiting for an official indication. Touchdown Argos.
Nope, safety.
Safety, pardon me.
Yep. So see what I'm saying though? 4 down linemen. I mean, you saw the little bit of the collapse. There was really nowhere to step up into the pocket because of the great job number 97 for the Argos is doing, and we're lucky to get that over top. Safety, and that's a big safety, Dave, because of the missed conversion. Right now, the Argos are back up by 3 points, and they're getting the ball back.
10:21 to go, and the Argos will probably take the ball, I would assume, unless they're going to force the Riders to kick it off. But there's 10:21 left, and again, it was a fumble by Harris that was recovered by Trevor Harris in the end zone, resulting in the safety. So penalties really hurt the Riders again in that instance, as there was a penalty for holding for the Riders on that punt return.
Both defenses playing really well in this second half here, Dave. Here's the thing, though. I mean, the Toronto defense, I'd give a little bit more credit to them only because it seemed like they played the entire third quarter in their own, backed up in their own side of the field.
So Riders trail 24-21. They'll kick the ball off from their 20. As Janarian Grant and Jake Herslow go back to retrieve this kick by Alex Hale. Right now, Devin Adams, the biggest cheerleader on the Riders sideline, going up and down despite not being active tonight, trying to get his team going. As Alex Hale, again, puts the left arm in the air and gets set to kick it off. He'll approach. It's going to be a high driving kick to Herslow on the far side. He'll take it back at his 21-yard line. Start up the numbers to the 30, 40, cuts back to the 45. Flag comes out as he'll get brought down at the midfield stripe, but this should come back as it looks like an illegal block against the Argos. 10:14 to go in the fourth quarter.
Definitely wasn't an illegal block on Janarian Grant because he didn't do anything. Janarian Grant did his best to avoid any type of contact on this as the fullback. He's sick and tired of the Riders not kicking to him, but his reputation precedes him, and that's why he's not getting the football.
Well, and again, why would you pitch to Aaron Judge if you don't have to?
Yeah, fair.
So there are.
You're definitely pitching to Vladdy Guerrero.
The officials look like this might be against the Riders.
I don't know, man. If this is another penalty to the Riders,
Coach Mason's gonna have steam come out of his ears.
During the return, illegal interference.
Wow.
Saskatchewan number 47. That penalty is declined. First down.
No, they took it, Andre. What are you talking about?
Well,
they clearly took the penalty. They
you have to take point past the spot, and they're going to give Herslow the 54 of Saskatchewan. So the Argos will start with the ball on the Riders' side of center. 10 minutes, 5 seconds and counting to go in the fourth quarter.
Argos got to get a little more balanced here.
Kelly in the gun, back to pass. Looks to screen it, does underneath. That ball is complete to Smith. He's got it to the Riders' 50. Still on his feet, going to be pushed out of bounds down around the 40. However, we do have flags down, or at least whistles sounding well after the play, as there's a flag in Rider territory up at the 35.
All the Argos are coming back.
Holding. Toronto number 86. 10-yard penalty. Will replay first down.
So Coxie, who's had 4 receptions for 97 yards tonight, gets flagged for that penalty prior to yards being gained, so it's 1st and 20.
And here's the thing. So it's 1st and 20. One of the things I hope the Saskatchewan Roughriders remember now is that you have to be looking for screens and draws here. On either this first down or this second down.
Argos break huddle. The lone back in the backfield is Jones. He'll stand to the right of Chad Kelly. Kelly fakes the handoff, throws it far side. Metal's got it, and he's going to run into a Rider, but be bounced out of bounds right at the line of scrimmage. It'll be 2nd and 20.
Yeah, Metal bobbled it, and he couldn't get upfield because he was trying to get the football. So now you're at 2nd and 20, and this is, again, you got to watch for a screen. But, again, if I'm Saskatchewan, actually, I'm probably sending 5 at least. And here's why. We've got Chad Kelly kind of scrambled a little bit, and right, if your secondary holds up, it doesn't look like they're going to rush 5. It looks like they rush 4. Anything to make Chad Kelly go through his progressions here.
2nd and 20. Kelly back to pass, all kinds of time. Screens it underneath. That's complete to the 50 of Toronto, midfield stripe, and that's it. Back near the original line of scrimmage for Quallen Jones, and it looks like the Argos will punt, as we've got conversations occurring in the Toronto backfield. No flags, though. So the Riders are going to force a punt, which is pretty good after giving up the safety and trailing by 3.
Yeah, like I said, both defenses have really been good here this second half, Dave.
Josh Woods on that tackle. Good to see him back in action.
Yeah, exactly.
Punt coming. Punt return for EB Power Sports in Assiniboia. End over ender, James Letcher Jr. Going to field it at his 9 on the far side. He'll spin out of bounds at about the 14 as he was met immediately, and Trevor Harris and the Rider offense jog back onto the field. 8:21 to go in the fourth quarter, 24-21, Toronto leads. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Strong seasons start right here, right now, with the new 2027 equipment lineup from Kloss. Take advantage of the best deals of the season on select 2027 models, including new Lexion combines, Xerion tractors, and Jaguar forage harvesters. Competitive financing, competitive pricing, greater performance. Now through September 30th. Don't miss out because early action pays off. Contact your Kloss dealer to request a quote. Kloss, made for more.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
On the B&A Petroleum text line, 306-936-6262. A shout out to Rider Nation from Middlesex, North Carolina. Thanks for tuning in and joining us on Rider Radio tonight.
Bill Belichick got his first win today of the college season. North Carolina, Chapel Hill.
In Ireland, right?
Was that in Ireland?
I think that was in Ireland, yeah.
You think Doubles was there? We should ask him. Ask Durant if he went with the UNC. Hey, listen, he's royalty out of here.
Very true. B&A Petroleum in Swift Curtis, Hiddepoye, Gravelburg, and many other locations serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all your fuel needs. Again, get set to text us at 306-936-6262. First and 10 for the Riders. They take over at their 13-yard line. Harris in the gun, stretching out his leg a little bit in the backfield. His play is whistled in by Andre Proulx. 4 receiver set. Conley the lone back in the backfield. Harris going to roll this way. He throws it up. Bridges has it. Does he have it in bounds?
No,
the officials say yes, up at the 19, which would be a gain of 6.
No, I think Toronto's going to throw this red flag. Or at least they should, because there's no way.
Riders don't show a sense of urgency to get up to the line, so they believe it's a good one. 2nd and 4 on their own 19.
Maybe it's just the angle that we saw it happen on. Didn't look like it was good from here. We'll take it, though.
Harris, yeah, absolutely. 2nd down and 4, Saskatchewan. Conley the lone back in the backfield. Argos load up the line. They'll drop back into coverage. Harris back to pass. Looks up. Has a man near side. It's caught right at midfield. Keyshawn Johnson hauls it in. 36-yard reception.
It's a fantastic job by Keyshawn Johnson tracking this football. This is pro-level stuff.
First guy over to congratulate him, Trevor Harris.
Yeah, so Keyshawn's running up the numbers, and because of where Harris throws the ball, instead of going back shouldering this, he creates a little bit of separation from the defensive back with his hand. Not enough for his offensive pass interference, and then just sort of lets it float into his arms. Great execution there. Good job, number 3.
Nice yards after catch for Pump Jacks Cathedral, and a first down for the Riders in Argo territory. Harris to pass, throws near side, complete to the 40 and more. 35, 30, still on his feet. 25, still going. Finally wrapped up at the 15-yard line. Keyshawn Johnson, have a day. Do it yourself, man.
It's just like the safety, number 34. Bubba Bolden overplays this initially and then kind of gets stuck in no man's land. And when Keyshawn Johnson catches this football, Bolden doesn't know which angle to take. And Johnson turns to the outside and gets upfield, puts the Riders right on the 16. This is a fantastic drive put together by Harris and number 3, Keyshawn Johnson.
Inside the Ashdowns Furniture, Appliances, and Interiors red zone.
The Argos got to get their blitz. They tried to blitz there, but they were late. You got to time your blitz up a little bit better if you're Toronto.
1st and 10 at the Argos 16. Del Duncan Busby in motion pre-snap. Harris back to pass as the backfield empties. Harris underneath, that's complete. Weeb's got it inside the 15 down to about the 12. Going to be a gain of 4. He takes a big shot at the end of the play, but it'll be 2nd and medium again for the Riders.
Tubner's found his way back into this game, and he goes low and got another tackler up high. A good tough run by Weeb. That's a Saskatchewan tough ending to that play for Weeb. It's a good job. 2nd and 7.
Well, they didn't give him a great spot. Only a gain of 3 for Daniel Weeb, but the ball transfers to the left-hand hash on the 13-yard line.
If I'm Argos, I'm sending them again. Why stop? Like, they're getting to Harris. Why
5
stop?
receivers set, Saskatchewan, 3 to the near side. You're right, the Argos load up the line. Only going to bring 4, though. Harris to pass, and it's caught. What a catch by Keyshawn Johnson, who had a man and James Caesar draped all over his back. Incredibly, no flags, and this is going to be just shy of the first down, it looks.
Quick slant, and Caesar's right on top of him. And Harris does him a great favor by putting this he doesn't put it low, but he puts it outside. So either Keyshawn's going to catch it or no one's going to catch it.
You know, right? I know it's family day, but I still don't think a defensive back can piggyback on a wide receiver.
No.
Just saying. 3rd and 1, big one here for the Riders on the 7-yard line.
We need this. And the Argos, I mean, if you're the Argos, you're going to go look at the way they're approaching it. They just got everybody on. They're committed.
Tommy Stevens, under center, to his right, runs to the line, gets the first down. Northern Fireplace Barbecues and Smokers, first down for the Riders, brought to you by Cooperators, Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services.
Good job. He needed 1, he got 3. Now again, I think that Dave, like the Riders have kind of struggled in this little bit of the field here. It looks like it's a foregone conclusion that you score when you're in this area, right? And that's what everybody, all the couch GMs like myself, this is not an easier to score in just because if you're the Argos, you're probably going to send pressure, right? Harris has got to find one of these quick slants or maybe a quick stop by the slot back.
Ball on the 4, first and goal for the Riders. Harris to pass, looks near side, into the end zone. It's overthrown.
Well, he's lucky it's overthrown, Dave. It would have been interception if he was putting it on the money there.
Look for Deshaun Mims. It'll be 2nd and 4 from the 4.
Do you see what I mean, though? It's not an easy task because the Argos are just going to send the pressure, and Harris has got to essentially rely on someone to win a one-on-one or somebody to like there, just float toward the sideline. If I'm the Argos, I do it again. Right? You don't want to give Harris the space and just options in plots of the field. You want to blitz him right now because that's what's been working for him. I'd do it again if I was quick. And again, Harris is just gonna hope and trust that one of his receivers understands that they're gonna have to cut something off.
3.5 to go in the 4th quarter. It's 2nd and goal from the 4. Harris pass up to the corner, can't get there. Del Duncan Busby in a battle on that far side is coming up to make the play. Was a Darius Pickett, and now the Riders are going to have to attempt a field goal to try to tie it.
That's really good defense by Darius Pickett, and it was the right call for Trevor Harris to try to get it. Why not go at Del Duncan Busby? The last couple of routes he's run in one-on-one coverage, he's won, but Darius Pickett just walls him off really well here and uses the sideline of the end zone essentially as another defender, right? So because of the way and how Del Duncan Busby kind of drifts to the outside, he's essentially double teamed, right? He's got Pickett on one side and the sideline on the other. So the ball's got to be perfect, and he's got to win a jump ball, and nothing happens.
Saskatchewan is challenging the previous play for defensive pass interference on their receiver number 18. The play will be reviewed.
I don't think they're getting this. I think this is good defense, and I think that if it is a pass interference call, like if there's any offense, if there's any interference, it's Del Duncan Busby. Darius Pickett is allowed to play this and wall this off.
Well, why not? You're going to be, again, you risk losing your challenge. The replay center, of course, and challenges for Regina Trades and Skills Center. You're going to lose the timeout anyways.
Yeah.
So why not take a shot? Maybe the replay center sees something.
No, if the replay center sees defensive pass interference here, then the game is flawed.
I'd like to say that you're going to be right, but you just never know. So why not roll the dice, see if you get a call. If not, you come and try an 11-yard field goal. Just saying. So Andre
I'm
Pruill,
with you, Dave. I get the logic, right?
Coach Mace this season in challenges is just 1 of 6.
1 of 6, really?
Yeah.
Upon review by the replay center, the ruling on the field stands. Yeah. Incomplete pass.
Don't boo that. That's
Saskatchewan
we shouldn't be
has no
booing
more
that call.
challenge, and they're charged 1 timeout.
So 3rd down and 4. The Riders have the kick team out on the field to attempt.
You know what?
12-yarder.
You want to know what'll spark something, Dave?
Tell me.
Want to know what'll give you a spark? A fake field goal here. Nobody runs those in the league. Let's run one of those right now. Let's run a fake field goal. If we get the look we practice against, let's run it.
All right, 12-yard attempt.
Oh.
Argos went offside. Argos jumped. Riders should get it. We'll wait and see what the call is from the sideline, but the Argos made an unnecessary error. Andre Pruill, please make Rider Nation cheer.
Defensive offside, Toronto number 2. Half the distance to the goal, and it will be a first down.
You know what?
Ralph Hawley is absolutely giving it to Tavares McFadden.
You got to take your hat off to Kent Majuri. His special teams tonight have been absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, they have. They've been really good.
So as a gust of wind comes up, Coach Mace comes over and gives it to his punter who made the snap count call. So the Riders, 1st and goal now from the 2 following the penalty. A big mistake by the Argos. Can the Riders capitalize? Tommy Stevens into the game. Ball right between the goalposts. Clock counts down to the 3-minute warning, and we'll have to take a timeout. Hang on, Rider Nation. The conclusion of this coming up in a moment. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Play 92, number 1 for throwbacks.
Please don't stop the music. It's gonna be me.
And home of Mark and Jess in the morning.
Have you ever taken one of the ramps at Mosaic Stadium to get to your seat? If you haven't, don't do it. Unless you want to be sweating buckets like you just ran a full marathon once you get to your seat.
Mark and Jess wake you up 6 to 10 weekday mornings. Number 1 for throwbacks all day. Stream at play92.ca.
Big horsepower is one thing, big control is another. The Fendt 1000 Gen 4 delivers both. With Fendt-Tone technology, advanced cab comfort, and the power to cover serious ground fast. Built for long days and tight windows, the Fendt 1000 Gen 4 helps operators cover more acres with confidence. See Fendt today at your local dealer. See them at KMK Sales in Humboldt.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
3-minute warning brought to you by Brett Young Seeds. Lock in your acres with Brett Young Canola Seed featuring Pod Defender, disease protection, and dependable yields. Visit brettyoung.ca today. Riders are going to have the ball, first and goal from the 2 at the 3-minute warning as they trail by 3. A game that the Riders have never led tonight. Trying to come back from a halftime and third quarter deficit for the first time this season. The Argos have not lost when leading at half or the third quarter. And the Ottawa Red Blacks are still winless whenever any of that happens. Sorry, old joke. Riders break the huddle.
One of us was going to do it, Dave.
Tommy Stevens in under center on first and goal from the 1. Lines are loaded up. Stevens to his left, dives across. Touchdown, Riders! Tommy Stevens, touchdown, 12, and Stone Cold does it again, and the Riders jump out in front.
Yeah, it's a great job by Peyton Collins and Zach Fry on the left side, just digging out guys. Pad level nice and low, and then Stevens back over the top. The play set in motion by the motion, right? You've got Bertrand Houdon moving right to left, and that essentially just widens out for some reason. Yeah, Bertrand Houdon goes up and blocks the guy covering him, and Tommy Stevens, man, this guy, I mean, what do you do to stop him?
Now this is going to be a little ugly. It's a point after attempt for Alex Hale, but the wind has just really picked up and started swirling.
You had to mention it. I was trying to keep it quiet.
It just blew right into my face a second ago, which would indicate that it's swirling out of the south end zone, which is where Alex Hale is going to attempt the point after. 2:57 to go. Clean snap. Chapman the hold. The kick is up. And it's good. Makes it a 28-24 advantage for the Riders. The first time that they have had the lead in the ball game, and now they need to find a way to stop Chad Kelly in the Toronto Argonauts offense with 2:57 to go. The Nelson GM touchdown drive. Nelson GM at Assiniboia and Avonlea, they'll find the right vehicle to match your lifestyle. Proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for nearly 70 years. Visit nelsongm.ca today. Right. The Saskatchewan Roughriders drive, well, it started all the way back at their 5-yard line, or 15 if you will.
Hey, listen, I'll tell you what.
10 plays, 95 yards, touchdown run, Tommy Stevens.
My bad, David.
No, we're good.
So, right now, I think that you've got to find a way to force Chad Kelly to hold on to the football, right? We talked about key number 1. Let's make him be patient. So let's make him hold on to the football. You see when he gets those happy feet and extends that's when he's going to be money, right? But let's force him into turnover, Chad. Okay, holding on to the ball, trying to make a late decision, trying to force something. Because one interception, I feel like, potentially ends this game. So
Alex Hale and the kick team will come out. They've done their best to stay away from Janarian Grant as much as they can tonight. Grant will go back, and he's actually going to swap spots with Jake Herslow. For Hale, who's put the ball on the far hash at the 30-yard line, you can see the bench trying to get in touch, or at least his attention, to let him know that Janarian Grant and Herslow have swapped sides. Hale marches off his approach. Swirling wind here at Mosaic Stadium as Hale approaches. Going to kick it, and it's going to go to Grant. This time, far side, 10-yard line. He'll catch it to the 15, 20. Start to the middle, cut back to the 30. Big hit air at the end of the play. Oh, my. Coming up was Derek Roberson, the defensive lineman, in a cover situation, and he absolutely nails Janarian Grant. We do have an injured rider, though, on the play.
Hey, it looks like he's getting up. Roberson, just a fantastic job. I mean, our special teams cover units, they've been playing outstanding today. I mean, Toronto has done everything to get the ball into Janarian Grant's hands. They have switched him like they did there. They have thrown him reverses, and just there's been nothing doing. And now this crowd gets to play their role in an attempted Argo comeback.
Argos start at their 29 with 2:52 to go, trailing by 4. Kelly in the gun. One-step drop, throws it near side. That ball complete to the 35-36 as the receiver Common straps out for a gain of about 7.
So a nice little snap decision by Kelly, right? Never mind to read. I'm just going to get it out to Common. 2nd and 3.
Not a great spot for Common. The Riders will take it. 5 receivers set for the Argos on 2nd down. 4 down linemen for the Riders. Kelly fakes the handoff, throws it far side, knocked down. What a great play by the Riders. Is coming across was Marcus Fields to bat it away. It's going to be a 3rd down. Pardon me, that was James Burgess Jr., 27 on the play.
This is a fantastic job by James Burgess Jr. It's a good sell by Chad Kelly. If I'm him, though, I'd take this ball. He should have ran with it because there was nothing really to the outside. It was going to be a foot race to the 1st down marker. Instead, he tries to throw the slant, but he puts it too far inside. That's where Burgess is able to make a play on it. To be honest with you, there wasn't really a spot that was going to be good for that slant. So that's a great job by the Saskatchewan Roughriders defense.
James Burnett to punt it for the Argos after the incompletion. High spiraling kick. James Letcher Jr. back to receive it, takes it at his 7. Comes up the near side to the 10, 20, 25. Tries to hurdle a man, doesn't exactly work. He'll come down to the 24. A late hit by the Argos isn't flagged, and it'll be 1st and 10 for Saskatchewan with 2:28 to go, leading by 4. Riders have it at their 24-yard line as Trevor Harris completes a couple of tosses on the near side to Jack Cohn before heading out. Cohn's return pass almost picked off an official. I always wondered about that, but
maybe that's why we haven't given Cohn any reps.
No, the official almost backed into it. Come on, Jack doesn't need to catch a stray from here.
My bad, Cohn. That was. I think it's just this college football season's ramping up. Obviously it's screw Notre Dame. He went to Notre Dame, so whatever.
1st and 10 for the Riders. Going to try to bleed the clock as best they can. Ball to 24. A little ride into side with Tommy Stevens. Gets around the corner, up across the 30, near the 31-yard line. Bodies fly near the end of the play, but a good gain on 1st down by the Riders.
This package, Dave, has been the icing on the cake here a few times this season for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. We got one player getting up slowly. I think that's Weeb.
Thomas Bertrand-Houdon.
Oh, it's TBH.
Yes. So he's going to actually take a knee down at the 29-yard line after that Tommy Stevens run. And you know what I thought was really interesting is that Tommy Stevens, and I guess, again, I'm probably preaching to the choir, but professionals take their game seriously. And Tommy Stevens, the last couple of weeks, has been working at various indie times with the running backs, working on stiff arms, working on ball security, and it's just like,
well, yeah,
that shouldn't seem strange to anyone, but it's a really neat sight to see Tommy Stevens and the conversations that he has with Andrew Harris trying to improve that part of his game.
Right. I mean, again, I said this earlier, right? Be a star in your role, and he's done exactly that, right? You're going to be given a role in a football team for the course of the season, and that role is either going to increase or maintain the more you do well in it. And for Tommy Stevens, the reason this ISO package is out here on the field, it's not here now, the reason why it exists is because he's gone in and he's done it well every time they've given it a chance. I'll tell you what, man, if it hadn't worked out the first time and he had fumbled or something, you would never see it.
2nd and 4. Trevor Harris now back at the helm. Conley, the lone back in the backfield. 5 receivers set Saskatchewan. Argos bring the house. Harris sees it, throws it, completes it. Great catch across the 41-yard line for a 1st down Saskatchewan. Nice play, Keyshawn Johnson.
Well, I'll tell you what made this play for Keyshawn Johnson. He knew that there was a defensive back that was approaching, and he walled him off. It was like watching a post-up move with a basketball player. It's a great high IQ play here for Keyshawn Johnson, and now we got the red challenge.
I don't know if he caught this. As a second look on the instant replay, looked like the ball maybe came out. Toronto's throwing the challenge flag already.
Well, he walled him off, and Toronto just... It's under 3 minutes, though.
Yeah,
Toronto is challenging the previous play. They believe the pass was incomplete. The play will be reviewed.
And again, you are allowed to throw a challenge flag in the final 3 if you've got a timeout. Right. So, head coach Mike Miller does throw his challenge flag and challenges this season. Miller is 2 of 6. Riders have lost their challenge thus far this evening. And like I say, on second look, it looked like that ball was secured with the help of the turf from Keyshawn Johnson. His arms went out, made the catch, but I don't know if he even took a step before going down. They're going to throw it here or show it here, and, well, maybe they won't. And I'm like, why would you at Mosaic Stadium? But they're not going to.
Don't show the replay.
The Riders are convinced it's a catch. The Argos, as you can well imagine, are not. 2:03 to go in the football game, and this is big because obviously if it's a catch, the clock can roll. If it's not a catch, then the clock won't start, and the Riders are probably punting the football. So Andre Pruill, I think he was just handed a water bottle. Oh, no, it was a person. I thought Trevor Harris handed Andre a water bottle.
Trying to bribe him.
You just tell him what you saw, Andre. So Pruill waiting the call from the replay center for Regina Trades and Skills Center. Coming up, of course, our fifth quarter post-game show where we go to the locker room, and here comes the call from Andre Pruill. The Riders' offense has stayed out on the field. I don't know if that means anything or not. We'll wait and see. Suspense is killing me.
Upon review, the ruling on the field stands.
Huge.
Toronto is out of challenge, and they lost their timeout.
Let's see it. Now they're going to replay it. Yeah, the ball.
I don't know what a catch is. I really do not.
I have no clue what a catch is.
I do not.
I got zero idea what a catch is.
But I'll take it.
Yeah.
Riders clock counting. 1st and 10 at their own 42. A minute 55 to go. 10 seconds left on the play clock. Riders break huddle. Conley the lone back in the backfield. Extra bodies in along the offensive line. Little riding aside from Tommy Stevens across the 35, 45, 50, midfield 50, flag comes down, back. 40, 35, 30. He gets pushed out of bounds from behind, but a huge run from Tommy Stevens, but flags down. We'll wait and see if this is yards after the run, though, or after the first down was achieved. Coach Mace can't believe the call. Andre Pruill waiting to hear from his officiating crew.
Hey, ask Mark Wade McDaniel what he thinks of this call.
Before yards were gained, holding Saskatchewan number 87, a 10-yard penalty, will replay first down.
Well, what I will stress here is even though it's 1st and 20, we are up 4, not 3. Okay, that's big because there's 1:38 left on this game clock. All right, and the Argos, if they ever do get this ball back, that's a massive if, they're going to have to score. They're not just going to have to kick a field goal. Let's just all remember that. 1st
and 20 now. I chuckled at Daniel Weeb getting a huge bear hug from Jamarcus Hardwick saying, "It's okay, young man. We'll be okay." But Daniel Weeb, all 5'9", 185 of them, took a penalty against a defensive lineman apparently.
Yeah, holding the receiver, the smallest guy on the field, holding a defensive lineman.
1st and 20 for the Riders. Harris is in, back under center. Turns, Quali Conley gets the ball, 30, 35, 40, turns, 45, still going, 50, he's almost got the first down, indeed he does! 21 of the game, first down, Quali Conley!
Move the sticks. This is fantastic. First of all, the Argos should have known a draw or a screen was coming. Second of all, terrible tackling technique. And Quali Conley, this is just elite level balance. I mean, you got a safety boulder trying to shoulder check you like he's playing hockey. And he's able to stay on his feet and move the stick. 2nd and 10. I'll tell you what, Dave, I have a feeling that might have been it.
Alex Tubner was the man that tried to lay that body check. So the Riders bring out Tommy Stevens, 1st and 10. A minute 15 to go. The clock still counting. Stevens fakes the handoff. Now going to look for a hole. Gets across midfield. Actually gets caught from behind.
Yeah.
As coming up was, I think that was Tubner at the end of it. But regardless, it's a gain of a couple.
It was a really good job here. Derek Slowika sees this the whole way, and he reckless abandon. If this had turned into a bootleg, the Argos were screwed, but it didn't. So Slowika gets away with it, but he's committed fully here to tackling Tommy Stevens from behind, and he does. So obviously this is game here for the Toronto Argonauts. The clock's running. It's 1:04. It's going to be under 1 when the ball's snapped. They got to get a stop here.
2nd and 7 for the Riders at the 54-yard line of Toronto. Stevens in the game. Fakes the handoff, just going to hold it. Gets across midfield down to the 52, call it, of the Argos. So it'll be a 3rd and 5 situation for the green and white, leading by 4. And they'll be able to drain the clock down to 25 before having to snap it.
So the Argos defense did their job, and now they're going to say, okay, offense, you got to come out here and do your job.
So Oscar Chapman on to punt, a 46.8-yard average on the season. 2 times he has pinned the opposition inside the 10. And he's got Janarian Grant and David Ungerer to contend with, and they are spread out across the length of the field, both standing at their 4-yard line. Wonder if the Riders are going to take a timeout here prior to the clock hitting 0. So 33 and counting on the game clock, 5 seconds to go on the play clock. Riders maybe just going to let this roll.
Yeah, they're bleeding it.
No, they did take the timeout. So the Riders take the timeout with 25 seconds to go. As mentioned, our 5th quarter postgame show is coming up. We'll go live to the locker room, head down and join Teagan Witko at field level momentarily, as well as get to your offensive and defensive game stars. Our unsung hero of the day game, and Saskatchewan, get ready to honk your horns with a happy honker award tonight.
It's quickly becoming one of my favorite segments, Dave.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
I like that.
Yep.
I just love the honks.
You have turned me into a believer in the happy honker.
All right. So the timeout has been issued. The timeout has been taken. Oscar Chapman is on. Big snap here for Mike Benson.
Yeah. You think? A terrible snap here would be a disaster.
26 seconds to go. Snap is good. Chapman going to kick it high in the air, far side, and it's going to bounce out of bounds directly. The Argos are going to have amazing field position with 19 seconds to go.
But again, remember what I told you. They got to score a touchdown.
Yes.
Not a field goal they need, right? And that's I think, the great divider right now for Toronto Argonauts. I just don't feel like, because the way the Saskatchewan Roughriders are going to play it, right? They're going to just sort of sit back there and something like a quarters coverage. So
10-yard penalty will be enforced from where the ball went out of bounds, and a first down.
So the ball will be moved up to the 34-yard line. That's where Chad Kelly and the Argos have it. Kelly threw for 277 yards in the opening half. In the second half, he has been limited to just 73. 355 yards for Kelly, who is 26 of 36 and is in the gun. Stop motion, nothing doing from the Riders and moving. Kelly calls his receivers to the line again. He's back to pass. Looks, scrambles, far side, dumps it off underneath to the 45. Out of bounds there is the receiver Kaufman, and it'll be a gain up near the 46-yard line.
Yeah, they're going to need a couple of those. So they need one more at least to try to get to the Hail Marys throw that they want to get.
12 seconds to go here in the 4th quarter. Riders have 4 defensive linemen into the game. Everybody else is dropping back into coverage. Argos in a huddle. You can see Chad Kelly's head moving up and down as he's screaming the play in. His Rider Nation's on their feet. 3 receivers far side for Kelly. 1 blocker in the backfield and Isaiah Smith. Kelly gets the ball, back to pass, his time, looking, steps up, fires it deep, over the middle, it's up, it's incomplete. Into double coverage, tried to find Jake Herslow, who does a cartwheel into the end zone.
Yeah.
He doesn't stick the landing, so no pass interference call. It'll be 2nd and 10 with 5 seconds to go.
I was actually going to say that, Dave. It was a great job by the Riders' defensive backs to just not be goaded into a pass interference call by going for the football, right? You just sort of wall off the receiver, make sure he's not able to catch it.
5 seconds to go. Likely the final play of the game. Argos do not have a challenge. No timeouts left. Riders waited until there was 3 minutes remaining to take the first lead in the ball game. Can they hold on for a victory? To keep pace in the West. The Argos look for a hook and ladder play as Kelly's in the gun, snaps the ball, 4, 3. Kelly has to step up, looking. Now he backs away, still can't find anyone. Kelly still on his feet. Kelly lines it up, throws it deep. It's short. It's down to the 15. Tackle made. Game over. Riders win. Make the final. Saskatchewan 28, Toronto 24.
Look at the tired defensive lineman. A hard day at work, tough day at the office. That's a W, and we needed it.
Final score on the Quality Tire scoreboard, 28-24. The Riders lead. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and qualitytire.ca. Let's go down to Teagan Witko. Teagan?
I'm down here with Del Duncan Busby. Of course, tonight, 4 receptions, 82 yards, and a touchdown. Talk a little bit about that touchdown reception and what you saw from the pass coming from Trevor.
Trev threw up a perfect ball. Knew that it was going to be man coverage, so I figured I had an opportunity on the route. Won the route. Rest is history.
Now, you did take the win tonight. However, there were some times where your team struggled offensively tonight. So without having a chance to look at tape yet, what do you guys want to clean up?
Just being a little bit better on first down. I think that's the big emphasis that we've been talking about for the last couple of weeks, being a little bit better on first down. And then, we're one of the best second down and long teams in the league. So we just want to keep that rolling. And honestly, we just don't want to make it as hard on ourselves on second down.
Now, talk about those young receivers who have stepped up now that you guys are battling some injuries this season.
Those guys have put in tremendous effort. Obviously, like Dylan, Daniel, Mims, all those guys, they put in great work this offseason, throughout the season to know the playbook. They're moving around in different positions, so that's just really a testament to those young guys putting in the extra work.
Now, finally, I saw you up on the bench, hyping up the crowd at the end of this game, deep into the fourth quarter. Just talk about how cool it is to see this building sold out.
Oh, man, it's so cool, man. I love it. 13th man is the best in the whole league, man. So I love that everybody came out, and this right here was a little preview for what's to come next week, man. We're just going out there, just go out there, ball, and just do what we got to do.
Enjoy the win, Del. We'll see you next week.
Thank you very much.
Del Duncan Busby downstairs with Teagan Witko. Her sideline reports for Steelcraft Doors in Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert. The fifth quarter postgame show is coming up. The Riders improve to 7-4 in the campaign. The Argos drop back to 5-6. The final score, Saskatchewan 28, Toronto 24. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you've got a Steelcraft garage door, you've got a door with parts manufactured and assembled right here in Canada. A door with better insulation and seal, plus a warranty you're probably never going to use. And if you don't have a Steelcraft garage door, you should get one. Don't just hang a door, install a Steelcraft. Turn curb appeal into curb envy.
Steelcraft door, Steelcraft door, Steelcraft door. We offer more.
Steel-craft.ca.
Great coaches make great calls. And at home, you're in control of the game. Add SaskTel TV to your lineup and enjoy popular channels, including sports in stunning 4K for as low as $40 a month. So, what do you say, Coach? Ready to add in the difference maker? Visit SaskTel.com/make-the-call to learn more. Conditions apply.
You know what they say about Saskatchewan? It's the easiest province to draw. A land where watermelons belong on your head and bunnies hug you. It's also where you'll find UFA, the better choice for fueling up. Because we're Western Canadian through and through and have been since 1909. Whether you stop by or have your fuel delivered, choose UFA. Find your nearest location at ufa.com.
Huddle up, farmers of Rider Nation. This is your season to lead the league in yield, and DeKalb's here to back you up. Delivering high yield potential, powerful weed control options, and the complete agronomic package, including Straight Cut Plus and Club Root Resistance. DeKalb's geared up to be your #1 canola seed. Hit the field with confidence. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to lock in your starting lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
Is your to-do list getting longer and longer, and you're starting to feel like you could use a hand? Download the Lend a Hand app. Lend a Hand connects people who need help with helpers in your area. From everyday tasks like repairs to mowing lawns and even moving furniture, Lend a Hand makes it easy to find help. Or maybe you have skills to offer your community and want to earn a few extra dollars. Download Lend a Hand, chat directly, stay local, and connect safely with people in your area.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
104.9 The Wolf is Regina's rock station and home of Chad and Evan in the morning.
I find it crazy that we're into the last half of the Roughriders season. Where does the time go? And it's been a ride already. Oh, it's been great. Really looking forward to another banner hanging in the stadium. Don't say that. Listen. Don't curse it. I'm putting money down on it right now. Really? Yeah. How much? I might drop $100. Oh, okay.
Streaming at thewolfrocks.com. The final gun has sounded. The outcome is in the books. Now it's time to break it down with analysts who have been in the trenches. See our game stars live from the Roughriders locker room, and head coach Corey Mace will join us with his thoughts. This is the fifth quarter postgame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Have something to say? Text 306-936-6262 to share your analysis with our team. Now, back to Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Teagan Witko, and Wes Cates.
Well, essentially, the Riders shut out the Toronto Argonauts in the second half. They gave up a safety touch, but essentially.
That defense played fantastic. It's exactly what you wanted to see, I think, moving forward.
28-24, the Riders win. How did it happen? Let's get into the post-game rewind. Brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs with all the top brands and knowledgeable staff, visit prairieguntraders.ca or stop by today. As they all fan out for this opening kickoff. Hale's left arm is elevated. He approaches the ball. And a little high squib end over end is going to go and be fielded by the Argos. Isaiah Smith alone back in the backfield as three receivers scamper near side. Kelly, goal line, touchdown. Tyler Common, who had a couple of touchdowns in the team's first meeting, he goes ahead and he catches it right at the goal line and stumbles in for the touchdown, his sixth of the season. Kelly back to pass on second and long, has time, feels the pressure, scrambles, now throws it up, and it's picked off! The Riders have it to the midfield stripe and more, into the Argos territory to the 45-40, finally going to be brought down there, but an interception for Saskatchewan, and who else? James Burgess Jr., first pick in the CFL. Harris to pass, looks, has a man that's caught into Toronto territory to the 45-40. Going to be hauled down there, but a big first down catch by the Riders. Coming up with it, Del Duncan Busby. 4 down linemen for the Argos. They'll rush 4. Harris, corner of the end zone. It's up! Touchdown Riders! Del Duncan Busby hauls it in. His 4th touchdown reception of the season. Kelly, back to pass, has time, feels the pressure and gets snapped. The time was there, but Kelly couldn't find anyone, and the Riders able to get home and make the play. Coming up was Desmond Evans for the sack, his 3rd of the season. Kelly and the Argos break huddle. 4 receivers go to the far side. Fake the handoff. Now to the corner of the end zone. It's up! Caught! Touchdown! Jack Kasser, his 2nd reception of the season. The big fullback out of Carleton in his 6th CFL season hauls it in. 3 targets, now 4 near side. Backfield empties. Target, though, is not going to matter as Chad Kelly is brought down. It's a 2nd quarterback sack of the night for the green and white. Caleb Sanders gets home. So 51-yard attempt coming up for Brady Lidster. From the right-hand hash, that's the near side of the field, kicking towards the south end zone. No wind to speak of. Good kick as he gets it away. It's up, and it's through the uprights. Point after attempt coming up from Brady Lidster. And it's blocked. The Riders are going to scoop it up, and they're going to take it the other way. It's Marcus Sales. He's going to go all the way for a 2-point convert for the Riders. So 55-yard attempt for Alex Hale would be his longest. Benson the snap, Chapman the hold, Hale the kick. It's an end-over-ender, lots of leg, and it's through. Alex Hale nails it and cuts into the lead. Ball far hash, no wind to speak of here at Mosaic. Clean snap, good hold, the ball is up, and Alex Hale is 2 of 3 tonight, this time good from 36. 3 receivers far side for Harris, back to pass, over the middle, has Del Duncan Busby, he's got it, down to the Argos 40, big pitch and catch for the Riders as they move the ball into Toronto territory. So Harris in the gun, it is 3rd and goal from the 3. Back to pass, looks near side, doesn't see anything. Now he'll gun it far side, and it's knocked down. He tried to find Daniel Weeb, but Tavares McFadden came up and batted it away. It's a turnover on downs. Kelly, back to pass, Throws it over the middle. Intercepted. The Riders have it to the 45, 40. Still going back in Argo territory. 35, 30. And finally pushed out of bounds on the far side. But it's the second pick of the night. The first for Nelson Lacombo. Del Duncan Busby in motion pre-snap. That's where 3 receivers settle for Harris. He looks to the far side. Far corner. It's up. It's caught. Touchdown Riders! Keyshawn Johnson, his 7th touchdown reception of the season. Harris in the gun. 5 receiver set. Fakes the handoff. Back to pass. Pumps. Gets hit. Can't find it. It's on the turf. Ball is free. Who's going to have it? The Argos say they jumped on it. Andre Proulx trying to find it. Waiting for an official indication. Touchdown Argos.
No, safety.
Safety, pardon me. Yep. They'll drop back into coverage. Harris back to pass. Looks up. Has a man near side. It's caught right at midfield. Keyshawn Johnson hauls it in. 36-yard reception. First down for the Riders in Argo territory. Harris to pass. Throws near side. Complete to the 40 and more. 35, 30. Still on his feet. 25. Still going. Finally wrapped up at the 15-yard line. Keyshawn Johnson. All right, 12-yard attempt. Oh. Argos went offside. Argos jumped. Riders should get it.
Defensive offside. Toronto number 2. Half the distance to the goal, and it will be a first down.
Lines are loaded up. Stevens to his left, dives across. Touchdown Riders! Tommy Stevens, touchdown 12, and Stone Cold does it again, and the Riders jump out in front. As Kelly's in the gun, snaps the ball, 4, 3. Kelly has to step up, looking. Now he backs away, still can't find anyone. Kelly still on his feet. Kelly lines it up, throws it deep. It's short. It's down to the 15. Tackle made. Game over. Riders win. Make the final. Saskatchewan 28, Toronto 24. Your replay, of course, of the game brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders and Avonlea. The final score, as you heard, 28-24, the Riders win. We're going to go to the locker room with Coach and our offensive and defensive game stars in a moment and get your horns ready, Saskatchewan. That's coming up next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football and the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hi, folks. Tim here. Now is the time to purchase a quality used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Did you know that on qualified used combines, we offer an interest waiver and a protection plan? Wow, talk about the total package. But most of all, the peace of mind knowing that you purchased your used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Priceless. Guarantee a smooth harvest. Check out Young's Equipment today.
Why juggle multiple providers when you can have one seamless experience? On the farm, acreage, or cottage, Access Communications has you covered with internet, TV, and security. One provider, one bill. One reliable rural home solution, backed by our great customer service. Get internet and Wi-Fi that hold up in tough weather, plus TV anywhere with Access Next TV. And security you can monitor from your phone. You can have it all with Access. Sign up today and save $20 per month when you combine services. Visit myaccess.ca.
Before streaming, before smartphones, back when your biggest worry was scratching your favorite CD, Play 92 is your throwback time machine.
All the small things, everything Don't stop, make it pop, DJ blow my speakers up. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky.
Play 92, number 1 for throwbacks. Streaming at play92.ca.
Great coaches make great calls. And at home, you're in control of the game. Add SaskTel TV to your lineup and enjoy popular channels, including sports in stunning 4K for as low as $40 a month. So, what do you say, Coach? Ready to add in the difference maker? Visit sastel.com/make-the-call to learn more. Conditions apply.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
This is the fifth quarter postgame show. Watch the live stream and get the latest on your Saskatchewan Roughriders at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Riders improved to 7-4 in the campaign with a 28-24 victory over the Toronto Argonauts tonight here at Mosaic Stadium. Sold-out crowd, another sellout coming up in the Labor Day Classic. Just, 7 days from now?
Pretty
8
close.
days? Yeah, so
pretty close.
Happy Honker Award for McBids. I'm just combining names apparently all of a sudden. It's a new name in auctions powered by experienced professionals. List your next auction at mcbids.ca. And the question is, Saskatchewan, get ready to honk your horn. If you're not near a horn, get to your phone, 306-936-6262, and text the word honk. We don't have an offensive. We have an offensive game star, a defensive game star. We don't have a special teams game star. Should the entire special teams, though, be considered a game star?
Listen, they struggled a lot at the beginning of the year, right? We had a couple touchdowns, but since that point, they've been great. And today, against an Argo team that, again, they tried a couple of reverses. They tried to switch Janarian Grant. They knew that he's a massive piece of their ability to be successful. And they covered really well today. But, again, I think our defense deserve a ton of credit. And it's just, I think that they're probably feeling pretty good. But I will say this. I think that it's one of those victories, though, where you got to say, great job. We got the win. That's what matters the most. Let's celebrate this. Let's feel good about this. Here's some plays. But there were some things we still got to work on, right? I think offensively we got to get a little bit more in tune with ourselves right now. But this is a great win. This is an important win. And obviously one of the reasons why it was an important win is because we got Labor Day coming up.
All right. Everybody's had a chance now to get their horns ready. So if you think that a Game Star Award should go to the entire special teams, whether that's drawing teams offside on penalties, kicking away from Janarian Grant, maybe going ahead and running an onside punt, whatever you say, if you like the honk, give us the honk. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Special teams, Happy Honker Award for McBids, a new name in auctions powered by experienced professionals. List your next auction at mcbids.ca. We're headed down to the locker room in a moment. The Riders win 28-24. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Take care of your crops with the Fendt Rogator 900 Series sprayer. It's the industry's only rear boom sprayer with 2 height adjustable clearance for late season protection. Go from standard clearance to high clearance in less than 45 seconds and liquid to dry application in under 2 hours for maximum productivity. Your crops depend on spot-on placement, and this is the sprayer to get the job done. See the Fendt Rogator at Owens & Schweitzer in Eston.
Hey, it's Dig Safe Doug. Well, it's that time of year again. Let's get to work tackling that backyard project or breaking ground on your construction site. But listen, before you start, there's a few things you gotta know. Get those utility lines located. Before you dig, take a minute to expose the utility lines if you're working near them. Don't take shortcuts and take your time. Hitting a line could cost more than a fine. Request a free line locate at digsafesask.com.
Cooperators wants to remind you that if investing is the only way you're preparing for the future, you're only considering half your options. By making investments and life insurance part of your investment plan, you get the full financial picture. Plan your future holistically with investments and life insurance. Cooperators does both.
Call Jason McEachern in Saskatoon at 306-934-7315 today. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Mutual funds are offered through Cooperators Financial Investment Services, Inc. to Canadian residents, except those in Quebec and the Territories.
Play of the game? Touchdown! More like the game to play. The new Saskatchewan Roughriders Scratch and Win ticket. It's your chance to win 10 years of Rider season tickets, a premium suite for the home opener and the Labor Day Classic, and tons of Rider swag. Plus, 2 chances to win $75,000. Tickets available at your favorite lottery retailers. Proudly brought to you by Sask Lotteries, supporting sport, culture, and recreation across the province. Please play responsibly.
Play 92, number 1 for throwbacks. And home of Mark and Jess in the morning.
I do the in-game hosting for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, and I love hanging with the fans at games. It's so much fun. If you're not at the stadium for games, what are you doing?
Mark and Jess wake you up 6 to 10 weekday mornings. Number 1 for throwbacks all day. Stream at play92.ca.
We know what happened. Now let's talk about how it happened. Watch our analysts live at sportscades.com. This is the fifth quarter postgame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Mark Johnston from Play 92 Mornings joins us up in the booth as we celebrate a 28-24 victory by the Riders over the Toronto Argonauts. There was a sold-out crowd.
Great crowd tonight. It was energetic, especially near the end. It was awesome. And then the next one sold out too. So 2 straight games of sellouts. It's a lot of fun here at Mosaic.
Family Day. There was a lot of junior people that were shadowing you and Sabine, and that looked pretty cool.
Yeah, and I don't know if you saw, but we did the stats are right, and there was a kid, and his dad helped him, being Family Day, right? And the question was about how many pass attempts Trevor Harris has had in his career, and Dad said 600.
Yeah.
Not a good answer.
Not quite. No.
Not good at all, no. So, yeah, that was a tough one. That correct answer? Do you want to take a stab? 12th all time.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Putting Dave on the spot, I like this.
No, it's probably 8,200, something like that.
4,705 attempts.
I cut that in half. I was doubling it. I carried the 2 schools back in on Monday, right?
Can we go back on that? Can Dave
Yeah,
change
that's right. Let's go to the replay center. Let's get them involved in more of this broadcast, shall we? Monday, of course, back to school. Parents and students will be getting set to go. Some go Wednesday, I understand.
Yes. Are your kids...
No. They didn't take their dad's plan where he did grade 12 for 3 years. The best 3 years of my life.
It's crazy that school is back already. I mean, I don't have kids that are going to school, but yeah, that's why I think this was a sellout, right? Their last kind of hoorah before going back to school next week.
There you go.
Yep.
Fantastic time. You guys looked like you had fun. Thanks for doing this.
Always fun. Yeah, thanks for letting me sit there, Luke. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Mark Johnston joining us from the Play 92 Mornings here in Regina. Of course, you can listen to him, stream him, whatever you want to do. It's a good time when he is there. Coach Mace is going to be joining us momentarily. In the meantime, let's get to our unsung hero of the game, and we know who the game stars are.
Bad etiquette on
What did
Mullinder,
you do?
Well, Mark's here. He's on. I'm just sitting here texting, not giving him a seat, right? Guys work hard. The guy's been walking around this stadium all game.
Yeah.
The least you could do is just let him take a load off. And here's me checking my bets for the day and stuff like that.
Maybe that won't earn you the Unsung Hero Award, Luke. It's brought to you by SEIU West, Saskatchewan's first healthcare union. We will do that as we've got some of our game stars in just a moment. First, though, we could talk about our unsung hero. Do you have a nominee quick before we go downstairs, Luke?
Our unsung hero. Well, look, I got to say, you know what? I don't know who the unsung hero would be.
Okay. Well, we'll come back to that then. First, let's get to our defensive game star, brought to you by Quality Tire. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. Marcus Sales, they say that you saved the best for last. You didn't take a lead until the final 3 minutes of the ball game, but you got the W. Tell me your impressions of the ball game.
Man, that's the only thing that matters. We was able to get that win. It's a crazy team effort. I mean, we had to battle back from a little bit of a deficit from the first half, but granted they had a great team, they had a great plan, but we was able to come back in that second half and just put it all together. So just credit out to everybody, and we just got to keep this thing rolling.
Chad Kelly threw for 277 yards in the first half. Then you slowed him down in the second half. What changed?
Honestly, nothing really changed. I mean, we always got our rules, and we always got, our keys to our defense that we just got to lock in on. And pretty much we just had to play a little bit tighter on the receivers and just challenge them a little bit. And, granted, he's a great player. He's going to find his receivers that make great plays. But like I said, we got a great defense. We got great players all over the place, and we play a little bit tighter, and we don't give up explosives. I mean, it's going to be hard to beat us every time.
Yeah, one of the things that I was saying is that the turnaround kind of started when you blocked that field goal and you took it for 2. You guys have actually been close to blocking field goals here a couple times this year. Do you think that, talk about the momentum that just stealing that 5 points at the end of the first half gave you?
Yeah, it's huge. It wasn't me that blocked it. I'm pretty sure it was Mike Rose that blocked it. So, special teams is a huge part of this game. And, even on their side, they got Janarian Grant who can make plays all over the place. But for the swing of the game, we got 2 points there, and then we got we got a field goal at the end. So that was 5 points. And our offense got the ball back in the first half or the second half. And if they were able to score, we're back in the game. It would have been, I'm pretty sure, about a 3-point game at the time. So granted, they didn't score until a little bit later, but at the same time, we put it all together. So that's all we need.
I felt like you guys really turned it around in that second half, man. What was the conversation like? What was the difference between the first half performance when Chad Kelly was moving around the pocket, hitting long balls, to the second half performance where you guys really condensed them?
Honestly, I think we just played a little bit tighter defense. I mean, we talked about it on the sideline and in the locker room. We just said we just got to challenge these guys. I mean, we feel like we can run with anybody. You know, we got speed all over the place. You know, we got vets. We got, playmakers all over the place. So when we challenge receivers, we take away the quarterback's first read. You know, he's got to go through his whole progression. And then with our D-line eating the way they are, I mean, it's like I said, it's going to be hard to beat us.
Marcus Sales, our defensive game star, 7 tackles, a special teams tackle, and a 2-point convert, scoop and score, if you will. To rewind back to Wednesday, quoting your coach, we're ticked off right now. And then yesterday he said, you know what, we've got to celebrate successes. You got into that end zone. You just threw the football, discarded, looking like, okay, let's go now. Can you tell me your emotions when you scored that?
Yeah, I mean, I scored, and pretty much, I already know that we're down. We're down at a pretty good deficit, so there's not really too much for me to be celebrating at that moment. You know, I'm happy that I was able to do that. I'm happy that our team got that momentum, but at the same time, we still got to fight back into this game. So, granted, when that second half came, we turned it around. So, I mean, it's credit all over to the defense and then the offense as well, coaches. I mean, they did a great game plan, and we came out with that win.
Last question from me, Marcus. Hey, talk about Nelson Lacombo, man. He's been in and out of the roster. You guys have moved him into about 3 different spots on this defense. Today he comes up with one of his first interceptions, I think, of the season, if I'm not mistaken. What has been the key to Nelson just coming in and really turning it on this year?
Man, I mean, he's one of the vets on his team. He's one of those guys. He's so smart. I mean, that's the first thing. You ever talk to him, he's so intelligent. And, when it comes down to his player, he's one of the fastest guys on the team. He talks, he leads us when he's back there at safety or even when he's at that corner or whatever. He makes plays. So, I mean, we always got trust in him. And, he's even his last couple years that he's been here, I mean, he's always so close to the ball. He gets his hands on the ball. And, granted, when he ever comes up with it, he makes plays. So I'm happy for him. And I hope he can stay in the lineup. He can stay healthy. And, he's going to continue to make plays all season. So.
Last one for you, Marcus. Set up Labor Day. It's going to be a lot of fun in this building that's sold out again.
Yeah, I already know how it is. I mean, we've been here the last couple years, and it's always going to be a great environment. They just had a big win yesterday, and like I said, we're going to watch the film. We're going to see what they're good at, what they're bad at, and we're going to take advantage. And granted, we're going to get a little bit healthy. We're going to watch the film. We're going to just make sure our defense is all together, and we're going to come back again that next game and show out again. So I'm excited.
As always, appreciate your time and candor. Marcus Sales, our defensive game star. Thanks for doing this. All the best next week.
Thank you so much. See y'all.
Marcus Sales joining us downstairs, our defensive game star, brought to you by Quality Tire. I understand that head coach is going to make his way in, and Coach Mace will start us off. If you missed it, the Riders score a 28-24 decision over the Toronto Argonauts here tonight. And Coach Mace is ready outside the Riders locker room. Coach, first and foremost, we award an offensive game star, a defensive game star, but I might want to suggest your special teams in all facets tonight were game stars. Do you agree?
I absolutely do agree, man. I think, I got the squad with me.
Yeah,
I got the squad with me. They were amazing, man. I thought there was a couple plays there where we missed some opportunities and penalties were called. I don't know if I agree with all of them, but they just played their hearts out. Did an excellent job. Obviously, we wanted to limit Janarian to be able to go out there and do certain things, but from the cover teams to the return teams, I thought it was excellent momentum for us, even down to the kicking game. Oscar had made a heck of a tackle too. Jeez.
Oh, absolutely. And talk about your defense as well. I know you want to play connected football, and I thought that special teams, when Marcus Sales made that run on the 2-point convert that he scored on, I thought that turned momentum, and then your defense, I thought, turned it around from there. What did you see differently in the second half?
Well, it was just one of those things at halftime, and that was a huge play for us. I think Mike Rose ended up getting the block, and Sales took it back. I knew those points would be crucial for us. We were pretty aggressive as far as play calling and inside the 10-yard line going for it on third down, just trying to get us some momentum. And, it didn't turn out for us, but that play was crucial for us, as you can see how it turned out in the end there with the score. But it was just a conversation at halftime. We were down 10 points. we knew we needed everybody, and that's a character win, man. That's the type of win that I think great teams need to be involved in, just to kind of put a stamp on the belief and the trust that we have in each other to pull anything out in any situation.
Coach, the defense in that second half, man, they were on fire. I think both defenses played really well, but you guys sustained that second half the entire way through. Talk about any adjustments that were made, or was it just a matter of digging in?
No, I think Bill did a good job switching up. I thought the GP a little bit with some of the calls, and we were able to get pressure with 4. We had some sub packages as well that got us off the field, and getting those guys behind the sticks on first down with a couple sacks. We tightened up a little bit with our coverage and played a little bit more man, and then obviously we were able to come through with. The big turnover, I thought early was Burgess coming in there. He did a hell of a job sniping that, but it was just it was a great job, I think, by Bill and the coaches to adjust there at halftime and switch up the GP, and keep those guys accountable on the other side.
How about your Sasky boys, in particular Daniel Weeb, Deshaun Mims, and Nelson Lacombe?
Incredible, man. All those guys made huge plays for us. Mims had a great snag to move the chains there. Weeb, I thought, gave us energy all night, man. It seems anytime he touches the ball, there's big play potential. And then Nelly, finally, we got one from him. I think the first one was like a spear that hit him in the chest. Thank goodness it wasn't a spear. He'd be out of here. But he caught the second one. And it was timely for us, man. So excellent job.
Coach, you talked about it during the week. I was kind of catching up here as coming into the stadium, moving around the personnel a little bit. Some of the moves that you made this week, did you feel like did you feel like you saw sort of the desired result here with some of those moves?
A little too early until I, hit it with a fine-tooth comb. But, obviously I think the big thing that jumps out was Burgess's pick early. Shea made a few tackles. You just want to see how they're doing as far as responsibilities of the details of their job. But, I thought we did a good job, man, for the most part, versus a very explosive offense and a great quarterback. So we're pleased.
Going to get you out on this one. Obviously, Labor Day is coming up next week. It's a big family fest on the field right now for folks that are listening on the radio and not seeing our stream at sportscage.com. You've got your family with you downstairs. I know it's back to school next week, and if you are following social media, I know that Mike has got a bit of a cough that might keep him out of daycare on Monday. I just hope that he recovers well and that the family is set as we enter a special week in Saskatchewan coming up to Labor Day.
No, absolutely, man. I'm looking forward to sharing that time with everybody here in the province. Nelly, we was just talking about their pick. Finally, because the first one was scary, brother. No, man, we're incredibly happy, with the turnout today and having all the families here. And then I think the halftime with all the kids out there doing the dance. That's it must have been pretty cool. And then to back it up with Labor Day, we know how that atmosphere is going to be, man. So, yes, kids, listen to your parents, enjoy school, but make sure you skip it on Monday.
I don't know what you're talking about, Coach. I can't wait till these kids get back to school.
Hey, you ain't lying. My wife's right there. Hey, get their tails to school. Give us some time.
See ya Wednesday. I'm chilling.
Coach, thanks so much for this. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Head coach Corey Mace, 28-24. His Saskatchewan Roughriders are victorious over the Toronto Argonauts tonight here at Mosaic Stadium. Of course, next action for the Riders, as mentioned, is coming up on Labor Day. We will go back downstairs. Our offensive game star will join us momentarily. We are going to take a break and come back with that in a moment. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hey, my name is Samantha. I work as an assembly technician for Ford of Canada. What I love about working at Ford is knowing I'm part of something I'm proud to stand behind. And when Ford does something like employee pricing, it makes me even prouder to work here. And that means you pay what I pay.
Ford employee pricing is on now. On select 2026 F-150 models, get over $13,600 in total price adjustments. Visit your local Ford store or Ford.ca.
Great coaches make great calls. And at home, you're in control of the game. Add SaskTel TV to your lineup and enjoy popular channels, including sports in stunning 4K for as low as $40 a month. So, what do you say, Coach? Ready to add in the difference maker? Visit sastel.com/make-the-call to learn more. Conditions apply.
I'm Don McBain, Saskatchewan NDP MLA for Saskatoon Chief Mistawasas. I'm so proud to call Saskatchewan and Canada home. It's where I raised my family and taught our future leaders. It's time to stand up for the country I love in the face of Donald Trump and his devastating tariffs. We should be pulling American liquor from Saskatchewan shelves. It's about sending a message. It's about supporting workers. It's about Team Canada, the True North, strong and free. Contact me, 306-291-9114.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
Is your to-do list longer than your weekend? Need a lawn mowed, furniture moved, a shelf hung, or a new set of taps installed by someone who, actually read the instructions? Download the Lend a Hand app. Lend a Hand connects local people who need help with local helpers who know what they're doing. Got skills? Earn a few extra bucks helping people nearby. Need help? Find someone local, ready, and qualified. Hey, duct tape can't fix everything. Download the Lend a Hand app today.
Snap goes back to breaking down the game film with you riding shotgun. This is the fifth quarter postgame show. Join our analysts now. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder back upstairs here at Mosaic Stadium. Coming up, of course, we're about to turn things over to you, Rider Nation. A win's a win. You don't critique a win, do you?
No, you don't critique a win. And again, I think the best part of what... Oh, there we go.
Oh, let's go downstairs. Our offensive Game Star is standing by. Of course, Game Star is brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. And at qualitytire.ca, 10 receptions, 146 yards.
Baller.
1 touchdown tonight. Yeah, you look at Keyshawn Johnson, that's his 5th 100-yard receiving game this season. I guess, is it same old, Keyshawn? Congratulations. Excellent effort.
Thank you. So, it's a hard team, fought win. That's what I put it on every time.
Tell me about this football game, because it looked at times in that first half there was a little bit of frustration, but the battle through came, and in the end you came out where you needed to be.
Obviously, me and Trevor didn't connect early, but it's a full game. It's a full game, and you got to go out there, you got to play 4 quarters, and that's what we did.
Tell me how you found room in the Toronto secondary, because you talked about it 4 quarters, but you could see even the communications you were having pre-snap with the younger receivers and Shamar Bridges, who's been here for 5 days. Like, how did you manage that all and find opening and room to move the ball effectively and efficiently?
Just the hard work we put in, during the week. We put in a lot of hard work during the week. Shamar getting here, he spent endless hours in the meeting rooms and with coaches, players, whatever it may have been. So, he's a good player. He's made a lot of plays in this league. We got a lot of players in our receiving core and on our team that's going to make those plays. And we're all in it together. So that's the main thing.
Keyshawn, let's talk about the last catch you made that went to the replay, right? The slant you caught. I don't want to talk about the result of the catch. I like from up here, it just looked like a fantastic job by yourself anticipating the defensive back and walling him off with your body. Did you do that? Were you aware and did that, or did that just come naturally and organically because of the way you were running?
I kind of know where, and if I could get him on my back shoulder, I kind of just put my body in front of him and try to make him go through my hands and extend my arms out and make tough catches that way away from my body.
Yeah, because that was an incredibly tough catch. And the one near the sideline, the long one, Dave, just a little bit. Talk to the kids about how you create separation at the top on those longer balls. Is it more tracking? Is it more just trying to keep your distance from the DB at that point?
Oh, yeah, you got to see the flight of the ball, and then also after that, you got to see where the DB is. And if the DB gets too close, you got to put a chicken wing up, try to get a little more space and, turn and, maybe make the catch.
How big is this win for this team, Keyshawn?
It's huge. It was the next game, so it was huge. every game is huge. And, you know what I mean, that's the way we're going to take it, try to go 1-0 each week. And we know we have a big opponent next week with that just, you know what I mean, that just played well. They play well each week. They're a good football team, so we got to come out flying.
Dan Weeb got his second career start at receiver, and him and Deshaun Mims, two Saskatchewan guys, I thought really played well tonight. What did you see from those two young receivers?
Man, if you could talk to Daniel, I got a lot of faith in him. Just from, you know what I mean, from him being at camp last year, going back to school, doing what he did. The kid works hard. He does everything that he needs to do in the film room, to practice. You know what I mean? He's a hard worker all around, and I have the high expectations for those guys just like that. Mims does the same thing, so I got high expectations for those guys. You know what I mean? As much as it could be anybody in our room.
You guys also got Del Duncan Busby in the first half. You guys got him isolated on a safety and I believe on the linebacker, and he won both routes, man. Was that something that you guys talked about? Was it intentional? Did you leave the huddle saying, hey, man, you got this one-on-one? Because he ran a couple critical routes in that second quarter that ended up with a score.
Yeah, it just depends on what the defense does. You know, Trevor's going to see, Trevor knows everything. He's going to see what defenses do. And if they try to take away one thing, we have another guy that we believe in that can make high plays all around our room. That's why I say it's not just one guy. It's a full team effort. And especially as a receiving core, we hold ourselves to a high standard. And I make sure those guys hold themselves to a high standard as well.
There it is.
Keyshawn, we've had some great conversations. You've been kind enough to share what you see in games, on field, on different plays. When you look at your body of work, what are you more proud of right now? The way that you see a game and are mentally able to be on the same page as Trevor Harris. So, for example, blitz coming, you read that. You seem to be on the same page with Trevor the whole time, and your mental level of the game is at an elite level. But then you've just described your physicality and what you need to do in tough situations to make tough catches. Which are you more proud
of? Just the consistency. Being able to, be there for my teammates. Week in and week out, I pride myself on that. And, being able to go out there and, play for 4 quarters and give my team everything that they need, give them everything they need out of me, no matter what it is. If I'm hurting, if I'm not, I'm going to try to give my best.
I'm glad you didn't say your dance moves, because people on the sportscage.com stream would probably give you a thumbs up. So there was quality there. I'm not going to go ahead and call you out on that, but what I am going to ask you to get you out on this is Labor Day is a very important game here in Rider Nation, expecting another sellout next weekend. What does it mean inside the dressing room?
It's the next week. That's what it means. It doesn't matter the opponent. It's the next week. We're going to go 1-0, no matter who it is. It could be any team out there, and that's what we want to do. So we're going to prepare like that. We got to come in, tomorrow. We got to celebrate this tonight, let it go tomorrow, get back in the rooms, and come back with our best effort.
10 catches, 146 yards, and a touchdown. Congratulations, Keyshawn, on an excellent effort tonight. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us here after the game.
Thank you as well for having me.
Keyshawn Johnson, our offensive game star for Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan, and qualitytire.ca.
One of the things that you notice out of Marcus Sales and Keyshawn Johnson there, you can tell your confidence is just injected back into both of them, right? Marcus Sales talked about it doesn't matter if we play like that. There's going to not be too many teams that can beat us. Keyshawn Johnson, the same thing, right? Now we're rolling, right? So, again, I know that there was, over the last couple of weeks, there's been so much back and forth from the fan base and, everybody getting down and finding reasons to get down. But that's what a win does, right? That's what a big win does. I mean, listen to the way Keyshawn and Marcus Sales were talking just now. It's like the confidence is automatically injected back into you. And then you look at the next week with the Labor Day game. I mean, that's what you want. You want your players confident as heck when Winnipeg comes in here, because that's going to be a good game.
The narrative from Rider Nation is coming up. 306-936-6262 is the phone number. Get on it now so you get to the front of the line, or 1-867-767-0620, anywhere in the province. We're going to be taking your calls in a moment. One final break, and then we're coming back with a look at the stats, and we'll get you out of here. 28-24, the Riders defeat the Argonauts tonight. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Cooperators wants to remind you that if investing is the only way you're preparing for the future, you're only considering half your options. By making investments and life insurance part of your investment plan, you get the full financial picture. Plan your future holistically with investments and life insurance. Cooperators does both.
Call Tom Bamford in Regina at 306-949-6633 today. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Mutual funds are offered through Cooperators Financial Investment Services, Inc. to Canadian residents, except those in Quebec and the Territories.
Premier Scott Moe.
The Patients First healthcare plan was built by listening to Saskatchewan families and frontline healthcare workers. Our goal is clear: connect every Saskatchewan resident to our primary healthcare provider and a timely surgery. We're delivering through 50 focused initiatives so you can get the right care in the right place at the right time. The Patients First healthcare plan. Saskatchewan is putting patients first.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Huddle up, farmers of Rider Nation. This is your season to lead the league in yield, and DeKalb's here to back you up, delivering high yield potential, powerful weed control options, and the complete agronomic package, including Straight Cut Plus and Club Root Resistance. DeKalb's geared up to be your #1 canola seed. Hit the field with confidence. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to lock in your starting lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
104.9 The Wolf is Regina's rock station and home of Chad and Evan in the morning.
Hey, are you still waiting on your Grey Cup ring?
I am.
I'm a multi-sport athlete.
Yeah. I'm not even an athlete, but I should get one.
Yeah.
So where's my ring?
Well, I think fans can buy them.
Yeah, I know you can, but I mean, I want one like the players have.
I don't think we're important enough to get one of those.
We definitely are not, but maybe if they win one this year. Yeah, just throwing it out there, huh? Mm-hmm.
Streaming at thewolfrocks.com.
Harvest savings are rolling into Redhead Equipment. Right now, you'll find major markdowns on select in-stock used harvest equipment. Whether you're looking for a combine, header, or other harvest essentials, now is the time to buy. Find the right unit to help you through harvest quickly and efficiently. Stop by Redhead Equipment or visit redheadequipment.ca today. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
This is the fifth quarter postgame show. Watch the live stream and get the latest on your Saskatchewan Roughriders at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
28-24, the Saskatchewan Roughriders defeat the Toronto Argonauts tonight to improve to 7-4. The Argos slip to 5-6. Let's take a look at your statistical story for Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers. In the first down department, Saskatchewan 23 to Toronto's 19. The rushing yards, 124 for Saskatchewan to 15 for the Argonauts. Yes, 15 for the Argonauts. The Riders, by the way, continue their perfect streak when they run over 100 yards in a game. They are undefeated this season. In the passing department for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, 313 yards to 421 for Chad Kelly and the Toronto Argonauts. Net offense tonight, 429 yards for the Riders to 422 for the Argonauts. Each team committed a pair of turnovers each. And how about the time of possession tonight? The Riders 36-32, yes, 36 minutes and 32 seconds to the 23 minutes of the Toronto Argonauts. So the Riders had the ball a full 13 minutes longer than what the Toronto Argonauts did. Individually tonight, Trevor Harris goes 23 of 36 for 313 yards. He is now just 17 yards shy of number 10 overall in the Canadian Football League, which would surpass Doug Flutie. So a good night for Trevor Harris with a pair of touchdown tosses. Running the ball, Quali Conley, 10 carries for 78. Tommy Stevens, 10 carries for 25. Receiving, Keyshawn Johnson for the Riders, 10 receptions on 14 targets for 146 yards and a touchdown. Daniel Weeb, 6 catches for 56 yards. Then Del Duncan Busby, he hauled in a touchdown. You can see it there on our stream at sportscage.com in the back of the end zone, the south end zone in the sun. 4 receptions for Dell for 82 yards tonight and that touchdown. Chad Kelly this evening for the Toronto Argonauts, 28 of 39 for 416 in a losing effort through 3 touchdown passes, but 2 interceptions, one picked off by James Burgess Jr., the other one by Nelson Lacombo. Not a lot of rushing yards tonight for the Toronto Argonauts. Isaiah Smith, the rookie out of Guelph, ended up with just 2 carries for 16 yards. The other running back, Quallen Jones, 2 carries for -1 yards. Tyler Common, the leading receiver in terms of receptions for the Argonauts, 8 catches for 115 yards. DeMonte Coxey, 4 catches for 146. Should mention that Common caught 2 touchdown passes. Defensive numbers for the Riders: Marcus Sales, 7 defensive tackles, a special teams tackle, and of course picked up that blocked field goal and ran it back for a 2-point convert. Josh Woods, Jonathan Edouard, Nelson Lacombo, and DeMarcus Fields all had 4 defensive tackles apiece. Caleb Saunders had 3 defensive tackles and 2 sacks thus far being credited to him, while Isaac Darkangelo was the leading tackler tonight for the Argos with 6 defensive tackles and a special teams mark. Alex Hale tonight in the field goal department missed a convert, went 3 of 4 overall, connecting from 55, 36, and 12 yards. So that'll do it for your statistical look tonight here from Mosaic Stadium. Again, the final score, Saskatchewan 28, Toronto 24. On behalf, get ready. We're turning things over to you next. The phone number is 306-936-6262 or 1-866-767-0620. On behalf of color analyst Luc Mullinder, of course, our great technicians here in the booth. We've got Pat that was working, Carter was working as well, and then Colson, Allen, and Curtis all back in Regina Studios. Jason Wood, of course, manning our video production and headlining that, and then we got Ryan Misharik, our head technician, keeping us on the air tonight. Thank you all for your efforts. We're going to turn things over to Teagan Witko, Wes Cates, Justin Dunk. They're coming up next with the Radio Roundtable. Yes, on behalf of them all, we say goodnight from Mosaic Stadium. I'm Dave Thomas, and it's all been here on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Before the season starts, you've got a checklist: inspecting equipment, testing the soil, and planning your field routes. Don't forget to add one more. Order your free SaskPower Farm Safety Decals at saskpower.com/comehomesafe tonight. Put one in every cab, so you always know what to do if you contact a power line. Because every good season starts with safety. And always remember to come home safe tonight.
You know what they say about Saskatchewan? It's the easiest province to draw. A land where watermelons belong on your head and bunnies hug you. It's also where you'll find UFA, the better choice for fueling up. Because we're Western Canadian through and through and have been since 1909. Whether you stop by or have your fuel delivered, choose UFA. Find your nearest location at ufa.com.
He's a Saskatchewan Roughrider legend, a Grey Cup champion, and part of the Sports Cage. Catch Double Talk with Darian Durand every Monday on the Sports Cage. Doubles is talking all things CFL and riders like only he can. Double Talk is brought to you by Dutch Agriculture, quality for generations. Catch it live Mondays, just after 5, or check out the podcast at sportscage.com.
Hi, I'm Samuel Emelis, wide receiver, number 19 for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. The Capital Auto Group Pick 6 contest is back and is your shot at something big. One lucky Rider fan will drive away in a brand new vehicle at the final home game of the season. Get closer to the driver's seat and stop into any Capital location, or enter online at pick6.ca to get your name in a draw. Pick 6, we drive, Rider Nation.
In football, every player has to be productive. On your farm, every acre does too. That's why growers trust Salford, from I-Series and Halo tillage tools that manage soil and residue to spinner spreaders and the 90-foot AB 640 air boom applicator, built to cover more acres in less time. Whatever this fall throws your way, Salford has the equipment to increase your productivity. Visit your local Salford dealer today. Salford, field your best. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and at any Mazer Group location.
Great coaches make great calls. And at home, you're in control of the game. Add SaskTel TV to your lineup and enjoy popular channels, including sports in stunning 4K for as low as $40 a month. So, what do you say, coach? Ready to add in the difference maker? Visit sastel.com/make-the-call to learn more. Conditions apply.
What's the biggest risk on your farm?
Weather? Maybe, but it could just as easily be the small losses that chip away at your margin. Today, yield loss isn't the only thing putting farms at risk. That's why Global Ag Risk Solutions created Yield Plus. It works with your traditional crop insurance to protect your margin, giving you complete coverage for your farm. With the most successful product launch in Canadian private crop insurance history, Yield Plus has farmers feeling more protected and more confident. Visit agrisksolutions.ca to learn more.
104.9 The Wolf is Regina's rock station and home of Chad and Evan in the morning.
Evan, do you remember when you used to have really long hair?
Yeah,
You should grow it out like AJ Ouellette. Yeah, you should get that AJ hair going and grow a beard like he looks like a Viking.
He does.
Yeah.
He does. He could have been in the Odyssey.
You could do an impersonation of him. I mean, less fit, way less fit.
Significantly less fit.
Horrible.
I wouldn't wear a tight shirt.
Thank goodness.
Streaming at thewolfrocks.com.
The only thing more iconic than Saskatchewan Roughrider football is your calls. Rider Nation, it's time to have your say. Be part of the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable. Text 306-936-6262 or call the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620 to join our team of analysts. The Echo Sound Radio Roundtable starts now on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
You're here with Teagan Witko, Wes Cates, Justin Dunk joining us as well for the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable as your Saskatchewan Roughriders take this one 28-24 in a game that was maybe a little too close for comfort when it comes to some fans in Rider Nation. Lots to get to here, so let us know what you think about this win for the green and white. First game back after a couple of losses on the road here and heading into a big one against Winnipeg next weekend during Labor Day weekend. But we'll get to that as the show goes on. Give us a shout if you want to give us your input. Okay, 1-866-767-0620. That's the toll-free number. You can also call us locally, 306-936-6262, and that is a phone number that you can text as well. The Echo Sound hotline is brought to you by Echo Sound, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Capel. Get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. Wes, let's throw it over to you to begin to kind of get your initial thoughts when it comes to this win for the Riders.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great game from start to finish when you look at it in its totality, but the Riders started off slow. It was James Burgess that really got him going with that pick. I mean, that was kind of the one stat he had, but it was a great impact on the game. And then you look at how Toronto dominated the first half, and you're talking about 20 seconds left in the first half, and Toronto's supposed to go up 23-7. Get it blocked. Sales takes it back. 2 points there. Then you do some good time clock management. Alex Hale booms a 55-yarder. You snipe 5 points there. Those 5 added to the second half points. It was a 21-2 turnaround to win by 4. And it was a hard-fought battle. Both teams kind of had some turnover situations. Obviously, Chad Kelly had a couple of picks. Riders had turnovers on downs. Didn't get some, when they were in close a couple times in the first half. So it was just – It was a battle, but Riders did a great job of making it close in the second half and then ultimately pulling it out.
Yeah, they didn't really have the lead in that game until, deep into the fourth quarter there. So I know there was a lot of people a little bit nervous at the end of that first half because it took them a little while to get rolling there, but they did end up pulling this one out. 28-24 was the final score in this matchup. We are going to get to your phone calls here shortly, 1-866-767-0620, or you can always call us 306-936-6262. Text us there as well. Justin Dunk of 3 Down Nation joining us now for the call-in show as he always does. Justin, your takeaways.
They don't ask how, Teagan. They just ask how many. And to me, this was a tale of two very different football games. Chad Kelly in the first half, 295 passing yards, carving up the defense. And I thought what Corey Mace told Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder postgame was really key. The Rough Riders played more man in the second half, and I think that helped clamp down Chad Kelly and the Argos passing offense, but also the defensive line and the pressure that came at him, specifically James Vaughters and Derek Roberson doing a tag team body slam on Chad Kelly in the third quarter, I thought was the turning point in the football game. From that point on, here's your super stat. Just 98 passing yards for Chad Kelly, and a bunch of those came on that final drive and especially that last play Hail Mary type throw to DeMonte Coxey. So to me, that was a real key. Playing more man in the second half and getting after Chad Kelly ultimately led to a Rider win. And hey, let's not forget about Oscar Chapman. To me, he was the MVP in this football game, and y'all know why, because of that hard count to draw Tarvaris McFadden offside.
Riders take this one 28-24 in Regina. What did you think, Rider Nation? 1-866-767-0620. Let's get to our first caller here, gentlemen. It's Trevor from Regina. Number 5 is where we're going to find him on the line. Well, hey, Trevor, what'd you think about this game?
Hey, guys. Glad to be on. Thanks for having me. I was pretty impressed with the overall outputs. Good team win. There was a few kind of areas, had me a little bit concerned. One of those is the kicking game, and I'm sure that, we're all kind of aware. I think that Alex Hale struggled a little bit today, and, I wouldn't be against, looking at bringing somebody else in, to compete, to win that job and to do that job for us here. But, one name I want to throw out there is a guy, former NFL guy. His name is Justin Tucker. That guy, he can bomb it. He can fucking rail. Sorry, he can.
There's the Justin Tucker. That
Trevor,
was the first Justin Tucker
you were
mention.
so good, Trevor. Again with the Justin Tucker, though, we've been over this.
He's trolling
We've
us,
been
I'm pretty
over
sure.
this, Rider Nation. He has to be trolling us. Come on
He's
now.
definitely joking. He's pulling our leg here. Come on, Trevor.
I will say, though, Toronto's field goal kicker missed one going into the windy side, too. So maybe there is something to the
Alex Hale moved up in the kicker rankings, if you can believe it, in the Canadian Football League. He went from the second worst field goal percentage to the third worst because Brady Litster struggled at Mosaic Stadium.
Yeah. Yeah, he was 1 for 2, and then he missed the extra point, too, as well, right? So, yeah.
Well,
Brady Lister, that I'm saying. Yeah.
Trevor from Regina, thanks for the call. 1-866-767-0620 or 306-936-6262. Let's head out and say hello to Ian in Saskatoon wanting to talk about the end of this game. He's on line number 1. So we'll get to Ian. What did you think about this win for the Riders?
Well, I'm happy we won. A win is always a good thing. I have potentially a concern with Coach Mason, his decision-making in the last minute of the game. My comment hinges on whether or not I thought we only had one timeout left. So we're moving the ball down. We got to a point where we had to punt, and he called a timeout. And then we did a kick. We punted, and it wasn't that great a punt. Now, had Toronto scored on let's say our defensive back fell down and Toronto, got a touchdown, they'd be kicking off to us, and we'd have time left. Why did he call that timeout?
That's a good question.
Are
I'm
you
not
sure there was a timeout called?
Maybe
I was under the impression there was a timeout called with 26 seconds left in the game.
Was there a challenge there? Maybe that's how he lost the timeout or something? I can't remember.
No, because they lost that timeout.
No, we'd have to go back and check because Corey Mace, he threw that challenge flag away. You can't challenge anymore if you don't have any timeout. So I don't think they had a timeout there.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't have called it. I think I know what you're getting at. You're getting at you were wondering why Corey Mace would stop the clock there?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Well, we're going to be punting the ball. I don't understand. I'm kind of confused both ways. Like why he would stop the clock, and then why would we waste our timeout if Toronto was to score and that was our last time? If it was our last timeout,
You got to double check that. I don't think Corey Mace would stop the clock. That doesn't make any sense. There's no way Mace would do that.
Yeah. So okay.
You got to
well,
fact
like
check
I said,
that.
I might be wrong on that, but yeah, I'm very happy that we won the game. And it's when you got injuries all over the field, it's a win's a win.
A win's a win.
Amen.
Riders are back in the win column here after a couple of, rough outings. So thank you very much, Ian from Saskatoon, for calling us on the Echo Sound Hotline. We want to hear from you. What do you think about this Rider victory? Good, bad, otherwise? let us know. 1-866-767-0620 is the number to call toll free, or 306-936-6262. Call or text us on that second one there. Let's take a quick break here, gentlemen. We'll be back on the other side. It's the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
During harvest, efficiency is everything. A grain cart ensures the combine keeps moving and shortens the required harvest window. Trust the Brent Avalanche Dual Auger Grain Cart from Unverfirth Manufacturing. They have the largest capacity, up to 3,150 bushels. Supporting these world-class carts is your choice of tires or tracks. Unloading up to 1,000 bushels a minute gets harvest done in a hurry. Check out the Brent Avalanche 98 Series grain carts at youngs.ca today.
What's the biggest risk on your farm? Weather? Maybe, but it could just as easily be the small losses that chip away at your margin. Today, yield loss isn't the only thing putting farms at risk. That's why Global Ag Risk Solutions created Yield Plus. It works with your traditional crop insurance to protect your margin, giving you complete coverage for your farm. With the most successful product launch in Canadian private crop insurance history, Yield Plus has farmers feeling more protected and more confident. Visit agrisksolutions.ca to learn more.
He's a Saskatchewan Roughrider legend, a Grey Cup champion, and part of the Sports Cage. Catch Double Talk with Darian Durand every Monday on the Sports Cage. Doubles is talking all things CFL and riders like only he can. Double Talk is brought to you by Dutch Agriculture, quality for generations. Catch it live Mondays, just after 5, or check out the podcast at sportscage.com.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody here. Did you know some folks sell complete garage packages that are missing things, like nails? Wood Country, though, does things right. They sell you complete garage packages. Their packages include premium grade lumber and everything you need, even walk-in doors with cladded jambs and overhead door jamb flashing. It's not a deal unless you get the whole deal at Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, wood-country.com.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. Huddle up, farmers of Rider Nation. This is your season to lead the league in yield, and DeKalb's here to back you up, delivering high yield potential, powerful weed control options, and the complete agronomic package, including Straight Cut Plus and Club Root Resistance. DeKalb's geared up to be your #1 canola seed. Hit the field with confidence. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to lock in your starting lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
Remember Y2K panic? Rewinding VHS tapes? And burning the perfect mix CD? Play 92 brings it all back with throwbacks like this.
You spin my head right around, right around. Here's my number, so call me baby.
This is what it feels like.
Backstreet's back, alright.
Play 92, #1 for throwbacks. Streaming at play92.ca.
Have your say on the latest news from Riderville. Check out sportscage.com or call us right now on the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
A win is a win, and the Riders take this one at Mosaic Stadium, beating the Toronto Argonauts 28-24. And we want to hear what you have to say. You're with Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, Wes Cates. Give us a call, 1-866-767-0620, or at 306-936-6262. You can text us there as well. And we are getting a few people kind of piggybacking off what Trevor said earlier in the show here. Concerns around Alex Hale. Now, I think the one thing that we probably should have mentioned here is he said, yeah, maybe bring in someone different, not Tucker. He was definitely joking. Definitely joking. But, you know, there is still Dawson Hodge on the practice roster, right? I mean, that is something that they made a change a little while back. They brought in some competition. And, I mean, Wes, you and I were standing side by each on the sidelines here after the 55-yard field goal that he got in. I was like, okay. And then he misses that next one.
Yeah,
that point after, and I was like, that's what everyone's going to talk about. They're not going to talk about the 55-yarder.
I was nervous about the 55-yarder. I thought that might turn into, a little action going the other way, but he nailed that one. And then, it's that end zone. I'm gonna just put it on the south end zone.
Ooh, that was a shank, Wes. Come on, bro. What are you talking about? That's the issue to me that the fans have is, oh my gosh, yeah, bro. That could have been out the stadium. It was so wide right. That was bad. Credit for the 55-yarder. Career long for Alex Hale. But I think when you see a second shank from him, remember, he had a shank earlier in the season, and that one misses by that much. Like, you can see it on our live stream, but, like, that was well right, Wesley. I don't know how much you sliced your golf ball, but it was a bad slice.
It's been a rough season this year, so, yeah.
Well, at least he didn't.
I'm not calling you out. I'm just saying, from a kicking standpoint, that was a bad slice, man. So, hey, I've been saying it, trying to speak it into existence for Rider Nation. Go out, call Ottawa, make a deal for Brett Lauther, bring him home. He knows the wind patterns. Get it done.
Yeah, Brett going to be like, new phone, who this?
Do you blame him?
No. Well, I mean, like I said, if it wasn't 0-10, that's the only thing that might entice you to bounce, but I still wouldn't trust it if I was Brett. No, but I was going to say, to answer that last caller about the timeout, Mace called that timeout with 1 second left just to try to make sure that he burnt as much time as possible before they punted it away. He didn't want them to get a time count on the punt, even though it was a bad punt, and he probably would have been better off with the time count. But anyway, that's why that timeout was called, just to run as much clock as he could, but also make sure that they did a good job of getting the execution of the punt.
Well, let's head out on the phone line here, gentlemen. 1-866-767-0620 is the number to call us at, or locally, 306-936-6262. You can also text us on that number. Let's head out and chat with Dave, who's on his way back to Lumsden after the game. Dave, what did you think about this win for the Riders?
Hello, I originally called about the timeout caller, and exactly what the panelist said there. You want to drain as much clock as you can and leave the Toronto offense as little time as possible. So it was already addressed, but world respect for Coach Mace. But I was thinking, if anything, that first quarter, I think we had a 3rd and 3 or something. Take the points in the first quarter. But anyway, yeah, he's doing a good job coaching, and I just wanted to address the timeout.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks so much,
Wes all
Dave.
over it. He's cash money.
Yeah.
I got to give Lee Jones some credit. He texted me.
First time I ever called, so I got a call about that timeout.
Nice.
Hey, keep calling, man. We appreciate it. You got to keep us on the straight and narrow here. Make sure we're right.
Yeah, you bet.
That's why we have this show. Thanks so much, Dave. Drive safe back to Lumsden. All right, let's go out and chat with our next caller here, 1-866-767-0620 or 306-936-6262. Andrew is on his way back to Saskatoon. Well, hey, Andrew, what'd you think about this win for the Riders, 28-24 over the Argos?
I was very pleased. I'm not sure if it got answered, but the reason Mace called that timeout was because it was a pass completed over the middle and we killed 20 seconds. And then he called a timeout with 1 second left on the clock so that we could kill the time.
We're all over it. We got you.
Okay, yeah.
No, I appreciate that, though.
And then I wanted to there was two things about this game. One, the receiving core, I don't know, how the Riders consistently do it, but being able to find guys just to step in, having guys like Del Duncan, Buzz McDaniel, Lee, Deshaun Mibbs being able to come in is huge. The other thing I wanted to quickly say that bothered me in the game was kind of like a situational awareness thing with it was the punt that led to the safety with James Letcher, who's a great returner. I'm sure he's already aware of it. But the ball is going towards the sideline. You're fielding it at the goal line. It was a 1-point game at the time. The field position is so much more important. And as it turned out, we were hemmed into the 2-yard line that led to a safety. So just the lack of awareness in that situation bothered me.
Yeah, I can kind of agree a bit. I feel like the talk that Coach Mace had this week touched everybody, because I feel like everybody was trying to have their impact on the game. You talk about those receivers Every receiver had a catch. Deshaun Mims even had him 1 for 18. When they were going in to try to score, he had that crucial catch when Trevor scrambled. Then Daniel Weaves has 6 for 56. Obviously, Del Duncan Bugsby got in there with a tug and 82 with 4 catches, and Keyshawn Johnson Ball with 146 on 10 catches. And then also the newcomer Shamar Bridges, 2 for 11. Everybody was getting in on action. And then if you look at the defensive stats, everybody, like, it's kind of crazy because there was like 11 special teams tackles, and the only person who had more than 1 was Malik Straker. He had 3. There was 8 other guys that was like, I'm going to give me a stat today because I want coach to see I was out here hustling. So, yeah, it was all around win for the Riders today.
All right. Well, thank you so much for the call. Appreciate it. Give us a shout anytime. Andrew, driving back to Saskatoon, giving us a call. 1-866-767-0620 is the phone number. You can also call or text 306-936-6262. We have a bunch of text messages coming in, but we do answer the phone first, so feel free to give us a shout. We're going to take a break really quick. We'll be back on the other side. It's the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Get a phone for $0. Yep, you heard that right. With SaskTel, you can get a device with no upfront costs and no activation fees. Plus, save $10 a month for 24 months with an eligible wireless plan. $0 devices, 0 stress, 0 reasons not to. Visit a SaskTel store or sastel.com/0. Conditions apply.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
Summer is here, and it's the best time to get out on the road. So why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry's service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service air conditioning systems. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
I'm Don McBain, Saskatchewan NDP MLA for Saskatoon Chief Mistawasas. I'm so proud to call Saskatchewan and Canada home. It's where I raised my family and taught our future leaders. It's time to stand up for the country I love in the face of Donald Trump and his devastating tariffs. We should be pulling American liquor from Saskatchewan shelves. It's about sending a message. It's about supporting workers. It's about Team Canada, the True North, strong and free. Contact me, 306-291-9114.
Play 92, number 1 for throwbacks.
All the small things make it pop, DJ blow my speakers.
And home of Mark and Jess in the morning.
I've always wanted to be a professional football player, but I have 0 football playing experience, so I've settled for in-game hosting for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. We'll see you in the stands.
Mark and Jess wake you up 6 to 10 weekday mornings. Number 1 for throwbacks all day. Stream at play92.ca.
Hey, it's Dig Safe Doug. Well, it's that time of year again. Let's get to work tackling that backyard project or breaking ground on your construction site. But listen, before you start, there's a few things you gotta know. Get those utility lines located. Before you dig, take a minute to expose the utility lines if you're working near them. Don't take shortcuts and take your time. Hitting a line could cost more than a fine. Request a free line locate at digsafesask.com.
Finish strong this summer with Ritchie Brothers. When timing matters most, trust our team to deliver speed, consistency, and results. Buy or sell equipment with confidence through their global marketplace and simple, straightforward process designed to save you time and keep things moving. With decades of experience in a network that reaches across industries and around the world, Ritchie Brothers helps you get more value from every transaction. Visit Ritchie Brothers at rbauction.com and keep your operation moving forward all season long.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportsgates.com. This is the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The green and white back in the win column after a 28-24 win over the Toronto Argonauts at home. What did you think of this game? Give us a shout. I'm Teagan Witko, joined by Justin Dunk and Wes Cates. Let us know what you think at 1-866-767-0620. That's the toll-free number, the Echo Sound hotline, or local 306-936-6262. You can text us on that line as well. Okay, let's head out to say hello to Donna from Regina. Well, hi, Donna. What did you think about the game?
Hi. Well, I thought it was a great game, and I thought it was wonderful that we won. I noticed a few things, though, that I thought might be helpful, and one is, Trevor Harris is not fooling anybody when he hands off the ball and runs the other way. Nobody chases him. He's got to, pretend he still has the ball or something. Because
nobody's getting fooled by that.
No,
Trevor Harris at 40 years old ain't about to pull that thing and run out the backside. You're right. He can maybe pump fake or something like that. It's a good observation.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, he should just set up and kind of do a quick, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Throw the hand, you can move your hands. I remember when I was in high school, this option quarterback, this kid used to just run and move, hold his hands without the ball, but he would move his hands, so you'd have to pause and check for another second. You know what I mean?
Man, that dude better be careful. He can get it lit up running like that.
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, it's high school. Everybody gets hit. ain't protecting no QBs in high school.
Also, by the way, if you're not watching the stream, by the way, you're missing out. Sportscage.com and YouTube, because Wes was even doing a little demonstration for us.
That did kind of turn into the WAP a little bit or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it did.
No, we're good. Moving on.
Donna from Regina, was there anything else that stood out to you regarding this Rider win?
Compared to watching it on TV the last 2 weeks, I noticed that I can't see the spins. When a receiver catches the ball, I don't see them spinning to try and get away from the other players. Did I just miss that? Or it just didn't seem to be that I noticed that today from the stand.
I don't think there was as many spins tonight. Keyshawn Johnson might have had a spin on that hitch that he took for 38 yards. Do you remember that play, Wes?
Yeah, no. I remember too many, I guess.
Might have been a half spin there.
Yeah.
Players trying to protect themselves, I guess.
Well, with how banged up the Riders are, do you blame them?
Right.
No, true.
Well, thank you very much, Donna from Regina, giving us a shout, talking a little bit about the offense here. Let's shift gears and talk a little defense. Robin from Surrey, BC is on the line. Well, hey, Robin, what do you think about this win for the Riders?
I think it was a great win, and what I really appreciated was the fact that Josh Bell realized that all Kelly was doing was throwing the ball. And, 15 yards for the Argos to run. The D-line shut them right down. And they were playing to lose at the first half. He tightened them up, and then Chad Kelly only got 112 yards or 120 yards the second half. And how many points did they score on the second half? 2 points.
Yeah,
2. The offense didn't score.
When I watch everybody else play it, what's happening is they play more man-to-man over with Kelly and going against Kelly. So I'm glad that Josh Bell decided to tell them to tighten it up and play more man-to-man.
Yeah, I think we touched on that with Glenn Suter in the pregame show, and he kind of talked about what would you rather do with young guys back there, and he said maybe it would be easier for man. So I think they probably just talked to that secondary and said, 300 yards in the first half ain't gonna cut it. Would y'all want to lock them up, go man to man? Maybe they say yes. Maybe the coaches kind of just talked about it, but it was a great adjustment and clearly shut down that Toronto offense in the second half.
Yeah, plus also you realize that the Riders did not have go for 7 extra points. 2 field goals they decided not to go to, and the missed field goal from Hale. There's 7 points that they didn't have that they could have.
True. Yeah. There was a lot of points left out there today, I feel like. I mean, they got inside the 10 or 5 a couple times and lost it on downs. Both kickers were firing it all over the yard. So, yeah, there's definitely plenty of mistakes to talk over in film tomorrow.
Well, thank you very much, Robin from Surrey, BC. Always appreciate when you give us a call. Love to hear from you. 1-866-767-0620 is the number you can call us at. While we still have some time here, feel free, get into the queue. You can always call locally at 306-936-6262. Still to come, we have that keg-sized moment of the game and more of your feedback, more of your input, good, bad, or otherwise. We want to hear from you. But we're going to take a quick break in the meantime. It's the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Premier Scott Moe.
This year's provincial budget is protecting Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan's trade is less reliant on the U.S. than any other province. But even so, geopolitical challenges are impacting our economy and our province's finances. The provincial budget protects important services like health and education. It protects families by keeping your community safe and your taxes low. And it protects our future. The 2026 budget, protecting Saskatchewan.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Get a phone for $0. Yep, you heard that right. With SaskTel, you can get a device with no upfront costs and no activation fees. Plus, save $10 a month for 24 months with an eligible wireless plan. $0 devices, zero stress, zero reasons not to. Visit a SaskTel store or sastel.com/0. Conditions apply.
Huddle up, farmers of Rider Nation. This is your season to lead the league in yield, and DeKalb's here to back you up, delivering high yield potential, powerful weed control options, and the complete agronomic package, including Straight Cut Plus and Club Root Resistance. DeKalb's geared up to be your #1 canola seed. Hit the field with confidence. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to lock in your starting lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
Hey, my name is Samantha. I work as an assembly technician for Ford of Canada. What I love about working at Ford is knowing I'm part of something I'm proud to stand behind. And when Ford does something like employee pricing, it makes me even prouder to work here. And that means you pay what I pay.
Ford employee pricing is on now. On select 2026 F-150 models, get over $13,600 in total price adjustments. Visit your local Ford store or Ford.ca.
Finish strong this summer with Ritchie Brothers. When timing matters most, trust our team to deliver speed, consistency, and results. Buy or sell equipment with confidence through their global marketplace and simple, straightforward process designed to save you time and keep things moving. With decades of experience in a network that reaches across industries and around the world, Ritchie Brothers helps you get more value from every transaction. Visit Ritchie Brothers at rbauction.com and keep your operation moving forward all season long.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Howdy, y'all. It's Wood Country Woody again. Well, looks like new home prices are still higher than a giraffe on an extension ladder. But a custom and RTM home from Wood Country gives you what you're looking for at a price that's down to earth. They draft your home for your right in store. Then they custom build your home right on your site. Literally thousands less for a home you actually want. See Wood Country today.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Wood-country.com.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportscage.com. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko, Justin Duncan, Wes Cates with you, coming off of this Rider win 28-24 over the Toronto Argonauts. What do you think? Give us a shout on the Echo Sound hotline, brought to you by Echo Sound, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Capel. Get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. So give us a call, 1-866-767-0620. Let's head out and say hello to Joel. Joel is on their way back to Esterhazy, Saskatchewan. What did you think about this Rider win, Joel?
It was pretty impressive fourth quarter. There was a play at the end, though, where they put Tommy Stevens and Trevor Harris out there, and I wondered if you guys had ever seen that before.
Yeah, they've done it a few times this year. But I don't really get it, though, because if Trevor... Yeah, like to your point about the purpose, are they really actually going to throw Trevor Harris to football?
Maybe one day.
Because you don't want Trevor Harris running in the open field. Maybe one day if he's wide open, kind of like Daniel Johnson last week against BC. But I don't think you want Trevor Harris running in the open field.
No, when they did short yardage and didn't get it, they ran twice with Tommy, like at the 10 and then at the 5, and then they brought Trevor back in the throw. They had Trevor lined up when they were on the 5, and he went out to wide out in the corner, like split the difference. Didn't even like get close to him. He kind of was like, I know you guys aren't going to throw it, but I'm going to kind of get out here just in case you see I'm not covering him. You know what I mean? And then try to throw it to him. But, yeah, they need to just take Trevor off the field. I don't get that either because, like, what – yeah. Unless they're going to do some weird double. No, it doesn't make sense. Just get them off the field, especially if you're lining up real wide. If you had them kind of like it just doesn't make sense. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
I thought maybe there was some sort of trick play or some weird formation that was coming, but
it
doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, no, they might be trying something, but it just doesn't make sense because, like, I guess maybe you could do some weird double pass or something, but to ask him to go run a route and get open.
That's dangerous.
Yeah, I don't
see it.
I just don't.
That part of it's dangerous, but the other part that doesn't make sense to me, Wes, you know this well, being a former running back, is you lose numbers in the run game. Tommy Stevens comes into the football game. We haven't seen him throw a pass yet, at least in 2026, from that run-heavy set that they bring in. So with Trevor Harris out there, if the DB's not respecting him, to your point, if he's splitting the difference, he's that much closer to the box. So if you have somebody else in the game, like – the Riders ran a couple double tight end sets today with Daniel Johnson and Zach Fry opposite each other on the left and right. And a couple times they were on the same side together. At least one time, I should say, they were on the same side together. So why not get another big body in the run game there to give you leverage against the defense, to give you those extra numbers that you need in the run game? Really, football is just a simple thing. It comes down to numbers. So that's another reason why I don't understand Trevor Harris even being on the field in those situations.
Exactly, yeah. Because, yeah, if it would have spilled, like, say if it would have spilled the play, like a run play would have spilled out wide to Trevor's side, then the DB got a chance to get in on the play and make a stop. And I doubt Trevor's going to try to make a block on that. So, and we wouldn't want him to. So, yeah.
Well, Joel, thank you very much for the call. Appreciate it. Hope you have a safe trip back to Esterhazy. The phone number, 1-866-767-0620 or local 306-936-6262. Let's go out to Dave, who's driving back to Yorkton after taking in this Rider win at Mosaic Stadium. What'd you think of the game? Dave, do we have you there?
Yeah, okay, I got you now. So nice to have you back, Teagan. Missed you last week.
Thank you, Dave.
Yeah, so I just have a good question. That challenge flag for the pass interference, I agree it didn't look like pass interference, but it could have been illegal contact, but that's not challengeable. Is that correct?
Are you talking about when Mike Miller wanted to challenge the play at the end of the third quarter?
No, Mace challenges that pass into the end zone. And
the one that's on the live stream right now where Darius Pickett was covering Del Duncan Busby. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did challenge it, but the challenge upheld the call on the field. So it was challengeable.
Yeah, to your point, though, I think, maybe it could have been illegal contact because I think it was past 5 yards and then ball maybe was in there. But it was kind of like both of them were hand checking or shoving. So it was yeah. I would say if the DB would have really got hands on and really pushed Del Duncan Busby without, or was it Keyshawn? Anyway, if he'd have got hands on and the receiver wasn't pushing back, then maybe you have a case. But when they're hand fighting like that, you can't call that illegal contact because they're both kind of just trying to vie for position when both of them are kind of close or in their personal space.
And then, Dave, I know you had one more point that you wanted to bring up here. You wanted to talk Tommy Stevens, right?
Yeah, right, Tommy package. So, at any rate, I love the Tommy package. I hope they keep it in there. It did have a little bit of a rough patch. The first one, it looked like they had some personnel problems, and it was a little bit rough. But at any rate, I'm sitting in section 120, and that touchdown package, the DB covering Trevor Harris on the corner left him way before the snap was gone. Trevor was by himself by 25 yards.
Yeah.
I don't know. One of these times, it's nice to see one pass go to him.
Yeah, I still think he was covered based on that DB's speed and Trevor's. No, but I know I saw exactly what you saw. I was like, he's not even respectable enough to really get out there. But at the snap, he did kind of slow play it to make sure the ball wasn't going to Trevor. So I don't know.
It would be amazing if Trevor Harris out of nowhere just mossed somebody for a touchdown.
Just took it off of him.
That would win our highlight of the week for sure. Well, thank you very much for giving us a shout, Dave. I hope you get back to Yorkton safely. Thank you for calling in. Call anytime. Echo Sound Hotline is 1-866-767-0620 or 306-936-6262. I'm being told we got to take a break. We do see you, Al, and Ryan hanging out on the line here. We'll get to you in just a moment here. First, a quick break. We'll be right back. It's the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Farming comes with plenty of risks you can't control. But with the MF Always Running promise from Massey Ferguson, your tractor doesn't have to be one of them. Every 2026 Massey Ferguson S-Series tractor now comes standard with a 3-year, 3,000-hour warranty, scheduled maintenance included, and a 48-hour loaner guarantee. That means less downtime, fewer surprises, and peace of mind knowing that when it matters most, you're always running. See them at AgriLink Equipment in Brownlee.
Hey, my name is Samantha. I work as an assembly technician for Ford of Canada. What I love about working at Ford is knowing I'm part of something I'm proud to stand behind. And when Ford does something like employee pricing, it makes me even prouder to work here. And that means you pay what I pay.
Ford employee pricing is on now. On select 2026 F-150 models, get over $13,600 in total price adjustments. Visit your local Ford store or Ford.ca.
104.9 The Wolf is Regina's rock station and home of Chad and Evan in the morning.
I find it crazy that we're into the last half of the Roughriders season. Where does the time go?
And it's been a ride already.
Oh, it's been great. Really looking forward to another banner hanging in the stadium.
Don't say that. Listen, don't curse it.
I'm putting money down on it right now.
Really?
Yep.
How much?
I might drop $100.
Oh, okay. Streaming at thewolfrocks.com.
Cooperators wants to remind you that if investing is the only way you're preparing for the future, you're only considering half your options. By making investments and life insurance part of your investment plan, you get the full financial picture. Plan your future holistically with investments and life insurance. Cooperators does both.
Call Tom Bamford in Regina at 306-949-6633 today. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Mutual funds are offered through Cooperators Financial Investment Services, Inc. to Canadian residents, except those in Quebec and the Territories.
Huddle up, farmers of Rider Nation. This is your season to lead the league in yield, and DeKalb's here to back you up, delivering high yield potential, powerful weed control options, and the complete agronomic package, including Straight Cut Plus and Club Root Resistance. DeKalb's geared up to be your #1 canola seed. Hit the field with confidence. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to lock in your starting lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
Harvest savings are rolling into Redhead Equipment. Right now, you'll find major markdowns on select in-stock used harvest equipment. Whether you're looking for a combine, header, or other harvest essentials, now is the time to buy. Find the right unit to help you through harvest quickly and efficiently. Stop by Redhead Equipment or visit redheadequipment.ca today. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
Play 92, #1 for throwbacks. And home of Mark and and Jess in the morning.
I do the in-game hosting for the Riders, and one of my favorite things that we do is the Gatling gun that shoots footballs into the stands, and I've got to shoot it before. What an absolute thrill. If one of those footballs has ever hit you before, sorry about that.
Mark and Jess wake you up 6 to 10 weekday mornings. Number 1 for throwbacks all day. Stream at play92.ca.
Have your say on the latest news from Riderville. Check out sportscades.com or call us right now on the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko, Justin Duncan, Wes Cates with you coming off of this win for the Riders. 28-24 over Toronto at Mosaic Stadium. We'll get to your keg-size moment of the game here in just a moment. But first, we want to head out on the Echo Sound hotline, which 1-866-767-0620 is the number. Let's say hi to Al, who is driving home from the game. Al, what did you think about the Rider win?
We loved it. My wife and I, we got seats right behind the Riders bench in the first row. Had an absolute ball. We were a little, that we got 2 box kicks tonight. That was amazing. I mean, how often had I to start with? We were a little worried there at the very end when, it looked like we were going to lose, and then, man, those guys, what'd they get? They got a
Oscar Chapman to the rescue.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, Toronto freaking went offside.
Does Chapman usually call this? Like, isn't it an up back that usually does the? I don't know. Anyway, whatever. They got the offsides. But, yeah. What else were you? Sorry about that. What else?
It's been a long day, Al.
Yeah.
Anything else?
It has been a long day. We're actually from Meadow Lake. We drove the whole way here, so.
That's a hop, skip, and a jump, man.
Yeah.
Well, at least they pulled off the win for you.
They pulled off the win, and we freaking loved it. So I think I'll cut this short and get off the phone.
Well, drive safe back to Meadow Lake, and hope to see you in the stands next week for the Labor Day Classic, Al.
We'll be there. Right on. Thanks.
Appreciate you, buddy. Al.
And call into the post-game show, Teagan. Let him know.
Big time. He said
after Labor Day.
Front row.
Yeah.
Right
yeah,
behind
buddy.
the bench.
I probably walked right past Al.
He like right next to the family section. I wonder what he had to do to get those tickets.
Hey, if you know people, Wes,
right?
That's all it takes. Okay, we have another caller here that's hanging out on the line. So let's say hello to Ryan from Regina. Ryan, what did you think about this Rider victory over Toronto?
Hey, how's it going, Teagan? I'm curious if we should start with Metcalf's glass half empty or glass half full kind of thing. Should we be positive or optimistic, or should we be like negative about
Let's
this?
start with the negative, and then we'll end with the positive. Yeah, come on, Metcalf.
I'm always positive. I'm always positive. Let's take a loss, and then a loss, and then a loss up to the last few minutes against a team that we only won on because their special teams did not work out well. And then now we're going to carry that on to Labor Day, which now after these last 3 games, I don't know if we can even win Labor Day. And now we play them our Winnipeg again, and I don't know. I don't know if this isn't the team. This might not even be the season. This might not even be the year. There's nothing that's really looking positive. There's nothing that's looking great. People are missing tackles. We're missing field goals. We're missing throws. Harris is not playing like he was last year. So if you want some negative Metcalf, I'm not.
Dang.
I see.
For this year.
Yeah, you coming in hot there, Ryan. Calm down, buddy. Give us the good news. Jeez.
Do you want the good news? The good news, a 79-yard, 2-point return conversion, Marcus Sales. He's our Kobe Bryant. He's our fucking Michael Jordan. Oh,
he knew it.
He was feeling the flow too much. Well, that was an honest mistake. We know, Ryan. We love you, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got you.
He was. But Winnipeg was looking really. Winnipeg balled against Montreal, but Toronto was a good team.
Oh yeah,
they came in here ready to play, and the Riders figured out how to shut that down in the second half. So I'm feeling a little more optimistic than Ryan, but he's not lying when he's saying it's a tall task and it's going to be a tough game on Labor Day because the way Winnipeg's playing right now and the way the Riders are playing, yeah, nobody should feel comfortable about it. Let's put it that way.
The game it could have been a little bit more lopsided. I'll put it that way. The score maybe flattered the Riders after that, after the first three quarters.
Yeah.
Even though they were down. Okay, Ryan from Regina, appreciate the call. Echo Sound Hotline, of course, is where you can always call us after Rider games, home and away. Watch the stream, sportscage.com as well. And, you do bring up a good point here, Wes. I mean, the Bombers coming off a win, the Riders coming off of a win. It should make for a good game next week here in Regina. Let's get to that a little bit more, and we'll talk about your keg-size moment of the game from tonight's matchup here after we take a quick break. It's the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Discounts apply for new acres booked before September 15th.
Before the season starts, you've got a checklist. Inspecting equipment, testing the soil, and planning your field routes. Don't forget to add one more. Order your free SaskPower Farm Safety Decals at saskpower.com/comehomesafe tonight. Put one in every cab, so you always know what to do if you contact a power line. Because every good season starts with safety. And always remember to come home safe tonight.
You know what they say about Saskatchewan? It's the easiest province to draw. A land where watermelons belong on your head and bunnies hug you. It's also where you'll find UFA, the better choice for fueling up. Because we're Western Canadian through and through and have been since 1909. Whether you stop by or have your fuel delivered, choose UFA. Find your nearest location at ufa.com.
He's a Saskatchewan Roughrider legend, a Grey Cup champion, and part of the Sports Cage. Catch Double Talk with Darian Durand every Monday on the Sports Cage. Doubles is talking all things CFL and Riders like only he can. Double Talk is brought to you by Dutch Agriculture, quality for generations. Catch it live Mondays, just after 5, or check out the podcast at sportscage.com.
Premier Scott Moe. This year's provincial budget is protecting Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan's trade is less reliant on the U.S. than any other province. But even so, geopolitical challenges are impacting our economy and our province's finances. The provincial budget protects important services like health and education. It protects families by keeping your community safe and your taxes low. And it protects our future. The 2026 budget, protecting Saskatchewan.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Finish strong this summer with Ritchie Brothers. When timing matters most, trust our team to deliver speed, consistency, and results. Buy or sell equipment with confidence through their global marketplace and simple, straightforward process designed to save you time and keep things moving. With decades of experience in a network that reaches across industries and around the world, Ritchie Brothers helps you get more value from every transaction. Visit Ritchie Brothers at rbauction.com and keep your operation moving forward all season long.
Get a phone for $0. Yep, you heard that right. With SaskTel, you can get a device with no upfront costs and no activation fees. Plus, save $10 a month for 24 months with an eligible wireless plan. $0 devices, zero stress, zero reasons not to. Visit a SaskTel store or sasktel.com/0. Conditions apply.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportsgates.com. This is the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Riders take this one at home, 28-24, beating the Toronto Argonauts and setting the stage for what's probably going to be a very entertaining game next week at Mosaic Stadium during Labor Day weekend. But before we get to that, let's check out your keg-size moment of the game, brought to you by The Keg in Regina and Saskatoon. You can book your reservation today at thekeg.com.
Point after attempt coming up from Brady Lidster. And it's blocked. The Riders are going to scoop it up, and they're going to take it the other way. It's Marcus Sales. He's going to go all the way for a 2-point convert for the Riders. A little life from the defense as Sales just tosses the ball into the end zone after the 2-point convert.
When you're looking for some momentum, you're happy to get it from anywhere, right, Dave? And this was a low kick, it seemed, trajectory-wise, and just ricochets off of the outstretched hands of, I believe, Desmond Evans. No, it was one of the, anyways, Sales just right guy, right place, right time, all the way in. That's a long run for 2 points, but you know what? At this moment, Dave, the Riders will take anything they can get.
It came up in the post-game show when Dave and Luke were chatting with Marcus Sales, our defensive game start. Yeah, he wasn't super thrilled about that. He just kind of dropped the ball. If you're watching our live stream, you could see it there. It was a momentum shifter for sure for the green and white as they ended up pulling out the win there. Little bit.
What do you call that, Wes? Because it's not a pick two; it's a kick two, I think. What would you call it?
Kick two?
I mean, that's.
You know what a pick two is, right?
Yeah. Tip, scoop, and score two. I don't know. Tip two.
A tip two?
Yeah,
tip two.
Yeah.
Mike Rose with the tip.
Yeah.
Tip two?
Yeah. Rose tipped it and Sales scooped it. Yeah.
And brought it in.
Tip skip two.
Tip skip.
I don't know. We'll get there.
Wes Cates out here just coining phrases. Don't encourage him, Dunk. Come on. That was your keg-sized moment of the game. Okay, I know we're running out of time here, gentlemen, but I do want to set the scene a little bit here for next week, knowing that, you know, Winnipeg were the underdogs yesterday, and they pulled out a pretty impressive win. The Riders got back in the win column. They really needed to get that W at home tonight. So what are you seeing? What are you looking for as we get into the Labor Day Classic next week, Justin?
You know, I'm wondering if Winnipeg is for real or not, because there's going to be a lot of hype about the Blue Bombers after the way that the Bombers handled, and I mean manhandled Montreal. But that was at IG Field. It was possibly one of those letdown spots for Montreal. Davis Alexander got a little banged up. So for me, from a Winnipeg standpoint, it's like, okay, prove it. But from a Saskatchewan standpoint, this is a major separator. And typically, if you look at the historical numbers and records, the Riders win on Labor Day weekend, and then the Bombers win the Banjo Bowl or the rematch. So I think if you're the Riders, you absolutely got to get the front end of this. I think they can sweep it, to be quite honest, but you need to keep pace with Edmonton and stay just one game behind, potentially going into that Week 21 final week of the regular season matchup.
Wes Cates?
Yeah, I mean, it's Labor Day in Regina. I mean, it's almost a given. It should be a win. I never lost.
Ooh, throw that in there.
We never lost a Labor Day when I played, and
suit up, buddy.
I mean,
Let's go.
Just, like, it is the crowd does give you a boost. It's a great atmosphere. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of noise, so it's going to be harder for Winnipeg to communicate. But I mean, Montreal has played great offense and defense all year, and Winnipeg handled them. Really, Montreal's defense couldn't get Winnipeg off the field. And then Winnipeg's defense kind of ratcheted up some pressures and really started to get hands on, started to get hits on Davis Alexander, really frustrated him out. I don't know if Trevor will get frustrated in the same way, but he will get touched easier than Davis Alexander. So it's going to take some scheming and some good play calling and just some good film study to kind of mitigate some of what we saw out of Winnipeg this past week. But yeah, it's Labor Day. It'll be a good game, and it should be a Riders win. Simple as that.
Well, it was a win for the Riders tonight, and now the team gets back to work in preparation for next weekend's game. And that's when you're going to have us back next. I will be on the Sports Cage coming up on Monday, so if we did not get to your text or call, our apologies. Please feel free to call in at that point or text us throughout the week. We'll talk a little bit more football when we get to that point. But in the meantime, on behalf of myself and Justin Duncan, Wes Cates, and Curtis Colson, Alan, Jason, the whole crew that makes this thing tick, thank you for coming along for the ride. We'll do this again next week. It's a 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody here again. Now, good fences really do make good neighbors when you own livestock. The neighbors aren't keen on animals in their fields being a nuisance, am I right? A good fence makes good sense, and One Stop Fencing is a Wood Country specialty with the peeled rails, rough-cut lumber, fence posts, slabs, and barbed wire to keep your critters home and your neighbors happy. Building a fence or corral? Just look to Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, wood-country.com.
In football, every player has to be productive. On your farm, every acre does too. That's why growers trust Selford, from I-Series and Halo tillage tools that manage soil and residue to spinner spreaders and the 90-foot AB 640 air boom applicator, built to cover more acres in less time. Whatever this fall throws your way, Selford has the equipment to increase your productivity. Visit your local Selford dealer today. Selford, field your best. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and at any Mazer Group location.
If you've got a Steelcraft garage door, you've got a door with parts manufactured and assembled right here in Canada. A door with better insulation and seal, plus a warranty you're probably never going to use. And if you don't have a Steelcraft garage door, you should get one. Don't just hang a door, install a Steelcraft. Turn curb appeal into curb envy.
Steelcraft door, Steelcraft door, Steelcraft door. We offer more.
Steel-craft.ca.
Why juggle multiple providers when you can have one seamless experience?